Farming Life in Another World, Volume 13, by Kinesuk. Translated by SHM Trans. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 584. Follow-up report. In Shashado City, the monster incident that Mio solved involves a siren. The upper body is of a human, and the lower body is of a fish monster. It looks like a mermaid, so it is treated as a demi-human. It is characterized by its singing voice that can confuse those who hear it. If it sings in the city, it will surely cause havoc. No, it actually sang. However, there's no damage. The siren was seized in a ship. It was caught when it was practicing while waiting for the perpetrators to take action. It seems like the perpetrators took care of it well. In order to make sure that it can sing perfectly, it was never abused and it is in good physical condition. But it seems like they treated it too well. The siren became fat. Why did that happen? For a mermaid, daily life is a kind of exercise. The siren was trapped in a ship, so it will definitely get fat. That's what Lou said. She's peeking at the follow-up report beside me. I see. So, being fat makes its singing voice lose its effect. No, it was still effective. It's just that she could no longer sing. It looks like the siren can only sing one phrase. In any case, it was fortunate that someone found it when it was practicing. Ma, I kind of want to hear it sing. Currently, the siren is at the sea concentrating on dieting. Once she's done dieting, it looks like she'll work as a ship guide at the port. It doesn't want to go back to where it was. It became a prisoner of deep-fried food while in captivity. What a rebound, I'll take note of that. There are 8 perpetrators who tried to cause chaos in Shashado City. It seems like their ship was also a spy hideout. Shashado City seized the ship and secured a lot of evidence. So, who handled the perpetrators? The governor. It's a problem of the kingdom, so that's natural. The 5 perpetrators of the Village 5 incident were also sent to the governor of Shashado City. I don't think I'll want to keep terrorists in Village 5, and it is also impossible to release them, so I'm glad that there's some place we can send them. As for the Orthros puppy, it will be raised in Big Tree Village. I originally wanted to return the Orthros puppy from the place it was captured, but gave up on that idea because it was captured in a human country. If we just put it back, there's a possibility of that human country making a fuss saying we want to harm them with an Orthros. I also thought of taking care of it in Village 5, but there's a lack of manpower there. Orthros is aggressive and has a short temper after all. Even if it is a puppy, it will be like that. If it is not always being accompanied by someone, it will surely cause trouble. I had no choice but to bring it to Big Tree Village. However, I don't plan on taking care of it that much. Will it be okay to let it do what it wants? Ma, maybe some Kuro will take care of it. Ah, yeah, the Orthros puppy doesn't like me. It barked at me. I was shocked. It doesn't like Yauko either. It may have become more vigilant after being bound by the spiderlings. However, it seems to be obedient to the spiderlings, so we managed to bring it to Big Tree Village via the teleportation gate. Then, when it saw Kuro and Yuki, it pretended to be dead. It was perfect. Even after I shook its body, it did not move an inch. I thought it was really dead. However, even if it pretended to be dead, Kuro and Yuki were not deceived. No, they don't really care about the Orthros puppy. They just don't like seeing me anxious after seeing it like that. When Kuro barked lightly, the Orthros puppy woke up immediately. It stands up so fast that it almost stands using its 2 hind legs. I laughed a little. Ma, get along you guys. The Demon King had also caught a number of groups of suspicious people. It seems like they were already purging them even before I told them. Tysell led the arrest? What do you mean? Ah, she's the one giving command from the royal castle. Hold on, even if that's the case, why are you making my daughter do hard things like, she volunteered? From the information gathered, she accurately guessed the other party's hideout and arrested them in advance. That's something I can never think my daughter could do. I'm proud of her. Wait a minute. This is not the time for me to be proud. Is everything all right, Ere? What do you mean Gall's group is involved with the unit that arrests those guys? Commander, they're still children. I know that the kingdom is running on meritocracy and they have a lot of merits, but don't let them do dangerous things. No, I shouldn't say that. They are already married so they can decide on their own. Yeah, let's have Gall and the others do what they want with their lives. Just don't let them do something absurd. Ah, they're busy as baseball players, so they'll rarely get involved in things like this. So, The mastermind was the Goruzin kingdom. I thought that the coup was successful and there should be a new regime. It's even a new country now. Yes, but no. The Goruzin kingdom is indeed the mastermind, but it has already been destroyed. Those units that are all over the Demon King's kingdom were acting on their own. They did not withdraw. Even if they want to withdraw, they have no country to return to. They already thought of surrendering, but they don't know how they are going to be treated, especially that they're here to do terroristic activities, so they didn't. I know how they feel, but they no longer have to do what they were ordered to. No one will praise them. Ma, I'll leave the dealing with those who got caught to the Demon King's kingdom, so I will not say anything. Because of that, I would be happy if you forget about the matter of me taking spiderlings to Village 5. It was an emergency, so I wasn't able to inform you. The only one who can use teleportation magic here is Ancestor San, and he's dead drunk. If I were to contact you using the small wyvern messenger, you'll be arriving here first before it reaches the capital. Sorry. There's no need to apologize since you would have permitted me. That's good. HNN. You want to see the Orthros puppy? So, it is a rare demon beast even in the Demon King's kingdom. I don't mind. Ado, I don't know where that puppy is though. The Orthros puppy was hiding behind Gurand. It seems like Gurand has tamed it. Did you have a sense of camaraderie since both of you have multiple heads? No? Right, you're not in your dragon form. The Orthros puppy wouldn't know that you have multiple heads. Then how? It will look for the strongest and follow it after. It doesn't seem to annoy Gurand. On the other hand, it looks like Gurand's fond of it. Then, I'll leave that Orthros puppy to you. I laughed at her after saying don't pamper it too much since Jurar might get jealous. Now, the Demon King was also behind Gurand with the Orthros puppy. Then, the Demon King got entangled with the Ainikos and kittens. It seems like the Ainikos and kittens were jealous when the Demon King tried to play with the Orthros. I'm a good friend of it too. You should be jealous with me too. When I thought so, Lou, Tyr, Anne, and Rhea poked my side. Chapter 585. Orthros Observation Diary. The Orthros puppy was named Oruru by Gurand. Oruru sleeps in Gurand's room. When Gurand laid a blanket in the corner of the room for it, it seemed to have liked it. However, when Jurar is staying in the room, it will sleep outside. I wonder if it is because of Jurar's glares. It looks kind of sad. Oruru always follows after Gurand. It's with her wherever she goes. However, it doesn't follow her inside the toilet or bath. During those times, it can only whine in front of the door. Gurand can't help but smile wryly at it. When Gurand was teaching the children, it also doesn't follow her. It's because it's kind of playful with the children. At first, it managed to just watch and endure, but when it no longer can hold back, it barks. At that moment, it was surrounded by the Kuros who were guarding the children. It hid behind Gurand while being scared silly. After that, Oruru no longer approaches the children. It can't even be brought near. Now, when it is time for Gurand's class, it does everything to not get in the way. However, it looks like it knows that it is prohibited to cause any kind of disturbance, so it just stays at the same place and doesn't even move. Doing that, Gurand will stroke its two heads alternately. Then, it will fall asleep. After lying for about an hour, it will begin moving again. After that, it will start its daily routine. Oru's daily routine is to look for those who are weaker than itself. However, it filtered its search to those with 4 legs. In short, I and the slimes are not eligible. Its targets are the Inferno wolves, Fenrirs, centaurs, horses, cows, pigs, sheep, goats, tortoises, and cats. It's doing what it can. It's working hard, but there's no result. The lions from the hot spring and the dungeon walkers in the Big Tree Village's dungeon are also out of the question. Recently, I saw it gazing at the distance. It's doing that even though it's only a puppy. I think I want to do something for Oruru, but what should I do? What kind of life does an ordinary Orthros have? I asked Lou. I think it bred as a guard dog to protect cattles. But didn't it lose to a cow before? Protecting someone doesn't necessarily mean that the protector should be the stronger one. I guess so. What should I do? Since it is bred to be a cattle shepherd, let's just throw it at the ranch area to watch over the cows, but Lou said, I shouldn't. It lost to a goat, it is likely to be bullied. Then, how about I build a small ranch dedicated for Oruru? A cow volunteered to cooperate. Then, let's do it. I made a mini ranch of about 5 meters square in the residential area. Gurand took Oru to the mini ranch. Its face looks dissatisfied after seeing the ranch is so small, but its tail is wagging like crazy. And when Gurand ordered it to protect the cow, it barked happily. POV change. My name is Oru. I'm an Orthros and I'm proud of the name given to me by Milady. Milady is super gentle. And super strong too. I can tell by the smell. That's the reason why I chose her to be my lady. That village chief guy, he's no good. He smells scary. He reeks of wolves and spiders. Of course, if those are smells of ordinary wolves and spiders, I have nothing to be afraid of. However, they are not normal. I don't think I can win against them. It is impossible for me to recognize the village chief as my lord since he's being followed by those scary beings. I can't go against them. Also, it looks like they won't let me follow him, if I'm stronger. Ah no, I don't hate Milady. Milady is great too. Even if Milady's husband drives me out every time he comes, I'm satisfied with being with Milady. By the way, the place where I'm currently living seems to be called Big Tree Village. The first thing I must do here is to assert dominance. If I'm not strong, Milady will be laughed at. That's unforgivable. That's what I thought as I began challenging everyone. Ah, everyone with 4 legs, it's impossible for me to go against spiders. They are floating above, which is cheating. 2 legs? Then, who the heck am I going to challenge? Do you know what I mean? I started challenging everyone to a duel. I'm losing every day. I can't help but lose to Inferno wolves and Fenrirs. They are wolves after all. I'm a dog. It's regrettable, but I'll just admit my defeat to them. The centaurs have the same upper body as those 2-legged. I'm not convinced, but the horses, cows, pigs, sheep, and goats are strong. I'm supposed to protect them, right? Why are they stronger than me? Is it because I'm a puppy? No, that doesn't matter. The flame magic I casted is directly being kicked off by the horses and cows together with me. The pigs, sheep, and goats are fighting with me as a herd. Also, why are they used to fighting? Or am I just inexperienced? Yeah, how can I win? Moreover, turtles and cats, why are you strong? I can see why with the turtles. They don't look like ordinary turtles. As for the cats, they have a shining jewel on their foreheads. Are they counted as normal? Are they? I'm kind of worried. Seeing me like that, a Minotaur child challenged me to a duel. It imitated a cow and lost. Thanks. I'm happy for your kindness, but you just broke my heart. I'm the lowest of the low in this village. I don't mind if I'm with Milady, but I do mind when I'm not with her. I have to do something. I spend my days thinking about how to be useful. One day, Milady brought me to a small ranch, a really small ranch. There's only 1 cow. However, Milady ordered me. Protect the cow. Ooh, oh, what is this feeling of elation? I feel like I can do anything. Milady, leave it to me. I will definitely protect this cow. Even if I'm this village's bottom-tier character, even if the cow is stronger than me, I will follow your command. I'll take pride in it. HNN, what is it, cow? You can't open the door without permission. What? It's time to go back to the ranch area. It's hard to spend a night here. What should I do? Should I go with the cow? Should I report it to Milady? No, I have my orders. Ah, Milady has come to pick me up. Whoa, POV change. At a later date, Oru can be found working hard in the ranch area. It seems to be getting along with everyone. However, I'll refrain from saying that the mini ranch I made was no longer used after 3 days. It was converted into a flower field. HNN, the Oru is moving together with the cows. Ah, you're going to the hot spring? Be careful. I hope the Oru won't get lost. When I said that, it barked at me angrily. It looks like it got used to life here. The Orthros was named Oru. Does this mean that Gurand's naming sense is the same as village chief? Gurand and village chief. Rude. Chapter 586. Chef. After dinner, I was consulted by Yauko. It is about the banquets being held in Village 5. Nobles and merchants conduct banquets to sell their faces. And they do it often. It is both to show off their financial power and sell their faces using the clothes they wear and the food they serve. Of course, those are not the only purpose of banquets. They also use it to exchange information and even matchmaking. The purpose and scale vary. However, there are no banquets like that in Village 5. None dared to hold a banquet. The reason is food. Food is must be prepared by the one who's holding the banquet. It is not exaggerated to say that the food served in a banquet equates to their faces. For that reason, they can only ask their best and most trusted chef. So far, there's no single chef in existence, whether family chef or hired outside, that can cook Village Five's dishes. In addition, they are embarrassed to consult me about it. How about training the current chef or hiring someone with good cooking skills? Even without me saying that, the nobles and merchants have already thought of that. However, those are not without problems. First, training the current chef. In general, cooking techniques and recipes are life-guarded secrets of chefs. To learn a new technique to those who know it, you have to start as an apprentice to that person. Chefs employed by nobles and merchants have certain number of apprentices. If you have apprentices, you will never become another person's apprentice. No one would dare accept you. So that's a no. Next, hiring someone with good cooking skills. But those people are already working for someone else in Village 5. There's no way they'll throw away their dignity and betray their current employers because their neighbor offered them more money. So that's a no. In addition, those chefs are only good outside but not skilled enough to cook Village 5's food. It's basically a poor solution from the start. So you let me hear those. What do you want me to do? We can't force them to sponsor a banquet, right? There's not much communication between the nobles and merchants in Village 5. Is that so? I don't know about the nobles, but the merchants have good communication. Aren't they wearing the same type of clothes when they were greeting me before? That's not a good evidence. Sure, no one stood out, and the result is also unappealing. Originally, they should have a banquet of their own to meet and decide who'll stand out and other more plans. However, no one dared to invite anyone to a banquet. I see. They indeed need to start hosting banquets. So, what am I supposed to do? A special cooking class was held in Village 5. The venue is the event facility located at the foot of Village 5. The teachers are 3 Oni maids. There are also 5 beast girls and 5 civil servant girls as assistants. We gathered the chefs working in Village 5. The cooking classes that have been held in Village 5 so far were aimed at the adventurers and normal residents. We do it regularly, but no chef participated. Because of that, I thought that the only chefs who will participate are those who are related to nobles and merchants. Isn't this place a little too crowded? There are more than 300 participants. Is this okay? I asked the Oni maids and they said it's okay. They are used to having a lot of participants since they have been teaching at cooking classes. Then, I'll leave everything to you. But I'll call for more backup first. Since there were too many participants, they were asked to create groups. One group will be from 5 to 8 people. There is a difference in the number of participants per group because of racial differences. 43 groups were formed. Stoves and cooking utensils are provided to each group. It seems like the number of stoves is not enough. Ah, the high elves are making more in a hurry. Thanks. Thank you for your hard work. Thus, the cooking classes of the Oni maids started. First thing first, educate them of the concept of hygiene. It's not so difficult. First of all, a chef must be clean, wash your body, wear clean clothes, if you have long hair, tie it. Thoroughly wash your hands. Next, preparation before cooking. Put the ingredients in a clean place. The tableware must always be clean. Clean the cookware with boiling water. The kitchen floor must be cleaned daily. Focus on what you are doing. Do not cook if you don't feel well. Don't speak when cooking. If you use a knife for cutting raw meat, don't use it to cut other ingredients. I'm listening too, and I'm sure I heard those before during the cooking classes of Big Tree Village, Village 1, Village 2, Village 3, and Village 4. I heard that too in Village 5 when cooking at Yaoko's mansion. The village hall's kitchen, Kuro and Yuki, Bronze Cafe, Korin's Sweet Hall, Niz's Alchemy, and Noodle Shop Bratoa. Food poisoning is no joke. But since everyone participating here are chefs, there shouldn't be any problem. Most of them are puzzled. Ma, before moving on to the next stage, I want you to remember the concept of hygiene. They're having trouble remembering the concept of hygiene. What should I do? I need a convincing theory. They accepted it as soon as we explained that it is a procedure to get a blessing in cooking to make sure that no one would upset his stomach upon eating it. That took some time, so the special cooking class has to continue the next day. Special cooking class, second day. The Oni maids teach the basics of baking, simmering, steaming, and frying. Any problem. These people are chefs, so there shouldn't be, right? Cheers are coming from all over the venue. It looks like everything's okay. Ma, The Oni maids who are the chefs of Big Tree Village also only knew how to grill and boil when I first met them. HNN, some participants seem to already know how, but their faces are pale. What's wrong? Ah, it was the secret technique of your store. My condolences. I would prefer if you don't keep the concepts of hygiene and cooking techniques you learned from this class secret and spread them instead. Those are only the basics of the basics. It will also make everyone be able to eat good food no matter where they are. In addition, if the number of chefs increases, there will probably be more new dishes. Do your best on that aspect. The ingredients prepared by the merchants who sponsored the cooking class are cooked into dishes, as expected of the chefs. Even if they failed a few times, it seems like they learned how to cook. After that, they only need to apply what they learned. Please do your best with cooking the ingredients readily available at Village 5. By the way, the dishes cooked in this class were consumed by the participants. You should eat your own dishes. You should remember the taste whether it is a success or failure. Good luck. Special cooking classes will be held regularly together with the regular cooking classes. I want to spread the concept of hygiene, so I agreed. However, it looks like it is still not enough to raise the skills of the chefs, which is the main purpose of this special cooking class. The special class only managed to resolve the recipe problem. HNN. The top chefs are hired by nobles and merchants, so what's the point of increasing your skill set after being hired by them? Right, that's expected. By the way, do you have a proposal? Cooking contest. Ado, isn't it too early for that? That will motivate the chefs. The participants of the special cooking class also want to show off the result of their training to the Oni maids. Ma, I don't mind. I'm the judge. I permit it. However, there should be a qualifier. When you make it to the end, I'll gladly judge what you cooked. Chefs with apprentices don't participate in regular cooking classes. A matter of face. Chef apprentices don't participate in the regular cooking class. There's a possibility of getting fired. Because of that, small restaurant chefs and even housewives have better cooking skills, which made the sales of large restaurants fall. Chapter 587. An Oni maid who's good at cooking. Yauko-sama is asking something to village chief again. Isn't she relying on him too much? I'm one of the Oni maids. I have received village chief's favor, but we don't have a child yet. I envy An-sama for bearing his son. If there should be an order, the next one would be Ramuria's, but a child is bestowed by heaven. After her, it would be me. And Lalidal-sama is crying. She sounds like she needs a diaper change Desuni. I just changed it a while ago, but this is already expected from a baby. Fufufu. This is hard but fun. Yauko-sama asked village chief to hold a special cooking class in Village 5. If it is only that, she could have just used her authority as the acting village chief and doesn't need to bother village chief, however. She's asking for our cooperation, so she has to get village chief's permission. We basically don't follow anyone's order aside from village chief. No, we're not being mean. It's because we're too busy to sue. We only prioritize village chief's order. That's all there is. We are already holding regular cooking classes for adventurers and residents of Village 5. Because of that, this should be. The chefs who came to our special cooking class are not obedient. I don't care what their reasons are. Dishes cooked with dirty hands are dirty dishes. No matter how delicious it is, it will upset your stomach dessous. Do you know that you should wash your hands before cooking? It's an extension of that dessous. Yes, if we tell you to do it, you just have to do it. Village chief even took time to watch over us. I shouldn't make him see something unsightly. Maybe I should beat them up to let them know who's the boss here. No, my common sense has been poisoned by the Demon King's kingdom. Reflect me. This is a procedure to get a blessing in cooking to make sure that no one would upset his stomach upon eating it. It's complicated, but please remember it. Using the advice of the holy maiden cells, we managed to educate them about the concept of hygiene. However, it took one day for them to learn it dessous. Village chief, I'm sorry. I hear your kind words. I should be happy, but I'm not, because I failed. My fellow Oni maids feel the same. Good. Let's prepare for tomorrow. We were not prepared enough this day. We should prepare for every situation that can happen and deal with it. What is the result? The second day of the special cooking class is going well dessous. There are tons of failed dishes, but those are necessary for experience's sake dessous. Also, even if you succeed, that doesn't mean you can easily do it again and again. Everyone, let's do our best. Ara, what is it? You want to be taught something other than basics. Right, in our cooking classes, we only taught adventurers and normal residents, so we only taught the basics. But can you do it? I heard that all participants are chefs. Okay, Desu. We should teach you as if we are teaching a small child Desu, in order for you to understand everything better. Okay, we'll teach you as simple as we can. However, you should think on your own on how you're going to apply it on your job Desu. You are chefs after all. There are some chefs who have no pride. I admire your greediness, but you should have attended the regular cooking class if that's what you really want. In the regular cooking class, we even teach the participants how to cook eggs. The special cooking class ended safely. I would like to say that we managed to do it without any major problem, but it was supposed to be held in a day. I kept quiet. Village Chief's gentle words still resonate. Dinner at the mansion in Village 5. What's more, Village Chief will cook himself for us. Is it okay? Ah, you're just watching the whole time, so you want to do something now? I see. We'll eat them with pleasure. The dish he cooked is a peeled prawn with ground potato. It is fried, then mixed with mayonnaise or sweet and spicy sauce depending on your preference. The dishes that Village Chief makes are unique to Sioux. In addition, the concept is out of ordinary. Where did you learn them? Oh, I shouldn't ask. Snooping about our lord is too disrespectful to Sioux. We just have to remain silent and serve Village Chief Desu. However, I envy Yauko-sama, who can talk with Village Chief about anything. Village Chief, the participants of the cooking classes said they want to hold a cooking competition. Just like that. Yauko-sama easily asked Village Chief again. If you want to have a cooking competition, you can decide on it on your own. Why do you have to ask Village Chief about it? And Village Chief, don't just take on her every inquiry Desu. We still have to prepare for winter, and the autumn harvest is coming soon Desu-yo. However, we have no right to say anything. We have spent 2 days of Village Chief's time in the special cooking class after all. We can only shut our mouths. What is it? Yauko-sama is looking at us. And then, to Village Chief. I want the Oni maids to join the cooking competition. Yauko-sama, what are you saying? Village Chief asked why. There are those who are asking about the quality of the maids serving Village Chief. It seems like there are a certain number of butlers and maids who want to work under Village Chief Desu. It would have been okay if all applicants were excellent, but that doesn't seem to be the case. They are those who only have self-confidence Desu. Yauko-sama wants us to teach them their place. I see, right. If that is the case, I will not refuse. Since they don't know their place, I'll personally teach them that. Then, Village Chief, your order. Are, Village Chief, are you thinking that we can't win? Are we being unreasonable? No, I guess Village Chief doesn't believe that much in our ability. Since you're the judge, if we join, you'll be suspected of wrongdoing. Right, we can't disgrace Village Chief. We won't participate. Yes, it's a pity that we can't personally teach those narcissists, but there will be some other time. I think the maids serving Village Chief are skillful enough for you to not be suspected of wrongdoing. Yauko-sama is saying good words to Village Chief Desu. We decided to take part in the cooking contest. Let's win for Village Chief. It will be in winter. We'll polish our skills until then. Chapter 588. An Oni maid who's good at washing. Phew foo foo. It's so good to see a huge number of sheets hanging under the sun Desu. Spiderlings, thank you for your help. You helped me a lot. The rest are small items so I can deal with them alone. You'll help me till the end Desu. Thank you very much. Then, can you provide your web that I can hang the laundry on? There's a lot of clothes and your webs are very durable Desu-yo. Yes, thank you. I'm one of the Oni maids. In Big Tree Village, we do the housework. Oru the Orthros is always with Gyuron-sama Desu. Their relationship is good Desu-ni. However, Oru probably didn't know that Gyuron-sama is a dragon. It panicked when it saw Gyuron-sama transformed into a dragon before it. And then, it suddenly started biting Gyuron-sama on her dragon form. When I asked Village Chief, Oru seemed to have thought that Gyuron-sama was crushed by the dragon. In other words, in order to save Gyuron-sama, it bit the dragon Gyuron-sama. Amazing. Oru can't even do anything against Gyuron-sama's scale, but it is attacking with all it has. Its loyalty is stunning Desu. Let's make its dinner today a little luxurious. However, didn't this mean that it failed to recognize its lady? Can it figure out that the human Gyuron-sama and the dragon Gyuron-sama are the same person? Oya Oru stopped moving. What happened? I asked village chief. It seems like it noticed Gyuron-sama's smell from the dragon Desu. I see. Its attack weakened. But its state of panic continues Desu. On the other hand, Gyuron-sama, who's in her dragon form, is watching over Oru gently. Is it because of that? Oru stopped attacking. It emotionally looked at Gyuron-sama in her dragon form. Did it finally figure out that it just attacked Gyuron-sama? I asked village chief. He says I'm wrong to sue. He smiled and told me the reason. It seems like Oru thought of something. Lots of head, could you be, mother? Excuse me, I burst into laughter. Ado, I don't know how it feels, but a dragon looks completely different from an Orthros. Just because you both have more than one head doesn't mean that you are parent and child. However, wrong. When I saw Oru's figure leaning its two heads, I also saw its loneliness Desu. Thinking about its life, it was taken from its mother as a little puppy. It is a child looking for its mother. How sad. It looks like Gyuron-sama noticed it too. She transformed to her human form and pat Oru's two heads. Although she's not her mother, I feel like she's trying to tell it that she won't let it be lonely. However, upon seeing Gyuron-sama's human form, it immediately became happy seeing that she's safe. That joy. It looks like it didn't get Gyuron-sama's intention. That left a bad taste in my mouth. I'll make sure to watch over it. I heard that the devil Prada-sama is a colleague of Bulga-sama and Stefano-sama Desu. She's staying at Village 5, but she came to say hello. She's being groped by Bulga-sama and Stefano-sama. They seem to be good friends Desuni. After that, she was moved by the statue of gods carved by village chief. No, she's even in tears Desu. It seems like she'll get along with Ancestor-sama Desu. They're really getting along. That was fast. They're already having a good conversation. That's good, but is Ancestor-sama fully recovered from his hangover? He seems to be off. No, it looks like he invited her to go to the banquet. Prada-sama, you can participate in the banquet, but don't forget to greet everyone there. She should be fine since Gucci-sama regularly comes here. And there they go. I heard Prada-sama's scream. It looks like Ancestor-sama forgot to tell her that the participants of the banquet are dragons. The angel Reginleif-sama is already trying to be familiar with Big Tree Village. She's particularly asking about the rules in Big Tree Village and in detail. It looks like she's strict when it comes to discipline. In that case, I won't hold back. I will tell you all of them. Wash your hands after going to the toilet. That's a strict rule set by village chief. Don't just jump to a conclusion that soon. That's not the only one. The leaves used to wipe buttocks should be replenished by those who realized that they are about to all get consumed. That's also important. I'm not joking around, Desu. Good. Reginleif-sama is seriously trying to memorize them. Yes, the rules that affect our daily lives are important. Yes, let's say it together. As expected of village chief. Yauko-sama, who has finished eating breakfast, will be heading to Village 5. I'll take care of Hito-sama, but only a little since she's going to attend Gyuron-sama's class later. Though it is still too early to say, I think Hito-sama has the ability to follow Yauko-sama's path to Sue. Yauko-sama says that Hito-sama can choose to do what she wants, and we don't oppose it. Gyuron-sama also agrees with her on that matter. After sending Hito-sama to Gyuron-sama's class, I cleaned up Yauko-sama's room. Like always, this room is full of documents to Sue. Being the acting village chief of Village 5 is hard work after all. And recently, she seems to be taking various measures for village chief. Those measures are not bad. She's taking various measures to comfort village chief, since he's been lonely after Alfred-sama, Taisel-sama, and Ursa-sama went to the school at the Demon King's Kingdom Desu. Therefore, some villagers are saying that Yauko-sama is spoiling village chief too much, but she's doing something we can't do. She has our thanks. Ma, it's not like I'm saying they're just jealous of village chief and Yauko-sama's good relationship. Even so, there are a lot of issues in Village 5 Desuni. Unlike Big Tree Village, whose residents are gathered because of village chief, a lot of people living in Village 5 are just there to live in a safe place. I think we should leave everything to Yauko-sama, but Village 5's village chief is village chief too. He can't completely take his hands off it. However, I also don't think he should always be there. This is only my selfish expectation, but I think in the future, Village 5 will be ruled by Alfred-sama Desu. Considering how much Village Chief put his hands on Village 5, there shouldn't be any problem. And when Alfred-sama becomes the Village Chief of Village 5, we must make sure that there's always something he can do. I think that the sweet ruling of Yauko-sama is a preparation for that. Otherwise, Yauko-sama just needs to show her overwhelming prowess to the residents of Village 5, and she will rule that place perfectly. That will make all things run smoothly over there. And that's the reason why she's not doing that. Ah, wait a minute. I have to hurry and clean up this place. Ah, why are there clothes in this place? Laundry? I'm sure I asked her to put the laundry in the designated place properly. I can't wash anything without permission. This might be something important. Will important clothes be something between documents? I'm forbidden to make arbitrary decisions. It could be a piece of evidence to some kind of incident. Let's just put it on the desk. I heard from a colleague who had been to Village 5 that Village Chief cooked for them. Fortunately, that colleague is good at cooking. Let's have her cook it too. It will be fine. She'll be able to do it. By the way, I heard you're going to participate in a cooking competition. Village Chief's request. The main ingredients of the dish Village Chief cooked were shrimp. I see. Let's prepare. We're all Oni maids. Someone's happiness should be everyone's happiness. When I was pushing my colleagues, who were with Village Chief also gave us his homemade dish. As thanks for our daily works. Thank you very much. Also, let me say this again. As expected of Village Chief. Chapter 589. Shashado City's Queen. There is a port in Shashado City. It's close to the sea after all. If you walk a little, there's also a sandy beach. Though this world doesn't have the concept of relaxing at the beach is regularly cleaned as it is used as a place for processing marine products. However, only the part which is very close to Shashado City. Other places are surprisingly dirty with timbers and seaweeds that have been washed ashore. It was Mio who instructed the beach cleanup that made it beautiful. Why is she doing that? I asked Mio, who came back to Big Tree Village for the first time in a long time. It is one of the measures against the tons of gold accumulated by Big Tree Village. Yauko-sama suddenly sent me barrels of gold when I asked her for something, so I had no choice but to look for something I could spend it on. Wasn't it written on my report? I only heard that you're doing something as a countermeasure, but I never thought it would be cleaning the coast. I see. However, it doesn't consume much gold coins. I already asked the residents of Shashado City and even the Seekins, but we can't pay them that much for cleaning. Of course. Also, since we are putting out a stall for the cleaners we hired, 80% of what we paid will be earned back. Why do you even earn them back? Because it is their right to use the money they earn on what they want. No, I don't mean that. What I'm trying to say is, why do you have to set up a stall for them? The Seekins don't have money of their own since they don't even need them in the first place. That's until Marla shows up. Marla is only responding to their demand. It can't be helped then. At least, as a result, the economy of Shashado City, which has been being pushed down by Village 5, is getting better again. Has Shashado City's economy worsened? Not really. However, it is better to take a measure before it becomes bad. Governor Ifris even entrusted me a letter to give you for that matter. I received the tightly sealed letter from Mayo. Thank you for your cooperation in improving the economy of Shashado City. A big thanks for Big Roof Shashado. I will exempt anyone involved in Big Roof Shashado from capitation tax as thanks. By the way, you also have a ship, right? You don't have to pay for port tax either. If you have any problems, please don't hesitate to consult me. Also, Marla's curry is superb. I wish for its recipe if possible. Lastly, Mio is asking me to ask you for a vacation. Don't you think she deserves a leave? The content gives off a very polite feeling. The last part where he's asking me to give Mio a vacation, it looks disoriented. I feel like he's being threatened while he's writing this part. Was he? Mio said no, so let's believe in her. I agree with the letter's content. However, the economic improvement is not to my credit. It's thanks to Mio. I also appreciate the tax exemption for capitation and port tax, but that saves money. Ma, let's just be happy for Big Roof Shashado and Marla. I don't have anything to talk about with the governor right now. Let's just give him my words of thanks. As for Marla's curry recipe, Well, it's my recipe at first, but the current recipe is the result of Marco's research. I can't let others know of it. I'll just tell Marco's and the others so that they can dispatch a chef when the governor requests one. That will probably work. This will probably last for at least a few years. As for Mio's vacation, there's no problem with that, though I'm not sure if it is necessary since I heard she has enough rest. HNN? I checked the governor's letter again. I looked at the characters and lines that are not written cleanly on the part when he's asking me to give Mio a vacation. It looks like there's a pattern. Ah, I see. Let me read the cleanly written-up characters. It looks like the reason why other characters are not cleanly written was to earn the number of characters. Right. Don't let Mio go far from Shashado City, please. Ada. First of all, why do you even need to write it like this? Mio, were you with the governor when he wrote this letter? I was watching right next to him. I see. She's watching over him, so she's definitely overlooking the content. Mio, you have worked hard so far, and this is also a request from the governor. I'll reward you with 20 reward medals and a vacation that will last till spring next year. However, you must enjoy your vacation at Shashado City. Thank you very much, but why at Shashado City? Ah, aren't you the one who employed the Seekins? In terms of negotiation, it is a bad thing to suddenly change the point of contact. I want them to be able to reach you, even when you're on vacation. I see, I agree. By the way, before I return to Shashado City, can I exchange the medals? Of course, however, you just came back after a long time. I won't ask you to go back to Shashado City right now. You should enjoy your time here or go to the hot spring to relax for a while. Thank you very much. By the way, I would like to show my face in Village 4. Then go. I'll have the Universal ship's schedule change to accommodate you. Is it all right? Mio has done well in managing Shashado City. Besides, the captain of the Universal ship is too. He'll be happy with the schedule change. Ah, I understand. Though I complain, I am truly doing it properly. Complaining is very Mio-like, so I won't say anything about it. It's true that she had a hard time after all. To thank her, why don't I carve a statue of Mio and send it to Shashado City? That sounds embarrassing. Let's not send it. After that, I had a heavy discussion with Mio. It is about the highway plan. We want to shorten the travel time to the royal capital by maintaining the road. Big Roof Shashado was supposed to sponsor the plan, but I decided to use Big Tree Village's fund. I want to spend money after all. I want to spend as much money as possible in Shashado City. I want to spend what Marla earned that way too. It became a talk of using Marla's fund to stockpile in Shashado City in case of emergency. Then our discussion pointed to the Seekins. They still use their old tradition to settle disputes, the game of courage using the strange food of the sea. Ah, did you eat them too, Mio? They're delicious, right? And they're even freshly captured. If you have soy sauce, you're invincible. Indeed, so what about it? A souvenir for me? Seaweeds. Ah, mazuku, a type of edible brown seaweed. That's good with vinegar. When I said that, Mio had a defeated expression. It looks like Mio gave up the challenge when Mazuku came out. As expected of village chief, I am called the Gross Eater Queen of the Seekins, but it seems like I'm still immature. Gross Eater Queen. Are you saying that I'm the Gross Eater King, even though they're only serving delicious seafood? I'm a bit frustrated. Mio went to the hot spring. She's scheduled to stay there for 6 days. She had a hard time, so let's entertain her. And that's what happened. I'm thinking of the problem that Mio consulted me about. It is something they encountered when they were cleaning the coast. When the Seekins were extensively cleaning dirty places, they found several caves. There's no problem if they're just normal caves, but treasures have been discovered in several caves. It is speculated that pirates or bandits were the ones who hid them. I think the one who discovered them should own them, but it seems like the ownership of the things found during the cleaning time will be Mio's, since she's the one who ordered the cleanup. And so, Mio gave special rewards to the discoverer of the treasures. And since the treasure was acquired by Mio because of my order, the treasures are mine. I thought of donating it to Shashado City, but assistant to the governor, Mio rejected that idea. If I donate them all, it might look like I'm buying favor from the governor. Also, thinking about how much the donation is, not a single official can receive it. I think there's no limit in donating, but it looks like this world doesn't think the same. On the other hand, I recalled what I've been told before, so I did not insist. Because of that, I decided to exhibit the treasures in Village 5. They were found in caves. I honored the discoverers by writing their names there. If I exhibit them like that, there might be people who'll claim ownership. If the claimants were found not lying, I'll honestly give it to them. And by all means, please show up. I thought everything was solved with that, but there's still one more problem. Not about those treasures, but about the entrance of a dungeon. It is man-made, and it looks like a temple. Given the state of the gargoyle that prevents anyone from entering, it is unexplored. Apparently, I have the right to explore this dungeon first. Yeah, this winter, I'll organize a survey corps for this dungeon. Winter is a time where we do the least, so there will surely be a lot of participants. I hope I can participate too. Chapter 590. Harvest and Member Selection. Harvest started in Big Tree Village. When this harvest is over, it will be winter. In short, there's no time to relax. The dragon banquet was stopped. I asked them to help with the harvest. Even the 2 dragons who have been training in the dungeon, Quaran and Demame, harvested root crops like radish and carrots. I left Hakurin and Rasudi's spot to Mark and Hel's since they are both pregnant. The rest will be harvesting rice, wheat, barley, and corn. Let's do our best. Village 1, Village 2, Village 3, and Village 4 are done harvesting, so they came to Big Tree Village to help. That helps us a lot. The Lamias and Titans are also processing the crops harvested, and they are already familiar with what they are doing. Both races are doing something related to brewing alcohol, but I won't say the details. Also, since the dragons had been in a banquet for a while, there should be room in the warehouse. It's already overflowing. The sales to the Garon Company and Village 5 were carried out immediately. Yauko said that the warehouse of her mansion in Village 5 has reached its limit. We had no choice but to make the Garon Company take them as soon as possible. As for the share of the Demon Kings group, Beazle will take them to their intended location like usual. I feel sorry for being unable to help him. Most of the field was harvested in 2 weeks. The harvested crops that need to be dried are being sun-dried, but the weather this year is a little bad. It looks like it will take time. At worst, they might have to be dried by magic. If they are dried with magic, their taste will drop. The power of nature is amazing. Because of that, I want everything that needs to be sun-dried to be sun-dried. While praying for that to happen, we celebrate the end of the harvest and hold a banquet. Ah, dragons, this banquet will only be for today. Please, don't continue for everyone's sake. During this harvest season, the angels focused on hunting. Malbit and Reginleif even challenged a grappler bear, but failed. It would have been possible for them to beat it if they had used the Kuro horn spears, but that would have blasted everything including the meat, so that wouldn't be called hunting. They are strategizing on what to do during the banquet. On the other hand, the High Elves and the Kuros, who mainly targeted rabbits and boars, are smiling widely for great hunts. However, their smiles froze when the ghost knights from the hot spring came. They brought 2 panic caribous. In preparation for winter, the High Elves and the Kuros hunted more than usual, but given how delicious the horn of the panic caribou is, even they have forgotten that they hunted a lot. The ghost knights joined the banquet as they are, but you want to ask me something? It is rare for them to ask something from me. When I asked them what it was, they said it's about Yoru. It looks like her trebuchet broke because of a monster's attack, and it can no longer be repaired. What's been a trebuchet is still there, and Yoru has been crying over it since then. Got it. We'll prepare a new trebuchet. I'll make it with the mountain elves, so the end product might not be a trebuchet. However, I'm sure Yoru will appreciate it. She'll definitely stop crying. The ghost knights were relieved. It looks like Yoru and the ghost knights are getting along well. Great. The ghost knights participated in the banquet. There, the ghost sorceress and Quentin spoke with them. Ever since the ghost sorceress worked as a teacher for the children, her residence changed from the hot spring to Big Tree Village. It's been a long time since they met, or not. The ghost sorceress and Quentin regularly go to the hot spring doing various research. Not dangerous research. It seems like they are dissecting and examining monsters and demon beasts that were subjugated because they approached the hot spring. That's better than letting them rot, but please do it moderately. Speaking of hot springs, Mio has been relaxing in the hot spring, or she should have. When harvest season started, She said it's too tiring to rest there alone, so she helped us harvesting. That helped us a lot, and I'm sorry. Although her stay has been extended, the person in question doesn't mind it, so I guess it's okay. But she didn't touch any document. The civil servant girls are dejected. I also have to send a letter of apology to the governor of Shashado City. He must be thinking that I ignored his letter since Mio's staycation was extended. I know that I must pay attention to things like this, or else there might be a bigger trouble waiting. I should consider both sides carefully. Yauko is well-versed in this area to the tiniest detail. I even wish to learn from her. At the banquet, the dungeon at the coast was talked about. Everyone's excited because it seemed to be unexplored. However, that place is around 3 days away from Shashado City. If measured from Village 5, it will be 2.5 days away. Since it is still part of the Demon King's kingdom, it is impossible to let the Kuros and Spiderlings to explore it for me. The Kuros and Spiderlings looked at me with eyes of disappointment. I'm sorry. Also, Hakurin and Rasuti are both pregnant, so they won't participate. Even if they want to, I won't allow them. Take care of your body. Hakurin and Rasuti are holding back, so other dragons, please hold yourself back too. Yeah, Dorame, I know you really want to go, but please hold back. Given the flow of the discussion, it seemed like it was impossible for me to go, but I got great backups. Reginleif and Ruinsha were both reluctant to not let me do what I wished to do. However, most residents objected because it is a major problem to let me go somewhere dangerous even if it is my wish. Therefore, a compromise was made. Several groups will be formed to explore the dungeon. Each group will enter one after another after a period of time, and I'll be in the last group. I don't want to fight strong demon beasts or monsters. I only want to see some unusual places. Because of that, I'm not dissatisfied with the plan. I accepted it with open arms. After that, survey group participation was arranged during the banquet. There are 8 groups that will participate, including my group. I don't mind being grouped with Reginleif and Ruinsha, but why do the Phoenix chick Aegis and the Orthros Aura with us? Aegis aside, Oru's not that close to me yet. Shouldn't I be accompanied by the Kuros and Spiderlings? Ha ha ha. No, I'm not saying you're unreliable. Also, what's this unmarked group? Alfred's group. They'll surely participate if they heard that a dungeon was found when they returned. Got it, but they must not enter as the very first group no matter what. Yeah, it would be good if they entered after me. However, that will probably disappoint them. Well, it's good to think about the dungeon, but we must prepare for winter first. We'll only go to the dungeon after it's over. I haven't forgotten that I need to visit the dungeons of the Lamias and Titans. I want to see the Grok of the East dungeon too. Since we have the universal ship, it will be easier to move around. By the way, Ancestor-san looks troubled ever since the story about the coastal dungeon spread. What's wrong? Do you still have a hangover? No, that's not it. Then what? I'm not really sure about this, but that dungeon, I might be the one who made it. Has the search ended even before it begins? Chapter 591. Winter and Homecoming. When the banquet was over, Ancestor-san tried his best to squeeze memories about the dungeon. After 3 days of thinking, he concluded that he indeed made that dungeon. However, it seems like no matter how much he thinks of it, he can't remember any detail. He can't even recall what kind of dungeon it is. Is that good news? No, Lou and Flora said that it's definitely bad news and warned everyone about the danger of the coastal dungeon. As for me, I don't think Ancestor-san will set something dangerous given his personality. He's only like that now, but during the old times, he's incredibly cruel. Reginleif, who has known Ancestor-san since ancient times, confirmed how dangerous the coastal dungeon is. By the way, how cruel is he? When I asked Reginleif, Ancestor-san got in the way. Sorry. In any case, challenging the coastal dungeon is still something we'll do later on. For now, we have to do our best to prepare for winter. Thus, I brought the dregs of the grapes from making wine to the ranch area. The goats and sheeps love to eat it. How much do they like it? The goats behave when there's pumice. Isn't that great? However, since the dwarves are working hard to make alcohol even from pumice, I can't give them all. Only half. That will be enough since it will still be a considerable amount. Looking at the goats and sheeps eating pumice, I found out that their fur has changed to their winter fur. It looks warm. The Kuros and Fenrirs have winter furs too, but there's no obvious change. You'll only notice if you look closely. Ah, a Fenrir is appealing to me to take a good look at it. Ha ha ha, you're cute. How about the Orthros Oru? Will it grow winter fur too? At this time, it should be with the cows. Its hair is, yeah, I'm not sure. It's a puppy so its hair is short. I also haven't observed it that much. Perhaps because she's about to hibernate, Zabutin gives instructions to her spiderlings who won't hibernate. She particularly gave red armor and white armor detailed instructions. As the gatekeeper of the mansion, it seems like Zabutin is expecting a lot from those two. The two felt it too, so they responded with enthusiasm. Cool. Zabutin also instructed the Arachne Arako. You don't have to tell her that much. I'm sure Arako can do things properly. Arako is careless too? Arako looks embarrassed, so is that so? I didn't know. Ma, everyone fails from time to time. The important thing is not to repeat the same mistakes. I intended to say something cool, but I stabbed myself. I'm the one who failed a lot of times. HNN. Zabutin gave me some clothes. Thanks, I know, I will wear them this winter. I also have a present for you before you hibernate. Ursa's statue that I personally carved. Instead of the usual brave Ursa, I carved a gentle Ursa. Though I think I beautified it to an exaggerating level. I don't know how Zabutin hibernates, so I tried to carve something small so that it won't get in her way. It's about 15 cm. Is this okay? Ah, it looks like it's fine since she looks happy. I know. When Ursa and the others return, I'll tell them about you. I'll have them stay in the village until you wake up, though they will go to school again after. By the way, my wives, including Lou, suspected me of having an affair when they saw me carving Ursa's statue. When they found out that it is Ursa I'm carving, they requested me to carve Alfred and Tysel, so their statues are being carved now. Winter came and it got cold. We're done doing things outdoors, so there's no problem. When I look around the mansion, the Orthros Oru loses to the cold and is trapped in the kotatsu. It's still small. I wonder if it can't keep its body temperature. The cows came to see Oru and were relieved when they saw Oru being kept warm. Were you worried that it would go to the ranch area regardless of the cold weather? Ha ha ha, it jumped out once. Then came back immediately. I laughed when it complained to Gurond, saying the outside was strange. Ah, I can't let the cows stay outside too. Go back to your barn. It's warm there. I don't mind if you want to go to the hot spring too, but you must be accompanied by a villager. If you enter the hot spring at the wrong time, you might not be able to get out. If you're accompanied by someone, that person will do something using magic. You've spent winter so many times, so you should know how things work. Yeah, I know, but there's always at least one incident like that per year, right? Ah, that's the goats. If you say so, HNN, you're happy I'm worried about you? Good. Brought by Beazle, Alfred returned. Of course there are Ursa, Tysel, Gall, Syl, and Bron too. Everyone grew up. There's also a girl I don't know, Ursa's friend. Is that so? Nice to meet you. Ursa. This friend of yours suddenly talked about being an assassin. Is she okay? And her specialty is also attacking the enemy's vital. Ma, she's around the age where she'll say things like that. I shouldn't think that the person I met for the first time is a weirdo. What to do? When I was a bit troubled on how to deal with her, Ursa's friend held her knee and began to cry. What happened? Ursa, let her rest in your room for now. I'll leave Ursa's friend to Ursa. Alfred, Tysel, welcome home. Let me hear what you've done so far, that's a lot. Let's talk about the details later. You've grown up. Lou and Tyr are waiting, so I'd like to shorten the greetings, but there's something I have to ask. Where are Asa, Earth, and Metora? Working in the capital, wasn't their job to take care of the three of you? They're working there now because they need to take care of you? Then I won't scold them, I'll just give them more work. Sorry, I won't. Now go to Lou and Tyr. Now Gall, Syl, and Bron. I have taken full control of the Gagorok territory. I can mobilize 700 elite heavy soldiers at any time. Gall made a fair salute. I have taken full control of the Shiban territory. I can mobilize 2,000 light soldiers. Syl also made a fair salute, but his salute is from another region, so it's slightly different from Gall's. I have gathered the villages of multi-arms race scattered in Bargo territory. I can mobilize 112 multi-armed warriors. Bron's salute is completely different, and the three of them seem to be waiting for something. Their eyes were twinkling while they were saluting. 8. Thanks for your hard work, you are amazing. I responded according to the cheat sheet the civil servant girl Rashashi made for me. Then, the three of them responded at the same time. When you invade the Demon King's kingdom, we'll take the lead. I will not invade. Also, Beezle is here, so don't say weird stuff. Beezle, I apologize. They should have grown, but it looks like they're still children. Or so I'm trying to explain to Beezle, but he stood up beside Braun and saluted. Chrome territory has 176,000 soldiers. They are at your disposal. Hearing Beezle's words, the three look frustrated, so it's a joke, right? I think he went with the flow to joke around the three. As expected of Beezle. The Demon King's kingdom, the first to the 7th army with total soldiers of. Tysel was trying to say something, but Tear blocked her mouth. Yeah, I didn't hear it. I won't mind anything I didn't hear. Anyway, Ada. Welcome home, chapter 592. Yoru's new weapon. Ursa, who has returned from the school in the capital, is being spoiled by the pregnant Hakuren. That's not it. Ursa is taking care of Hakuren. That's good, but she'll give birth at the end of winter, which is a little further away. By the way, Rasudi will give birth around early spring. Alfred and Tysel are talking with other children. They are telling them about the events in school. Ah, it's not just the children, but the Kuros and Spiderlings are also listening. It looks like a lecture now. The Orthros Oru is wary of Alfred and Tysel. It's probably because it is not familiar with them. It's standing not far from Gurond. Gaul, Sil, and Braun are talking and laughing with the late Demon King. Joking aside, I apologize to the Demon King. I don't want him to misunderstand since the three said something strange. The Demon King just laughed at my apology and told me not to mind it. And then, he said something to Gaul, Sil, Braun, and Beezle. Can this Demon King be defeated with such degree of war potential? The Demon King made a smug expression. I see, he's saying that he doesn't care about that much difference in number. Demon King is amazing. If only he didn't get in the way when Gaul and the others tried to get Dor's support. When I listened to their story about Gagorok, Shaiban, and Bargo territory, it seems like even before the incident, rebellion was already likely to take place. I thought they should be fine now, since the three already resolved the rebellion, but it seems like they are acting as governors of those messy territories. Etho, first of all, can you not go to dangerous places like those? You'll make me worry. Also, do the three of you have the qualification to be governors? The Demon King's kingdom is all about power. Rather than anyone else, it will be better if the three of them, who crushed the rebellion, to stay there to prevent future problems. But are the three of you okay with? You received certain rewards, so you're fine with it. If you don't like what you're doing, you better say it properly. Ma, the three of them are already fine adults, and they're even married too. I will be rude if I say more. You don't have to hold back coming home anytime. However, Demon King, do you think it's fine for the Demon King to play baseball while the three of them are working? You're not playing. Though it is also your hobby, it can also be called a proper job. There are team members who have ties to human countries, so it is good to keep them in touch while playing baseball. Why don't you just call them out directly? It's job-related after all. If you use that method, the effect will be the opposite. I'm not that convinced, but there's a possibility. Got it. Baseball is both a hobby and a job. I didn't doubt your love for baseball. Are. During winter, I don't want to go out, but I can't afford to not go out. There are a lot of things to do, like taking care of the shrine, collecting chicken eggs, and cleaning the barns. And there's also gathering slimes we missed too. Slimes usually evacuate to a warm place before it gets cold, but those who are too late to do that will freeze. That's not life-threatening even if they froze until spring, but we need them in the mansion. The village can stay clean and beautiful because there are smiles. When I looked up at the sky, the flaming phoenix chick Aegis was flying. Quite daring. Eagle is flying a little behind Aegis. They look cool. I waved my hand to the two of them. They greeted back and left. I'm heading towards the forest. I'm going to gather wood for Yoru's new trebuchet. The truth is, I had already prepared a certain amount of timber before winter, but it was used by the mountain elves. That gave me two choices. Wait until spring to make a new trebuchet, or go to the forest before it is fully covered by snow. According to my mood, I should wait until winter, but according to the report, Yoru did her best to protect the hot spring. Thus, I came to the forest. Around me are my Kuro guards. I know, it's cold, so I'll finish this quickly. I select a tree by thinking about the parts of the trebuchet and cut it using the aft. Thinking about the mountain elves, I guess it would be better if I secure more. While working, 5 mountain elves came to help. Together with them are Alfred, Ursa, and Tysel. It's cold, so you should have stayed at the mansion. It's been a long time since you helped me with my job, so you want to take this chance to help me? I don't really mind. Then, can you carry that little one over there? That rabbit. Yeah, it attacked me. As for the mountain elves, you bring that boar back. Even if we're close to the village, it's still dangerous. By the way, Ursa, is your friend okay? The spiderlings are watching over her. Then, she's safe. She might have panicked from shyness before, so I'll try greeting her again later. Also, can you ask her if she has anything she wants to eat? She's your friend, so we should treat her well. Alfred and Tysel can bring your friends back too. You tried, but they refused. They're probably shy. Let's hope Ursa's friend can convince your friends to come to our place later. Ah, we're being too relaxed. It's getting cold. Let's head back. I tied the cut trees with a rope, transformed the aft to a hook, and dragged them. After working outside, it's time for a bath. It's still noon, but we have to warm our cool bodies. I invited Alfred to join me, but he refused. I guess he's at that age. I will not force you. Alfred entered a bath different from mine. Ursa and Tysel would be with the mountain elves. My companions are the Kuros who came with me. Okay. HNN. Ah, there's a slime frozen outside. Let's get it here. Good. By the way, didn't you freeze last year too? No, that's someone else. I hope so, but you shouldn't be too careless. When I get out of the bath, I head to the workshop. I have to process the trees earlier and turn them into a trebuchet. Normally, freshly cut trees can't be used unless they are dried for half a year to several years, but thanks to the aft, they can be used immediately after cutting. I'm not taking this for granted. Thank you, God. With the help of the mountain elves, the trebuchet was completed in no time. This isn't a trebuchet, isn't it? Ballista, a big bow with wheels for movement. No, it's like a big bow mounted on a pedestal with wheels. You don't want to waste the wood I gathered, so you built this instead. The auto reloads and fire functions are excellent. However, have you forgotten that we're making a trebuchet for Yoru? You made it like this because it is Yoru? Is that so? When we brought the ballista to Yoru, she was delighted. No, as long as you're happy, everything's good. Ah, you want more arrows? Got it. Currently, there are about 50. Additional arrows will make you work hard this winter. Just the arrows alone, it is obvious how a ballista is less cost-effective than a trebuchet. They are of the same category, so they can be compared. As for the hot springs defense, the ballista should be better. No, I'm sure of it. In any case, be careful not to misfire. Thus, the hot spring area now is equipped with a ballista. Even though it is winter, Yoru is practicing hard. Don't overdo it. The arrows are durable, so you want to make full use of them. Okay. Then, I better hide the ballista I remodeled. There's a lot of surplus material for the trebuchet, so I built another. Unintentionally. Chapter 593. Civil War. Caution, we're just playing Snowball fight. How's the war going? Upon hearing the Demon King's question, Ursa answers. The enemy divides into 3 and advances south. We have equal strength, so we don't know who's winning or losing. I see, dividing into 3 is his favorite. It's an assisting each other style, which Glatz is good at. Good at assisting. It's a strategy where if one of the 3 is losing, the other will assist. Will that work? All 3 of those will be attacking like they are the main force, which will make their opponents confused. In addition, it will be annoying to think where to defend. As for its weakness, everything will be dependent on the commander of each army, but Glatz is also good at selecting field commanders. As expected of Uncle Glatz. So what's the plan? The best strategy in attacks like this is gathering all scattered forces and concentrate on breaking off the 3. After that, we will be unimpeded to attack the enemy headquarters, however. You think Uncle Glatz is waiting for you to do that? Yes. That's why we're going to make this a war of attrition. Time is on our side. Understood. Our center, Uncle Beazle, will stay as it is. Tysel is on the left and Alfred is on the right. The enemy will surely provoke them. Just tell them not to let the enemy break through. Leave it to me. Uncle Demon King, this is bad. Tysel's golem has been defeated. What? It seems like the Titans have attacked it in a group. They toppled it. Are they already charging here? Ado, it looks like they are going behind Uncle Beazle in the center. Uncle Beazle, he should run away. He'll get surrounded if it stays like this. Send the forces of the headquarters. We'll reverse siege those besieging from behind. How's Alfred? He was upset when he was that Tysel's golem was defeated. He's being pushed back. However, the two former 4 heavenly kings are supporting him. Good, as long as those two are still alive, we won't have any problem on his side. Let's go. There's a flag signal from Uncle Beazle. We, from Second Fort, never surrender. Long live Demon King Sama. Ka Beazle. Uncle Demon King, what are we going to do? I want to charge now, but that would be unbecoming of a Demon King. I can't go. Depending on the situation, I might go down to the 3rd fort. Tell Alfred to be ready. Affirmative. Don't be so gloomy. We haven't lost yet. The Demon King will not give up and fight to the very end. And I should tell you that this Demon King will have the last laugh. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. In the open space south of the village, a grand snowball fight is taking place. The rules are simple. The only thing you can use to attack an enemy is snow. In other words, even if you were hit with snowballs, if you can still fight, you can still fight. It's a snowball fight where you must hit each other with snowballs until one party gives up. I politely declined to participate, and I realized how correct my decision was under the cold sky. Though you can only attack with snowballs, magic isn't prohibited. In other words, it's okay to use fire magic for defense. Direct attacks by summon golems are prohibited, but it's okay to have golems throw snowballs. On the contrary, golem can be attacked with anything including snow. It looks like golems are treated as magic. When Tysel's gigantic golem was summoned, I thought it would turn into a one-sided battle, but I was surprised when I saw the Titans uniting and taking it down. When the golem was defeated, Tysel had no choice but to escape, however. She was defeated by the sky attack of Malbit and Reginleif. I also thought that Beazle voluntarily sealed his teleportation magic, but I guess not. He teleported behind the enemy commander, Glatz, at the last minute to take care of him, but failed. It looks like he already anticipated Beazle's move. The place where Beazle teleported at is basically a pitfall. And Beazle, who teleported directly on top of it, was buried just like that. Is he okay? Alfred is fighting side by side with the two former 4 heavenly kings. The two former 4 heavenly kings are usually in Village 5, but they were called by the Demon King to participate in the snowball fight. At first, they were dissatisfied, but for some reason, when Alfred called them Grandpa, they became immediately cooperative and are working hard too. They're amazing. They used fire magic to block the snowball attacks of Ruintia and Razmaria. In addition, they counterattacked the two with big snowballs. This is a good match. HNN, there's a loud cheer. When I checked out why, I found the Phoenix Chick Aegis flying while melting snow. It's destroying the snow forts of the Demon Kings, forces one after another. A big snowball flies towards Aegis. It seems like it is a snowball attack from the trebuchet at the end of the Demon King's army. Yoru's attack was fairly accurate, but Aegis evaded it then retreated. That time, Gaul, Syl, and Braun run along the path Aegis had built. They lunge attack with big chunks of snow. Aren't they cold? By the way, this snowball fight, there's no prize for winning. All you get is honor. Anyway, I think Glatz is doing great, but why is he so serious? He's commanding so seriously that I can even hear his command from a distance. That's because I added a little situation. That was Ancestor-san. What situation? The Demon King forcibly kidnapped his wife. With that situation, even if his opponent is the Demon King, he won't hold back. I see. Go advance, attack, absolutely slaughter the Demon King. I finally know why Glatz is full of fighting spirit. The snowball fight ended when the Demon King was killed. Though Ursa did great, she wasn't able to do much. Alfred was the only one left on the Demon King's side. Amazing. For the time being, your body should be cold, so take a bath or go to the hot spring. This snowball fight also has audiences like me. Excuse me, Ancestor-san, can you teleport everyone? Tysel's already left when she lost. HNN, what's wrong, Ursa? Pork soup? Yeah, I was supposed to serve them to you after the battle, but it lasted until sundown. We'll just serve it at dinner. Anne's group has also prepared several things, so you just need to go to the hot spring. It looks like Glatt's way of warming up is reporting Renana his victory. Just go to the hot spring together. Though there's snow piled up, it was a lively day. Chapter 594. Tiger. Stealing is not good. I'm telling you, this is something you shouldn't do. If you want it, just say it directly. I'm currently staring at the thief. A Nico meal. In fact, it's not only meal but also Rail, Yule, and Gale. However, among the thieves, only Meal was left. As for why, it's because she failed to escape. Meal tried to escape like the others but was unable to do so. The fish she's carrying was too big, result of being too greedy. As for the fish she took, it's still in her mouth. She's trying to open her mouth to let it go, but it looks like it's stuck on her mouth. Don't laugh, this is an infuriating scene. Or so I tried, but when Meal pitifully asked for help, I wasn't able to hold it back. It can't be helped. I'm worried about Meal, and the others also return the fish they stole, so I'll remove the fish from her mouth. I'll take it off, but it doesn't mean I've forgiven you. All 4 of you are grounded. Yeah, don't try to draw my sympathy with your little acting. Demon King, don't participate in their acting. Also, Demon King. What's with that big tiger behind you? This is the first time I've seen it. Is it your subordinate? No, a normal tiger. It was given to you by a local noble when he heard rumors that you're obsessed with cats. That's a tiger, not a cat. The noble also thought it was a cat when he gave it to you. It was small when it was gifted to you, but when it grew up, it became a big tiger. The noble who gifted it to you was also surprised. Then, did you bring it here to brag? No. You want me to raise it here in this village? This is not a zoo. Where did you get the idea of leaving animals in this village in the first place? Ma, by the way, does this tiger bites? Does it rampage? Can I touch it? I can. Is it obedient? It sounds like a cat with a big body. When I tried to pat the tiger, Meal and the others interfered. If I want to touch it, I should touch you first. You guys only let me touch you when you're in a good mood. Don't be jealous of a newcomer. However, if I don't pat Meal and the others, they will sulk for a long time. I know, just your back and not your stomach. The base of your tail, are you going to let me today? Good. However, you should understand that I won't change your ban on kotatsu. Don't look at me with shocked expressions. The fishes you stole are the fishes the Oni maids prepared for Alfred and the others. Yes, they personally caught them. In this cold winter season, even if I forgive you, Anne will not forgive you. You should reflect on your actions for a while. I'm glad that you understand, but why are you more afraid of Anne than me? Right, no one can't go against someone who prepares your daily food. After Meal and the others, I finally patted the tiger. Yeah, these stripes. I'm not familiar with what species, but this is definitely a tiger. However, it is not moving as if it is a figurine. Probably because it is nervous in an unfamiliar environment. Let's prepare a place for it to calm down. Ma, considering its size, will it be okay to use one of the vacant rooms in the mansion? It would be bad if it marks up the place of its smell. It's sunny outside. Free high elves and mountain elves assemble. In the ranch area, a tiger shed was made. I thought of something after making it. Will this tiger attack the ranch animals? Tigers are carnivorous, right? You will never do something like that? Fumu. That probably means that you won't attack the Kuros too, right? Okay, I'll trust you. If the food is not enough, just let us know. Then, try living in this tiger shed for a while. If you find something you want to improve, we'll do it. What happened? Don't you like the tiger shed? That's not it, you're lonely. It was decided that it will live in a room in my mansion until it gets used to this place. If you don't mark anything, I would be delighted. When I was thinking that the tiger shed that we just built would be useless until spring, the goats occupied it. But you have your own shed, right? What? You like newly built ones better. Only until spring. Don't get it dirty too much. A few days have passed, but the tiger never came out of the room or moved by itself. I was worried that it wouldn't get used to this place, but then I saw a tiger sleeping with the Ainikos in the room. It looks like it's fine. The Ainikos are not using the tiger as a kotatsu substitute, are they? You're really getting along, right? Chapter 595. Holy Beast Sanjutsu. When the tiger moved around the mansion, it met the Orthros Oru with Gurand. After seeing the tiger, the Orthros Oru was stunned then, started running towards it while barking. Does it think it can win against the tiger? It's barking vigorously. Then, Meal suddenly appeared from the tiger's back. She's wondering why Oru was noisy. After Meal, Rail, Yule, and Gale also appeared. The four Nikos seemed to be sleeping on the tiger's back. Oruru stopped barking as soon as it saw them and made a sharp U-turn. As if bullied, it went back to Gurand. Gurand smiled wryly and stroked Oru's head, comforting it. She's too soft on it. And Tiger, sorry if that surprised you. Are you okay? It was Meal and the others who complained to me. Ma, it seems like you are getting along with the tiger. The tiger is under your protection? Okay, then take care of it. Ah, I know, I'll talk to Anne about lifting your kotatsu ban. The next person the tiger encountered after Oruru and Gurand was Yauko. Yauko observed the tiger as if she found something unusual. After thinking for a moment, she called Doors. Why Doors? And what are you whispering about? You're making me uneasy. Nothing, really. This is a normal tiger, right? They nodded together, so I believe them. No, then, why did Yauko even call Doors? Are you going to use the tiger for some sort of event? No. What's the secret behind this tiger? Tell me without hiding anything. This tiger seems to be a descendant of a holy beast. What is a holy beast? It is a beast that approaches godhood. There were many of them in the past, but now there are only 3 of them left. The monkey Sate, the elephant Gainshui, and the tiger Sanjutsu. Yauko explains that in the past, there were many holy beasts such as bear, cow, and horse. Speaking of which, is there no fox holy beast? The fox holy beast was recognized by God and became a god's familiar. I see. Speaking of god's familiar, Niz suddenly came to my mind. She should be a familiar of the serpent god. Does this mean that she was a holy beast? As I was thinking about it, Doors put his hand on my shoulder. When the fox holy beast became a god's familiar, she became a direct vassal of the god, but she ran away. Currently, she's the acting village chief of Village 5. That means, don't just say an old story. Yauko glares at Doors. In other words, Yauko is a former holy beast? Heth, I didn't know. I want to hear what's the difference between a god's familiar and a direct vassal and why she ran away, but let's get back to the main topic first. So, what are the descendants of the holy beast? Are they similar to Hito? No. The tiger holy beast is being worshipped in a human kingdom, but about 700 years ago, the tiger holy beast's cub was kidnapped by a human hero. Wasn't it being worshipped? Why did the hero kidnap the cub in the first place? Ah, it's a fake hero. I see. So, the kidnapped cub is missing. There is a big possibility that this tiger is a descendant of the tiger holy beast. Do you have any proof? The color of its eyes? Yeah, they are certainly beautiful, but I don't know how tigers' eyes look in the first place. So, what's the point? If this tiger is a descendant of a holy beast, is something wrong with that? Is there a problem? I see. Good. Meal's group has been staring at me anxiously since a while ago. The tiger can continue to live here. The next day, a big white tiger came before me. I think it is about 3-story tall. It should be the tiger holy beast, Sanjutsu. I told you there's no problem. HNN, ah, you are too polite. It gave me a silver fur bear that is about 3 meters big. It is meat and bones, so is this edible? It seems so. So why are you here? It's about the tiger that's currently residing in my house, right? Understood. By the way, are you okay? You're injured. This Sanjutsu before me is full of wounds. It seems like it had received an oracle from God a few months ago and has been traveling towards Village 5 since. It was not informed why it needs to go to Village 5, but when it heard from Yauko about its descendant, it became excited. It can no longer hold back itself when it passes through the teleportation gate with us. Without listening to Yauko's warning, it sprinted through Big Tree Dungeon and was captured by the Arachne Arako. It suffered an injury again. If Yauko didn't follow it immediately, things would have been dangerous. While receiving Flora's healing magic, Sanjutsu met the tiger. The high-tension Sanjutsu was delighted by the tiger, while the tiger was shocked, because it doesn't know what's happening. Meal and the others who are on the tiger's back reacted. You don't have to be intimidated. It didn't come to rob the tiger. Right? You want to take it home? Aito. It depends on the tiger's feelings. If the tiger wants to go, I will not stop it, but if the tiger says it wants to live here, I'll protect it with all my might. Ah, you never plan to take it back by force. Good. Since that is the case, Meal and the others stop casting magic. Sanjutsu did not resist and down. Flora, hurry up and heal it. Chapter 596. Sanjutsu. The tiger holy beast, Sanjutsu, is lying in one of the rooms of my mansion. Not injured. thanks to the leaves of the world tree. Sanjutsu itself refused, saying it's unnecessary, but I already allowed it, so it can no longer say no. Its life was not in danger, but it was seriously injured. Sorry. You should be careful around Meal and the others and forgive them too. When I said so as I apologized, Sanjutsu said it should be the one who should apologize. I was excited to meet the descendant of my son, who I thought had passed away, so I neglected what the cats feel. Please forgive me. Yeah, even though it looks like a big tiger, the way it does things is certainly of a holy beast. Since there's no point in having an apology battle, I accepted Sanjutsu's apology, which ended up with me apologizing again. Once again, the tiger and Sanjutsu met in one of the rooms of my mansion. There's only the tiger and Sanjutsu in that room. Meal and the others are outside the room. I did my best to separate them from the tiger. They're quite angry. However, Sanjutsu is a blood relative of the tiger. Sanjutsu is even delighted to know about the tiger. They can only accept it, and when they calmed down, have them let those two talk. Do you understand why I'm doing this? Okay, don't bite my hand. After the tiger and Sanjutsu discussed, the tiger wished to stay in the village. Sanjutsu seemed disappointed, but it looks like it won't take the tiger back by force. It asked me to take care of the tiger. Of course, leave it to me, and Sanjutsu named the tiger Saugetsu. It seems like that's the name of its kidnapped cub. It wants the tiger to take over and the tiger accepts it. I think it's a good name. It walked around the house with Meal and the others on its back. When it tried to go out, Meal and the others got mad because it's cold. The Oni Maid seemed to be fond of Saugetsu, so there shouldn't be any problem. The problem is that the Demon King is staring at Saugetsu. It's the eyes of jealousy for taking Meal and the others. The Ain Nikos are stuck with Saugetsu, but the kittens are still with him. It looks like they still prefer the Demon King. Ariel and the others are wandering around the Demon King's feet. It looks like they want to play. If the Demon King doesn't want to play with you, I will. The Demon King held the kittens and went in the room. He complained about Meal and the others to Ariel and the others. I think you should stop that. The cat's relationship must stay as it is. After staying for a few days in the village, Sanjutsu decided to stay in Village 5. It wants to say hello to Niz, the serpent god's oracle. I don't really care, but if you wander around as a gigantic tiger, it will cause an uproar. When I thought so, Sanjutsu transformed into a human, a white-haired old man. However, his back is not hunched, and his suit suits him well too. Since Yauko can transform into a human, it is not surprising for Sanjutsu to transform into a human too, right? However, I want to say that you should have met us in that form from the beginning. Sanjutsu says that after greeting Niz, he'll return straight to his hometown. I think it's a pity since we're still getting to know each other, but if you want to play, we'll welcome you. We had a simple farewell party and saw Sanjutsu off. He left immediately after. I thought he would at least enjoy sightseeing in Village 5 or enjoy meat and alcohol while greeting Niz. Is that how a holy beast is? Impressive. But how about buying a bunch of souvenirs in Village 5 on your way home? No, the stores in Village 5 would welcome him, but some stores are already running out of goods. The shortage of goods during winter has always been a problem since they cannot be replenished immediately. It seems like soy sauce and miso are particularly in red. Prices also began to soar due to the shortage. Even if I order the increase of production of soy sauce and miso, it will be impossible to feel immediate effect. Yauko is already holding her head. If prices continue to soar, it is very likely that the stockpiled soy sauce and miso of Village 5 will be sold. If that is the case, you shouldn't sell them to merchants and sell them directly to, that would be hard. It's the merchant's duty to sell them. It is the Lord's job to take care of the lives of the residents that are affected by the shortage. Yauko, good luck. Of course, I'll help. Even though I said that, the only thing I can do is to ask the Goron Company to take out their stock. The Goron Company's stock is too little. An old man bought them. Next time I see Sanjutsu, I'll complain. Chapter 597. Ursa's Friend. In Big Tree Village, there is someone who's obviously a guest, and that person is Ursa's friend. The Demon King and Doors group are not guests. They are either friends or relatives. Clearly not guests. If you are a guest, you'll hold back a lot. For example, a guest will never hide in a room and play with kittens nor hold a banquet for so long in the name of naming children. A guest will be more careful of me, the owner of this mansion, and even hold back a little more. I should cook for the banquet or make brushes for the kittens? Okay, I'll do those, I know. Meal and the others will be angry if I don't make their share too. I'll make one for Saugetsu too. As the Oni maids about the food of the banquet, have them eat mochi for the time being. Tell Donovan's group about the drinks. You're already familiar with each other, right? Let's return to the main topic. Ursa's friend is a normal girl. Though there's that embarrassing moment when she introduced herself as an assassin, but given her age, that's normal. Alfred had said things like those too. No, it's not just Alfred. Tysel and Nut are sometimes talking big too. Ursa doesn't say things like that. It would be better to not say things like that to people you meet for the first time. I think Alfred and the others are aware of that, but Ursa's friend is not. I thought she's a problematic girl, but during our second meeting, she greeted me properly. Maybe she's just too nervous during the first time. She said her special skill is vital point stab. After the greeting, Ursa's friend joined the children. It looks like she's more fond of Nut than Ursa. Probably because Ursa just left her friend alone immediately and got stuck with Hakurin. When Ursa's friend joined the Snowball fight, she played an active role in protecting the Demon King. The Demon King praised her too, but Ursa's friend at that time had a gloomy face. Maybe it's because of the result of the battle. Ursa's friend seems to like baths. She took bath many times a day. However, she's not fond of the hot spring. Ursa took her to the hot spring, but she's shivering when they came back. I also heard that she did not soak in the hot spring. That's what I read from the worry message I got from the Ghost Knights. Does she have a bad memory about hot springs? No, I feel like she's happy before they went there. It's a mystery. Ursa's friend eats breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I thought she'll be confused with the concept of lunch, but it seems like she already knows about it because Ursa and the others recommend everyone to have lunch at school. I'm not sure if she likes it or dislikes it, but she eats neatly. Though her eating speed is pretty fast. Is it because she never had an opportunity to eat a lot? No, it looks like she's eating only fast because there's a lot to eat. You don't have to finish everything at the same time as everyone, so take your time. Ursa's friend can't go to the forest. It's because Alfred and Ursa stop her. That's also the reason why Ursa's friend is learning sword art from Gulf and Daga along with Nut and the others. She has a long way to go, but she has good muscles. Pirika even praised her, though she had a gloomy expression even though she was praised. Was it because Pirika, who praised her, lost to Gulf and Daga? Even if she can't win against Gulf or Daga, it looks like she understands that Pirika's ability is quite high. HNN? I won't participate, I'm weak. No, you don't have to look at me with that kind of expression. Night. Ursa's friend often goes to cells. The Holy Maiden should have just returned from Village 5 to Big Tree Village these times. Cells seems to be a little annoyed since her daily work should have ended already, but she's not driving her out. When these two met for the first time, they suddenly fought each other. Ursa's friend is a short sword dual wielder. Cells fought with her bare hands. I thought Cells was in danger, but when Ursa's friend swung her sword towards her, Cells evaded and attacked Ursa's friend's flank with a left hook. Thrice. When Ursa's friend was sluggish, Cells gave her body a right straight. It looks like she's targeting her stomach from the start. The end, I didn't even have the chance to stop them. After that, the two of them had a good relationship. What's with that battle? By the way, I was the one who cleaned the gastric-juiced floor. Since Ursa's friend is a guest, we lent her a room in my mansion. At first, I recommended her to stay at the inn, but Alfred said that it would be hard for Ursa to meet her because it is cold outside. I don't oppose that. However, why is she sleeping under the bed and not on the bed? I heard that from the reports of the Kuros and Spiderlings, but I can't do anything about that. It will be a problem if I say something like sleeping on bed to her. I just had a carpet laid on the floor so that she wouldn't feel too cold. It might be her lifestyle, and I won't say anything about it. When Sanjutsu went to the village, Ursa's friend saw him. She was so surprised that she opened her mouth really big. I even laughed a little. Sanjutsu is around 3-story tall. It's not abnormal for her to be surprised. However, since he can change his size freely, he should have come in a normal tiger size. No, it would be best if he comes in his human form. It looks like he's in human form until he comes to Village 5. He only transformed to that size because he's in serious mode when he broke through Big Tree Dungeon. Yauko is also around that big, so that might be the default size of holy beasts. By the way, the souvenirs that Sanjutsu purchased in Village 5 are transported by merchants. It seems like it costs a lot of money, but do holy beasts own money? Ah, Sanjutsu has a big business in his hometown. Heh. Given that transaction, there's a possibility that he'll buy regularly from now on in order to form a connection to this place. It was Yauko who told me that. Then, let's think of a plan to increase the production of soy sauce and miso. There are others aside from those? Spices? It looks like he ate a lot of meat from Niz's alchemy, so he eyed for those too. Ursa's friend seems to be interested in art. She's looking at my sculptures seriously. I don't feel bad. When it comes to the statues of gods, Ancestor-san even explains them to her. I thought she'll find him annoying, but it looks like she's fine with him. The Spiderlings want to brag about Zabuton too, so they want to show her Zabuton's statue. HNN, the Kuro's too. Ah, you want to show her Kuro and Yuki's statues. I don't mind, let's show her. Are, where's Ursa's friend? Ah, there she is. Did she drop something under the table? Thinking about her sleeping habit, does she like floor that much? Ursa's friend is a weirdo. Chapter 598. E3. My name is E3, E3 11-8, human Desu. As an assassin, I was trained by my organization from the age of 5. I'm currently 16 years old. I think I've learned a lot of assassination techniques. However, I have never used any of them yet. It seems like there are items that react to assassins, so it's a countermeasure. In other words, I'm an assassin created to kill one person. Though my target has yet to be determined, it would be great if they decide soon. I don't have any motivation after all. It was decided that I'll infiltrate the Gulgald Noble Academy at the Demon King's kingdom capital. It's in the middle of the enemy territory. Did the instructor find out that I made fun of his hair? No way. I, who has the highest level assassination skill in the organization, won't be disposed of just because of personal grudge. I believe in the organization. I don't think this is an exile or a demotion. Yeah, I really don't think so. Now, even though I say I'm infiltrating the school, I only need to enroll normally. Thinking about my purpose, I only need to live as a normal student. As for some troublesome points, I'm a human, but it would be fine if I enroll as a daughter of a human merchant. Let's go and meet the local operatives of the organization. The agents of the organization in the royal capital of the Demon King's kingdom are 7, but it has now come down to 3. It seems like there's a crackdown in the royal capital, and it's really severe compared to the crackdowns before. The main mission of the agents of the organization in the royal capital is to gather information and support assassins like us, so they shouldn't be caught in the first place. Ah, they were doing evil deeds to earn pocket money. Dumbasses. I had doubts about the quality of the agents, but it seems that the agents that were not caught are fine because they are doing their jobs properly. Even so, more than half of them were caught. Let's stop talking about it. Is my admission okay? Okay, I'll believe in you. So I'll be enrolling as a merchant's daughter. Not as a merchant's daughter. They'll check my details. Why are they on such a high alert? Is it because that's the normal identity of a spy? I'll praise the Demon King's kingdom's meticulousness. Let's not use the merchant's daughter and use another one. I enrolled at the Gulgald Noble Academy using the identity of a daughter of a vassal of a noble. In this world, you can do what you want as long as you have money. Anything. I thought I would stand out at first, but it was a useless worry. There were 3 students who stood out more than me. They look like normal children. Should I gather information about them for the time being? It's my job to live as a normal student, but it is also important to prepare things so that I can move immediately as soon as I receive instructions from the organization. Look at how excellent I am. The standing out students were targeted by assassins. It seems like the organization I belong to also cooperated. I heard that a familiar senior of mine did his best. Unfortunately, they failed. If I can speak with him, I'm sure he'll be surprised. Even if I give my best, I can't win against those children. Doing something against them is impossible. There are things that humans can do and can't do. He's free to have hopes and dreams, but don't involve me in it. Yeah, I decided to distance myself from those prominent students. Don't approach them. Don't even gather any info about them. If the organization asked me to target those students, I'm prepared to betray the organization. That's it. I know that it is useless to report about them, but I still did so properly. I have to make the organization think carefully about it. Korra. I was surprised by an angry voice, and when I looked back, all I saw was the sole of someone's shoe. It seems like someone drop-kicked my face. That made me roll 3 times to a nearby wall. What are you doing? Don't, it was a great experience for me, but it's painful. I won't forgive you. In front of me was one of the prominent students. Her name is Ursa. She pointed something on the table. When I looked at it, I saw the tableware I'm using until a moment ago. We're currently at the school's cafeteria. It's not unusual to find me here. I put the bill for my food and even put out the sign that it can be cleaned up. I don't remember anything I did that will offend her, but I'm not someone gentle that will just let herself be beaten up one-sidedly. Isn't it terrible to suddenly attack someone? I decided to get close to her a little and hit her with my hidden weapon. Who's behind me? When I looked back at the source of intense bloodlust, I saw one of the prominent students standing up. It was Alfred. He's in rage for some reason, and his rage is directed at me. What is it that he doesn't like about me? Alfred pointed at my tableware, but I can't guess what he's trying to say. You left carrots behind. Are you trying to get killed? For Ursa and Alfred, leaving something on your plate, not limited to carrots, is asking for death. They are not only following it themselves, but they also make others follow that belief. I'm not the only person that experienced that. There are many others. How cruel are they to impose their own beliefs on others, though that's not something an assassin like me can say. In any case, I won't forget how I was strangled and how they thrust those carrots I hate in my mouth. One day, I'll get my revenge. No, I understand that it is impossible to happen in terms of ability, but I have a human heart. I also have that desire for revenge. I'll do my best. I'm sure I have decided not to approach them, but for some reason, I'm currently part of Ursa, Alfred, and Tysel's group. Why? It's because she took a liking to me. I wonder what she likes about me, but I want to avoid standing out, so I just went with the flow. Yeah, farming is fun. Phew, they've grown quite well. It is time to harvest them. Ursa-san, how many people will have dinner today? Uncle Glatz is coming today, so there will be 200. Got it. The eggplants I'm in charge of are now ready to eat. It tastes so good that I'm even terrified. I've lived my life like that until before winter. I'm kind of lonely that I can no longer farm. And what should I do this winter? The school is still open, but most students will return to their parents' homes. I can do anything at school, but there will be too few students remaining, so I'll stand out. I should also consider what the normal daughter of the parent I got using money will do. If I want to live in their house, they'll surely reject me. Ma, let's just live as an adventurer. I can't. I'll stand out. How about asking Menek-san, the one in charge of the ranch, if I can help him during this winter? Not a bad plan. I have helped the ranch several times already, and Menek-san always says that there's a shortage of manpower. Everything will be all right. Let's talk to him tomorrow. If you think of something, you should act immediately. I forgot that basic knowledge. Before I met Menek-san, I met Ursa-san. No, she found me. It was decided that we'll go to Ursa's parents' house. Chapter 599. E3 to the village. I'm a special assassin that is trained to kill only one person. I don't have a target yet, but I have information on key people who are likely to be my target. Demon King's Kingdom Demon King Gulgold. User of teleportation magic, the key person for diplomacy, Count Chrome. The undefeated strategist, General Britoa. The ruler of finance, Lady Leg. The 4 heavenly kings that support the internal affairs of the kingdom with one hand, Randon. I'm familiar with them because they are the foundation that supports the whole Demon King's kingdom, but I never thought I'd greet them. For some reason, they came to see Ursa-san and the others. Now, I'm confident that I can do it when the instruction to eliminate a target comes. The other parties are superior in terms of ability, but they are eating the dishes I made. Phew, I mean. I won't poison them. I can't make my eggplants play the role of villains. If I were to kill anyone, I'd stab him from behind. Ma, that's only if I get instructions. However, I never received anything. I even lost contact with the organization recently as if something happened. I don't mind losing contact, but how will I report from now on? Now, The day when I'll go to Ursa-san's parents' house has arrived. I've experienced the teleportation magic of Count Chrome. It is terrific. Even though we're just a small group, we can be carried anywhere without anyone noting. Very assassin-like. It's also easy to kidnap someone. I want it. I also want to be someone who can use teleportation magic. While thinking of that, I looked at Ursa-san's home, their village. This village seems to be crowded. What's that? There's a luxurious mansion that doesn't suit a village like this. Demon King's, excuse me, is that Demon King-sama's villa? No, that's Ursa-san's house. As soon as we arrived at the mansion, I fainted for some reason. Why? Ah, the bath feels good. I'm glad I've prepared a lot of clothes per Count Chrome's advice. After taking a bath. Now, I'm a special assassin that is trained to kill only one person. I don't have a target yet, but I have information on key people who are likely to be my target. Other than that, I also have information about important people in my head. Blood-sucking Princess Lulushi Lu. She's the vampire that all human countries marked as be cautious of Dessous. Originally, she's the target of assassination, but she has the best medical knowledge in the world, so no one would dare do anything to her. And it's not like she can be assassinated. Probably. Then, Lulushi, excuse me, Lulushi-sama is Alfred Kun's mother, I see. Can a vampire even bear a child? No, what a stupid question. There's an actual example before me. I feel like the vampire's biology is crumbling, but I shouldn't mind it. What's important is the information that the blood-sucking princess has a son. I've never heard of it. The blood-sucking princess will surely not advertise it, but it is a must-know information. What were the intelligence agencies of all countries doing? Ma, I've been at the school with Alfred Kun for half a year, but I didn't get that info either. Let's not talk about that topic. Next to Sue, the Heavenly Wings Shrine Maiden Malbit, the Angel's Vice Chief Ruinsha, the Angel Extremist Oruru, the Angel of Annihilation Tyr, the three Angels of Holocaust, Gran Maria, Kudal, and Koron. Aren't they all important people of the Angels? Am I at Garrett Kingdom? That doesn't seem to be the case to Sue. Ah, Tyr-sama is Taisel-san's mother Desuni. Are you saying that Taisel-san is an angel? I've never seen her fly. No, I didn't say anything. Ado, I have never heard that the Angel of Annihilation Tyr has a daughter. It might be because it is top secret since it is related to the Angel of Annihilation Desuyo. What were the intelligence agencies of all countries doing? How can they not report something like this to Sue? I have to report this. That's what I thought. However, aren't the blood-sucking princess and the Angel of Annihilation supposed to be eternal rivals? Aren't they too close? You're both living in his mansion. Both of you chose the same man as your husband. I see. I'm sorry. It took me some time to understand. The blood-sucking princes and the Angel of Annihilation are the most be cautious of targets of all human countries. They both gave birth to a child, and they chose the same man as their husband. I'm sorry, I don't understand anything at all, Dessous. Let's put that topic aside. Given what's happened so far, Ursa's mother should be a big shot too, right? She's pregnant. Dragon, please stop joking. Yes, I can see dragons rampaging outside the window with my own eyes, but my brain refused to process it. I didn't see it, I didn't hear it. Perhaps if I reported about the blood-sucking princess and the Angel of Annihilation, no one would believe me. I'll probably be laughed at and even be demoted for sending classified misinformation. Thus, I won't report. My evaluation is important too. By the way, who's the angel that's writing a chronicle over there? She's not an unknown person, is she? Ah, you're an elder of the angels? Rijinleif Sama. I feel like I've read her name in an ancient document. The one she's bowing at is Ursa-san, Ard-kun, and Taisel-san's father. He's normal. Why did the blood-sucking princess, the Angel of Annihilation, and a dragon choose him to be their husband? He's not strong and full of openings. I can kill him any time I want. Are, am I experiencing death? What's happening? Two big wolves with horns on their foreheads are next to Ursa-san's father. It looks like they are serving Ursa-san's father and they are looking straight at me. I know those eyes. The eyes of a super strong individual that can kill me anytime, Dessous. Stop. I shouldn't have looked at Ursa-san's father with these kinds of eyes. I failed, I must reflect, but I should surrender first. I'm E3 11-8. I'm an assassin of the Goruzin Kingdom's intelligence department. I revealed everything and fainted. Yeah, I can no longer take the feeling of a spear piercing my chest. I've reached my limit, Desu. Why did I expose myself? If I don't do something with my offense, I'll die, right? Chapter 600. E3, hang in there. The first thing I did when I woke up was to check if I'm still alive, Desu. I was not killed. I don't know what the other party is planning, but I'm thankful, Desu. The bed is fluffy and comfortable, Desu. My line of sight is at the beam of the ceiling. That's a spider, Desu ni. A palm-sized spider, Desu. And that spider is not an ordinary spider. I don't know what kind, but I'm sure it's a monster, Desu, and it has considerable fighting power. I can't win against it. Even the instructor who trained me can't beat it. Then, I passed out. When I wake up, the monster spider is already in front of me. Is this hell? I passed out once again. There is no salvation if I just keep on fainting. That, I understand. Is this spider threatening me by raising one of its legs? Phew, I'm already used to it. I will no longer be frightened by that kind of act. When I tried to get out of the bed, I saw a lot of spiders surrounding my bed. I quietly lay my body on the bed and fainted to sleep. Can I get out of this hell? I managed to overcome it and escape under the bed after fainting several times. I was dragged out by the maid-san immediately after and was forced to change clothes. It shouldn't be a problem since I'll get back under the bed again after this. Sorry, you even have to wash my underwear. By the way, maid-san, can you do something about the spiders around? No, it's not like I hate spiders or anything. Can you? Thank you very much, thank you very much. Do you know this? An inferno wolf is a demon beast. It is a great demon beast that can destroy an entire city alone, Desu. It is no longer under the category of a demon beast, but a disaster. A disaster like that has been coming to my room alternately with the spiders. I can't leave under the bed. A familiar face made me calm down a little. Taisel-san came to see how I'm doing since I'm not coming out of my room. Your wings are out in your parents' house, Desuni. I finally confirmed with my own eyes that you're really an angel. I should greet your father again. He wants to hear my normal greeting. What do you mean? He probably wants to confirm that I'm not hostile after saying that I'm from an intelligence department. Right, okay, I'll do it. Let me greet him again. But can you lead me to the bath first? Yeah, humans are versatile creatures, but they are not accustomed to dirt. We'll get sick. Also, I'd be happy if you could tell the inferno wolf, who has been checking on me, to stay in this room. There's no point in doing that. What do you mean? I see. There are inferno wolves everywhere in this mansion, Desuni. Ahahahahahahaha. Let me get back under the bed. No, let me go back to school. Humans are versatile creatures. Phew. When you're prepared to die, you won't even be afraid of stroking an inferno wolf's stomach. A little higher, here. No, how about here? Good. I'm stroking it. It's not because I was forced to do so. I was called by Ursa-san. It seems like they're going to play Snowball fight. I don't really know what a snowball fight looks like, but I heard it's a fun way to play with snow. I think I've already had a leeway to be able to look forward to playing in this place. Enemy, directly above, hiding in the sun. Hey, can you even throw a snowball that high from here? Impossible, that's quite high. Evade. Snowball is coming. Heavy infantry, raise your snow spears. What snow spears? Isn't that ice spears? It doesn't violate the rules, so it's okay. Let's go. Lusama's on south of here. She's chanting a massive area effect magic. How do we counter it? Do the same tactics earlier. We can't do anything aside from a suicide attack. Send a daredevil to her. Where's the fun snow game? I hit a snowball from an enemy approaching our place. I'm the bodyguard of the Demon King. Demon King Sama. I should aim for the face or hands and not the body. Gee, got it. Let's not think about what's happening and do our best. You are E3, right? You're brilliant. Demon King Sama praised me. At the final moment, I sacrificed myself to become Demon King Sama's shield. I'm an assassin, Demon King's kingdom's enemy Desu. What am I even doing? A two-headed dog Orthros. It's a violent demon beast, but it is weak compared to an inferno wolf Desu. What's more, it's a puppy. There's no need to be afraid, or so I thought, but it is very strong. Somebody help me. A woman I didn't know helped me. The Orthros seems to be very fond of that woman Desu. When she told the Orthros to not fight, it obediently follows. Thank you very much. You are Guron-sama. Thank you for your help. so there are gentle people in this mansion. Good, I'm sorry to trouble this gentle person more, but I can't move. Can you please find someone that can use healing magic? The food served in this mansion is exquisite, as expected of Ursa-san and Alfred Kun's house. Even at the school, the dishes they make are delicious. However, the position where I sit, I'm treated as a guest, so I'm sitting right next to Ursa-san's father. In front of me are the blood-sucking princess and the angel of annihilation. Beside me is Demon King Sama. Around us are, I have no time to look around. I'm concentrating on eating. Originally, I should have eaten at a speed that matches the other people around, but I can't afford to look around. If I look around, I'll lose my appetite. There's even a dragon, but I made a mistake. I've been educated to finish my meal early, but I've finished too early. I stood out. Reflect me, A. Ah, no, I did not grow up in a big family. Another helping, thank you. I have no likes or dislikes. Demon King Sama even gave me a part of the dish he's eating. What am I doing? Chapter 601. E3, familiar. Humans are versatile creatures Dessous. Spider monster. I know that they are little demon spiders, but I shouldn't be afraid. The spiders are just doing their job in the mansion Dessous. I heard that security and escort are their main duties, but I was also told that clothes making is also one of their important jobs. So, did you embroider my clothes? Who is it? One of the spider monsters raises one of its legs as if it's in trouble. Is it you? Though I don't really care if you embroider them, please spare some of them, especially my underwear. Also, your white embroidery on my white clothes looks too luxurious. Ah, you don't need to reflect or anything. Your embroidery skill is stunning. In addition, you did something to the hole to make it look like a design. Thank you very much. Phew-foo-foo. Not only the spider monsters, even the inferno wolves are doing their job. Despite this cold winter, they still go to the forest to hunt for prey. Sometimes they even hunt prey that are much bigger than them. Amazing Dessous, that seems to be hard to carry. Ah, let me help. Heavy. By the way, not all inferno wolves are actively doing their jobs. Some of them are just staying in the warm place of the mansion. I think every group will have those right people. Even in the organization I belonged to, I shouldn't be one of those guys. In a corner of the mansion, a group is having a banquet. I decided that I never saw them. Yeah, I shouldn't approach that place. Gyuron-san introduced me to the children of the village. Nut-san seems to be their leader Dessous. There's no doubt about that since she can even give instructions to Ursa-san, Alfred Kun, and Taisel-san. In other words, if I defeat her, I'll be the leader. With that in mind, I challenged her to a bowling match. There's a mini bowling which is small, but I think the big one was more suitable for our battle. The bigger one also has bigger pins with various villains carved like murderers and arsonists. Excuse me, but can you change the assassin's pin to another pin? Also, there's no way an assassin will be an obvious assassin. I understand that you have to make it obvious for the convenience of carving bowling pins. Ursa-san, why are you only targeting murderers? Isn't this a game where you have to take them all down? I lost the bowling game to Nut, but I won in the knife-throwing game. Phew-foo-foo. If it's about knives, you can call me an expert Dessous. The praises from the children feel great. Ah no, excuse me. The elves and dwarves have come to me. You are challenging me to a knife-throwing game? Let me show you my full power. I was taught that there's someone higher than the top. I think there's still room for me to get better. Starting today, I'll focus on practicing bowling and knife-throwing. One of the important people I've been taught of. Pirika Winup. Aren't you the Sword Saint Sama? Aren't you missing? Why are you here? Ah no, I'm just an ordinary person. 808. Train together, it's an honor. Since it's a cold winter day, we're training in a wide area of the mansion. People gathered here as it is. That beastkin is the sword god Gulf-sama. I heard rumors that he's incredibly strong. Daga-sama, a lizardman, fights with Gulf-sama. Daga-sama wins more. The elves are strong too. If you talk about elves, you'll immediately think of archers, but the elves here use swords, daggers, and even fight barehanded. Lamias, I heard that one lamia has the strength of hundreds of soldiers. They can actually be beaten by devils in butler clothes. Yeah, there's higher than the top. Being conceited is not good Dessous. By the way, Pirika-sama, you're losing to everyone except to me. Could it be that you are wearing heavy weights in your body when you fight against everyone as a special training? You're not. Isn't it a mistake to make an enemy of the Demon King's kingdom? When I return to school, I'll report about it. I was caught by the group having a banquet in the corner of the mansion. Mahjong, I'm not familiar with the rules. Why yes, I'll remember them immediately. Ada. Ron. Ka. I directly hit the old man in front of me and flew to the top. Phew. Mahjong is a fun game. By the way, what's with the pile of gold coins over there? Isn't the standard bet of games like this a medium copper coin? Even a silver coin is too big for nobles. Please stop talking scary things like mining rights of gold mines or rare metals. I won't lose even if you use that kind of off-board tactics to me. I have become very rich. I'm scared, so I'll just pass them to Ursa-san's father. I've never seen a gold coin before. I even rarely see silver coins. Now I got barrels of gold coins, I'll die. Mama, let's conceal one gold coin. Ursa-san's father seems to have a hobby, and that's sculpting. Is it really only a hobby, or is it his profession? His works are totally stunning. The statue of God even gives off a divine feeling. By the way, who's this guy explaining things about this statue of God? His face looks familiar. You're a great man of the Koran religion, are you not? Are you supposed to be here? Smiling is not a reply. I saw a familiar face, Holy Maiden Cells. In the old days, I helped to kidnap her. At that time, I was entrusted to be her caretaker because we are both women and lived together for several months. Thus, I understand. She moves towards me and starts a battle stance, and I will respond. The other party is barehanded, but I won't hesitate to use my daggers. I won't say that this is a cowardly move. I didn't just use one dagger. I used two. I won't kill you. I'll just teach you which one's on top. F fast, my dagger won't hit her. Impossible. The way she uses feints is much better than the old days. Before I knew it, she had already landed a hook on my flank. If it's only one shot, I'll be able to endure, but she hit me 3 times. This is bad. Her next attack is a straight targeting my face, guard. The straight landed on my stomach. I sank while vomiting gastric juice. Don't speak about the old days. Cells said so and carried me to my room. Cells, no, Cells-san. Do you know that you don't have to hit someone if you want to request something to sue yo? Also, I'm sorry for Ursa-san's father who cleaned the floor. Ah, Cells-san, don't put me on the bed, put me under. That's where I can calm down. Chapter 602. E3, letting guards down. Ursa-san invited me to a hot spring. I don't know what a hot spring is, but it seems like it is a big, open-air bath dessous. That took my interest because ever since I came to this village, I've taken a bath so many times. Thus, I agreed to go to the hot spring. My guard was down. It's my complete blunder. With the help of Count Chrome's teleportation magic, a dozen people, including me and Ursa-san, moved to the hot spring. The buildings were more solid than I expected, which is surprising, but thinking about the village's mansion, it's not really enough to make a fuss. A woman named Yoru-san greeted us, but what took my attention was the large wooden weapon following her behind. What's that, Are? They said that it was moving because of Yoru-san's magic. I see, she even gave it a name. Ado, when we were about to enter the building, Yoru-san cried because she's going to part with her wooden weapon. No, I think it is impossible to get that thing inside given its size. The elf one-sama told me to don't mind her, so I won't. Hot spring. It's about 100 times wider than what I expected, and it's really amazing dessous. Is this all hot water? This place is only the women's bath, amazing dessous. The temperature is different depending on the place. I see, I'll keep that in mind. Ah, the depth is different too. 10 meters deep. Do you use this place to build a ship? For dragons, right. Anyway, this is a hot spring. Let's go. I was embarrassed to be seen naked even with the same gender until a while ago, but I got used to it in the bath of the mansion. Going to a bath means naked. Hot spring means naked too. Culture dessous. Ursa-san, what's that? Hot spring clothes, I see. This is open air. There's a possibility of being exposed to the opposite gender's eyes. A lady must be careful. Then wear one too. Now, let's try this hot spring dessous. I poured some hot water over me to wash my body first. That's natural dessous. When I poured a little hot water over my body, I felt a strange gaze behind me. Is someone playing a prank? It doesn't look like it. 'Cause there's a lion, and it's big, it's about 3 meters tall. Aln adult lion, a lion demon beast dessous. It has a mane, so it should be male. This is the women's bath. I'm kind of impatient while thinking about that, because this lion demon beast is intimidating me, Desu. And then I realized, I don't have my weapon, I was caught off guard. Anyway, I took some distance and ran away. Once I return to the building, I can get my daggers. I probably won't win even if I have my daggers, but I won't be taken without resisting. Even if I lose, I'll take its eyes or feet with me at least. When I moved with that determination, an adult lion demon beast without man appeared. It seems to be a reinforcement of the lion demon beast. That's cheating, Desu. I gave up fighting back and ran away with all my might. Even though they are demon beasts, a lion is a lion. Lions have great instantaneous power, but they lack endurance. With my full sprint, it is possible to escape. I want it to be possible. Or so I thought. The lion demon beasts are flying. That's cheating, Desu. I suddenly remembered. The Research Institute in Gorozan Kingdom has a chimera project. I've been there for a tour. They were doing something to make a lion have the ability to fly. No way, could they be the lions of that time? Did they remember me? Is that the reason they intimidated me? I did not do anything. I just went there for a tour. Also, it was 7 or 8 years ago when I visited that place. You're so tenacious. Even so, I think I've changed considerably compared to that time. How did you realize it was me? No, what are you saying I didn't change? My chest and butt are growing properly. Yeah, I should be growing up. There's no use in escaping reality. I'm cornered by the 2 lion demon beasts in the forest. I really did not do anything. I'm only there for a tour. No, I think I fed them that time. Right, Desu. I was sent there for a tour, but I was forced to do some work. I cleaned your rooms that time, don't you remember? If you remember, please spare me. While saying so, I'm looking for a chance to escape, but I can't find that chance. Screw it. Will I end here? No, I'm fine. The lion demon beasts must have remembered that I took care of them. Seeing me frightened already satisfies them, so they no longer intimidated me. So you've been in this place. It's nostalgic to see you. Ah, wait, don't leave me in the forest. I'm only wearing hot spring clothes. I returned to the hot spring with the 2 lion monsters. Thanks for guiding me. On the way, I recalled various things. The male lion demon beast's name is Rashar, and the female's name is Damarty. I named them. They are better than number 21 and number 22 after all. They may be called with different names here, but I'm glad you remember. I'm not in the position to say this, but it's great that you're healthy. You already have cubs. If possible, can you tell your cubs to not intimidate me? I've never been acquainted with your cubs after all. By the way, I still haven't entered the hot spring yet. It was cold in the forest, so I wanted to warm up immediately, Desu. But first, I apologize to the people who got worried about me when I suddenly ran to the forest, Desu. I'm sorry. Ursa-san, Elf Oni-sama, Yoru-san. I was really careless. I'm an assassin, Desu. But there are those who I can't deal with because of my profession. They are opponents that don't die, undeads, Desu. I'm sorry, I lied. I can't deal with them not because I'm an assassin, but because of my personal fear. Undead. When I saw 3 ghost knights, I fainted. I did not soak at the hot spring and return. My body's trembling because it's cold. I'm not trembling because of fear. I warmed up in the bath of my mansion. Yeah, the bath in the mansion is the best. Sour grapes, E3, Sun Castle, airship. My eyes are really bad, so I decided that I never saw them. Chapter 603. Demon King's Plan. Wrapped grilled hamburger. The ideal wrapper is aluminum foil, but since that doesn't exist here, we can only wrap it using Japanese paper. The residents of Village 1 worked hard to develop Japanese paper that doesn't absorb too much hamburger juice. Thanks to that, we were able to make delicious wrapped grilled hamburgers. This wrapped grilled hamburger is especially popular with children. Not only because of its taste, but because it is wrapped too. When wrapped grilled hamburgers were served at dinner, the children cheered. Hearing them like that, the Oni maids who cooked those burgers also smiled. No adult complains about it too. However, an incident happened. Upon opening a wrapped grilled burger, hot steam gushed out. It is hot enough to burn someone who's not careful enough. Raymarin, who got concerned, broke Hikaru's hamburger wrapper. So, which part is the incident? I answered Doors, who's playing mahjong and was not at the dinner that time, question. He said he wanted to remove the wrapper himself. Currently, Hyakaru is hiding in his room sulking. Raymarin is apologizing in front of the room. Gyuraru beside her looks anxious too. Can't you just cook a new one? Door's suggestion would certainly have a positive effect, but we can't do that. We shouldn't feed a child who's acting like a spoiled brat. That's what Hakurin said. It is true that it is Raymarin's fault for unwrapping it without saying anything first, but Hyakaru should understand that Raymarin doesn't mean anything bad. Still, why is sulking this much? It is normal for a child to get jealous if their mother isn't taking care of them that much. That's what Ursa's friend, E3, said. Since Raymarin is always taking care of Hyakaru, one might overlook that Hyakaru's mother is Hakurin. Hakurin hasn't been taking care of Hyakaru that much, especially when we found out that she's pregnant. That means it is me, his father, who should take care of this. Doors, why are you stopping me? Are, to your regret, you don't trust me that much in cases like this. I'm pretty popular with children, you know. No, but... Hakurin seems to be heading to Hyakaru's room. Let her take care of it. I'll leave it all to Hakurin. I'll only say the result, Hyakaru's okay again. And the next day's dinner is wrapped grilled burger again. The paper used as food wrapper is precious. Village Chief, I have to consult you something about Village 5. That was Yauko. She said that while she's in the kotatsu, but she's clearly still in work mode. Yauko's consultation is about paper production in Village 5. She invited people who could make paper from Village 1 and started making paper in Village 5. However, the rate of production of paper didn't improve. It seems like Village 5 is not a suitable place for paper making. That was the conclusion after investigating the cause. A lot of clean water is needed to make paper, and the water in Village 5 is clearly not enough. I see. As for what to do with it, Yauko thought that we should just pull our hands off the paper production and teach the technology of paper making to the surrounding villages. She's asking for my permission for that plan to start. I don't mind giving her a go signal, but there are conditions. Condition? Are you planning to monopolize all the paper produced? Monopolize? You mean buying all the paper they produced? I think it is necessary in order to stabilize the value of paper. Well, yeah, buy them as high as you could. No, it will still depend on the papers they produced. If we set the bar too low, their skills won't grow. Do as you see fit. So, what are the conditions? Right. It's tree planting. To make paper, you need clean water and wood to make them, right? I want to make it a condition to plant trees as much as they cut. Is it about the nature's destruction that Village Chief has been talking about for a long time? If you ask me, I think it's okay to cut trees as much as we want. If we are talking about weeds, you are right, but it takes time for trees to grow. You'll be surprised how many mountains will be bald as soon as you pass that technology. Is it? Got it. I'll add that condition before proceeding. I'll leave it to you. When Yauko left, the kittens who had crawled inside the kotatsu appeared. Ariel, Haniel, Zeril, and Samuel. The Ain Nikos are at the back of the tiger, so the inside of the kotatsu has become their exclusive place. However, you can't just go inside. You have to breathe fresh air regularly. When I was pumping fresh air in the kotatsu, the Demon King arrived. Ariel and the others went to the Demon King. Gun and Anunu. Village Chief, can you spare me a bit of your time? The Demon King seems to want to talk about work too. What is it? Lu is joining us. Though the topic they want to talk about is a simple one, there's a surprise. Lu had completed making teleportation gates. Isn't she amazing? Mass production would still be hard because of materials, but I can prepare enough to accommodate the Demon King's plan. Demon King's plan? Enough to accommodate. I'm planning to connect Shashado City to the royal capital using teleportation gates. What would happen if the royal capital and Shashado City were connected via teleportation gates? If I'm not mistaken, they are 30 days away using a carriage, right? This is a big economic step, right? Wait, before that. Are you going to announce the existence of teleportation gates? Won't that cause trouble? You told me many times before when I got some teleportation gates myself to treat them with utmost care. You even said that other countries will surely not stay still if they found out. The Demon King's kingdom had repeatedly made internal discussions about it, and we concluded that it will be okay. Are you sure? The teleportation gates that Lu Dono made are slightly special. Hearing the Demon King, Lu sulks a little. The teleportation gates I made can only be used for short-distance travel. Is that so? Yeah. To connect Shashado City to the royal capital, 14 pairs of teleportation gates will be needed. If you connect them in a straight line, we can connect the two cities by just using half the number. It is too different from a normal teleportation gate, so let's call it a short-range teleportation gate. Short-range teleportation gate, huh? So you already made that much. In addition to that, we would not announce that the short-range teleportation gates were made by Ludono. We'll tell the public that we found them from a ruin. And to answer your question, she already made enough. I see. Then, are you sure this won't trigger other countries again? They won't believe the total number of gates we got once we announce it, but they surely won't suspect that they were made by Ludono. So, about the installation locations. The Demon King takes out a map and tells us the installation locations. I see. So, the teleportation gates are to be installed at the villages and cities in between the royal capital and Shashado City. By the way, there are some limitations with the use of these short-range teleportation gates. First will be it is basically free for everyone to use. That's a great policy, but is that really okay? Of course they have to pay in another way. Every time they use one of the teleportation gates, they are forced to stay one night at the place they arrived. One night? That is to protect the economy of the cities and villages where the short-range teleportation gates are set up. That sounds like a total waste of time. And are those cities and villages in between even cooperate? Well, we'll crack down the place if they unreasonably increase the price of accommodation and others. We will also send troops to manage and guard the short-range teleportation gates. In places where there are few inns, we'll also build some. It seems like they have already considered everything that needs to be considered. The Demon King doesn't even pause when I ask something. The restriction on overnight stays won't be applicable to military personnel and even merchants and travelers that pay for exemption. If you are in a hurry, you have to pay to move. The amount that needs to be paid will depend on the size of the carriage or luggage. I see, so you are controlling the movement of people, goods, and money. The travel safety will improve significantly, and the trade between the royal capital and Shashado City will deepen. It seems like there are significant influences in various aspects, and since the Demon King himself has no problem with it, there shouldn't be any problem. Why is he asking me this in the first place? If he has already decided to do it, shouldn't it be okay to start already? There's not enough money to fund everything, so he's here to ask me to invest. As for perks, my people are free to use the teleportation gate. But if the kingdom itself can't fund it, it's only because there's no surplus budget. If you ask merchants, they'll surely abuse their privilege and make trouble. Moo. I certainly have spare money, but this plan doesn't benefit me at all. Though I have spare money, that doesn't mean I'll just waste it somewhere. No, if the royal capital and Shashado City are connected, the distance from the village to the capital will be shortened to 1 day. It will only need 1 day of travel from Shashado City to Village 5 after all. That would make it easier for me to meet Ursa, Alfred, and Tysel, who are attending the school in the royal capital. Is that the only benefit? As I was thinking, Lou smiled. The number of short-range teleportation gates I made are 15 pairs. Lou points at the map that the Demon King put out. How about we set up the 15th pair to connect Village 5 and Shashado City? I called Yauko, and after an hour of consultation, I decided to invest in the plan. Chapter 604. Plan Modification. Odin, it is a dish where you'll simmer various ingredients together with dashi in a large pot. Yes, only simmer, and the taste changes depending on the dashi and ingredients you simmer together. It is a profound type of food. Details aside, Odin is a good food to eat during winter. The ingredients prepared were radish, potato, boiled egg, tsukyun but minced fish instead of chicken, suji niku madoki because it only looks similar to regular meat skewer. I also tried to reproduce chikuwa, but I can't make one with hole in the middle and became flat, so let's call it chikuwa madoki. No, this is obviously a kamaboko. That's about it, but the Oni maids tried to add various ingredients. Carrot, tomato, shiitake, cabbage, chicken, squid, octopus. All of them are delicious, but some people don't eat octopus. Why is there no octopus in the pot? Village chief, what are you talking about? If you're a resident of the village, it should be normal for you to eat octopus. After saying that, the Oni maid added octopus on the pot before me. Thanks. And Tyr, who already ate a large amount of octopus, is already eyeing it. It's pointless to deny it. There is an informer. Rejinleif, who's sitting next to Tyr, sticks out 7 fingers saying Tyr has eaten 7 already. Ah, Yauko. The chicken is still raw. Lu, can you make it hotter? It was a lively dinner. When I was drinking tea after eating, a depressed demon king arrived. It seems like the plan to connect the royal capital to Shashado City using the short-range teleportation gate is in danger of being scrapped. So far, the demon king has laid the groundwork with his power. Bezel and Glatz of the 4 heavenly kings are actively supporting him too. Though Randon and Hu are reluctant, they passively agreed too. The places where the gates will be installed in villages and cities were steadily being secured too. However, the civil servants of the royal capital stopped everything. Of course, the demon king won't allow that to happen. However, when the demon king talked to the civil servants of the royal capital, he found out their reason. It looks like there was a problem in the fundamental part of the plan itself. You can move in both directions using the teleportation gate. The same is true in Lu's short-range teleportation gate. Traffic can move in both directions, and the size is also similar, which is 3 meters wide. Whether they use right-hand or left-hand traffic rules, it is possible for people to go in both directions without any problem. Certainly, given how wide it is, there shouldn't be a problem even if the people entering and leaving are big. However, the gates won't be exclusively used by people. Carriages and wagons will use it too. No, it can be said that it is the plan's main purpose. It is impossible for carriages and wagons to use the gates in both directions at the same time. The civil servants asked the military to cooperate and made a fake teleportation gate using frames and curtains, and experimented with the flow of horse-drawn carriages and wagons. The teleportation gate connecting Big Tree Village and Village 5 can be used by wagons too, but it is impossible for both directions at the same time. When used by a wagon, people on both sides would go check it first for safety purposes. The civil servants claim that if they do this every time a carriage or wagon comes, traffic jams will occur. The Demon King said that this will still be more convenient, so a little traffic won't matter. However, the civil servants pointed out that if the gates can't be used smoothly, there's not much point in installing them in the first place. After that, the civil servants started preparing not only useless proposals, but also solutions. They suggested limiting the direction in which the gates can be used with respect to time. To put it simply, from morning to noon, the gates can only be used in the direction from the royal capital to Shashado City. From noon to night, only those who will travel from Shashado City to the royal capital will be allowed to use the gates. I think it's not a bad solution, but an opposing force appeared. The merchants. To be precise, the Dalfun Company. So far, they have only informed the Dalfun Company about the plan. The Dalfun Company is in full support in regards to the plan of installing short-range teleportation gates. However, they strongly oppose the limitation of travel. They want to be able to freely use the gate regardless of time if possible. By the way, why is Tysel's signature on that document? Even before the Demon King came here, I know that he's consulting about something to Tysel, but, by the way, can't you just change the direction of traffic every hour? They can't since clocks are kind of rare. In addition, there are accuracy problems with the few existing clocks. For that reason, the standard time in this world is set according to sunrise each day. There will be severe trouble on both sides of the teleportation gate if the clocks prepared don't tick at the same time. Thus, the Demon King thought of a simple solution. In order to make both directions of traffic flow anytime, there should be 2 sets of teleportation gates in the chosen places. That will fix the problem of traffic jams due to carriages and wagons. However, the problem is that the number of short-range teleportation gates required for the plan will be doubled. The Demon King is here to ask Lu if she can prepare more short-range teleportation gates. I can as long as I have materials. That is Lu's reply. They seem to be fairly valuable materials, but the Demon King said that he will use every power of the kingdom to collect them, so the trouble of increasing the number of short-range teleportation gates was solved. In addition to the manufacturing cost of the short-range teleportation gates, they'll also pay Lu a considerable amount. The problem is solved, so why? Why is the Demon King still standing in front of me? Since the short-range teleportation gates to be installed increased, it seems like the necessary budget for the project has increased too. So, you want me to inject more capital, right? I don't mind, but Yauko, who's behind me, is smiling. I want to build new inns and restaurants in the villages and cities with teleportation gates. Thus, my talk with the Demon King ended, and the talk of Yauko and the Demon King began. Yauko, don't overdo things. Take a rest. It is not necessary to control those villages and cities. You want those villages and cities to produce paper? I don't really mind, but is there a problem with the existing paper makers? Only Village 5 are making papers from trees. The rest are only producing parchment. Depending on how much paper from trees is produced, you want to end the history of using parchment. But can we achieve that without mechanizing papermaking? Chapter 605. Plan supplementation. There's a blizzard, it's winter after all. Cold, still I'm harvesting strawberries. The children said they want to eat strawberries, so I'm doing my best to harvest at least a basket full. The place where I'm harvesting is on the northeast side of the village. Since the harvest in the regular strawberry field was over, I can only harvest in a certain place in the forest that I made for snacks purposes. Ma, the problem is returning to the mansion from here. The shortest route will make me cross the ranch area. I don't know how they knew that I harvested strawberries, and now the goats are waiting for me. They probably plan to startle me to make me drop the strawberries. The goats like to eat strawberries. Then, perhaps I should make a detour, but the blizzard is getting stronger. I should return to the mansion as soon as possible. However, even under this blizzard, the goats are not backing down. They are staring at my strawberry basket. If it is the usual, they should already be evacuating in a barn or even cave. The Kuros who were with me asked me if they should drive them away. Let me ask you back, do you think the goats will give up? They won't. Looking at them, they'll definitely attack sporadically. It can't be helped. I had one of the Kuro carry the basket of strawberries on its back. When the goats saw it, they immediately fell into despair. My apologies, I won't give you these strawberries since they are for my children. Now, let's go back to my mansion. HNN? Ah, come on goats, don't target me. The strawberries are over there. Oh ouch, don't, stop, someone help, Reginleif helped me. Thank you, but stop using strong attack magic. That's dangerous. Ma, you might really hit the goats, you know. You're seriously trying to hit them. But they all managed to dodge. Don't be depressed, and stop swearing revenge. The goats have good terrain advantage maybe. If they don't, just forgive them. Now, let's go back to the mansion. On the way, the Kuro who was carrying the basket of strawberries accidentally dropped it on the ground. It's okay. It's my fault for just putting it on your back. It's not your fault. Ah, no need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. Now, let's think of making a basket that the Kuros can carry. That's what I was thinking while putting all the okay strawberries in the basket. Sweet and salty chicken wings flavored with soy sauce-based sauce. It's delicious. Super delicious. I can eat as many as there are. However, one can only eat a chicken wing or two. Thinking of it, the number of chickens that needs to be butchered should be pretty high. So, unfortunately, we can't just have chicken wings on our normal meals. I can only eat this as midnight snack. Midnight snack. Yeah, ma, let's not talk about it anymore. Chicken wings, it's super delicious. It goes well with alcohol. Only me and the Oni maids knew about these chicken wings, until Yauko and the wine slime found the Oni maid who's carrying my chicken wings one time. Kuro, Yuki, and the spiderlings, who are on standby near my room, knew about it too. Ah, there's also the phoenix chick Aegis. Today's partner for my midnight snack is the phoenix chick Aegis. I'm in the kotatsu while Aegis is pecking its chicken wings on the kotatsu. Is it good? And as usual, it eats dexterously. Is it normal for a bird to eat birds? Since they are not of the same species, I think it's okay. Chicken wings, delicious. It was gone in a blink of an eye. I ate 7 while Aegis ate 3. I feel like I want to eat more. You still want to eat more too, Aegis. All right, I'll get you more. The Oni maid is glaring at me so I can't. I'm sorry, Aegis. Yeah, better luck next time. Thanks for understanding. One day, Yuri, the daughter of the Demon King, came when I was relaxing. I heard about the plan of my father of connecting the royal capital and Shashado city using short-range teleportation gates. It looks like she's here to consult me. What about it? I agree with that plan. This will be a good propaganda of the Demon King's kingdom of not using teleportation gates on military affairs, but using it for economical purposes. Sure it is. However, I'm worried about the villages and the cities on the way. If you think of the short-distance teleportation gates as the highway, each village and city can be considered as accommodation facilities. If there's nothing special about it, or if they don't have any specialty, no one's gonna bother about them. On the other hand, if they have something special or specialties, travelers might not only be forced stay for a night, but even stay voluntarily for several days. For that to happen, effort of the villages and cities along the way will be indispensable. Until now, those said villages and cities along the way don't say anything, since travelers stay over voluntarily. But once the plan starts to roll, only a few of them can respond. Only a few of them do have special features or specialties. Sure it is. Between the royal capital and Shashado city, there are 10 villages and 3 cities. Among those, only 2 villages and 1 city can be said to have something special or specialty. The rest of the villages and cities can only be characterized as places between the royal capital and Shashado city. I have heard of Yauko-sama's plan of spreading paper-making technology, but there are probably only 1 or 2 villages that are suitable for paper-making. Thus, I would like to recommend other technologies to be taught to other villages. Other technologies, like breeding goats, sheep, pigs, cattle, chickens, etc. The villages around Village 5 are already doing that, but it is biased to the east side of Shashado city. It's not like we're hiding our breeding techniques, and it is also nice to have more food sources. Yauko even wanted to build restaurants in the villages and cities along the way, so I think that would help. However, if we can't control the breeding number, the price will collapse. Leave that area to me. I will be careful to not disadvantage anything and take notes of how those villages would breed. Got it. However, it is unusual for you to talk something like this to me. Don't forget that I'm still an official administrator of the kingdom. Demon King's kingdom's administrator. A position similar to an inspector in places with no governors. I see. So, are you saying that not all those villages and cities have governors? Yeah, though it is still a plan and still at the stage of laying groundwork, those villages and cities with no governors that heard the rumors have come to Village 5. That must be hard for you. Yeah, it's hard. They can only ask for my help. If you don't induce them to stand up on their own, you'll be in trouble later. That's right, but that's the only thing they can do for now. What they are doing is still better than forwarding it to the court. There are some places that will not say anything until the situation has already become irreversible. That sounds terrible. What are you going to do in that case? Shouldn't they talk about it before anything happened? That's why they came to me. It would be rude of them if they do that. Nothing can be done until something happened. But aren't you a kingdom's administrator? Only an administrator. Only. So you don't have that much power. Not all administrators are fair like Yuri, so they can't be given too much power. That's what it is. So, accepting the situation is better than appealing it in court. Even so, do they really have to go to you in Village 5? I don't get why it is better to wait for something to happen than forward it to the court before it happens. Wouldn't it be better to have the royal capital solve it? First of all, given my official position, I can't seek an audience with my father, the Demon King. In addition, there is also a risk of being dismissed. I can't just forward something to the bureaucrats of the royal capital. It's like saying I'm incompetent. Risk of being dismissed, since there's that risk, they can only appeal to you while you wait for something to happen. That's nonsense. I think so too. That's why I asked Randen-sama to create a situation where I can say my opinion more easily, or where they can consult us more. All of these because of positions and faces. That sounds really hard. It is. Presently, I've already said the opinions of the villages and cities along the way about Father's plan in a consultation with Governor Ifris of Shashado City. Then, thank you for your support. No problem. After thanking me, Yuri left. HNN? No, wait a minute. Why did you even tell me those in the first place? Aren't you supposed to tell all of these to the Demon King and not me? Did she just come to inform me? Village Chief. I dropped the strawberries once. They might be a little damaged. Sorry. Children, they'll be crushed and mixed with milk and sugar, so that doesn't matter. Oni Maid, Village Chief, that's enough. Aegis leaves silently. Yuri. Father, where's village chief? Demon King, I think he's in the living room. Chapter 606. Plans anxiety elimination. A large chunk of salted meat with bones was boiled with vegetables such as carrots and onions. It's the dish that's served at dinner. I don't know the name of this dish. It is not something I taught. It is the result of the Oni maid's effort of trying to make the salted meat purchased from the Goron company delicious. Thus, I'm not going to complain, but it's salty. You have to eat it with another dish to cheat the saltiness, or else it would be a pain to eat it. Purchasing it from the Goron company is all my idea. There were a lot of types like beef, pork, goat, mutton, and even which parts are arranged in an orderly manner. As for their taste, salty. That's normal since they are basically a type of preserved food, salted meat. In order not to rot, they are salted a lot. Since they are made with the use of a large amount of salt, their price is higher than raw meat. Well, preserved food is valuable in a lot of ways. As for why I purchased salted meat, I want to know about adventurers' foods. I have heard about it from Gulf to some extent, so it piqued my interest a little. I heard they eat preserved food, so I tried purchasing salted meat without thinking much about it. Salted meat is a kind of luxury goods, so adventurers rarely eat it. That's what the guy from the Goron company said when he brought the salted meat to me. Even Shashado City doesn't have much supply of it. Salt is valuable after all. Salted meat uses a large amount of salt, and it makes it expensive. As for what kind of meat adventurers eat, they eat meat with herbs that are dried under the sun instead of salted meat. When they are on a mission, they'll carry a chunk of dried meat which is as big as a notebook. It seems like they cut it little by little when they have to eat. I failed. I should have consulted Gulf first. I ordered a certain amount, so I was hesitant to return them, and it's my mistake in the first place. Thus, our dinner has become like this. You don't have to force yourself. Lu, this is nostalgic. Tyr and the other angels. The saltiness is strong, however. This is something great after battle. High elves. This taste, it's the ingredients we were longing for before. Lizard men, they're salt so it's not bad. Mountain elves, we used to make and sell it for a while. However, we have never eaten it ourselves, so this is how it tastes. The Minotaur errand maid. When I was working hard on sericulture in our old village, salted meat was distributed once a year as treats. We can only eat it one bite at a time. How nostalgic. The centaur liaison. In the mansion where I worked, there's a large amount of salted meat in a warehouse as army ration. Of course, I was not even allowed to touch it. It seems like salted meat brings back memories. However, not everyone accepted it. The dragons look gloomy. There is nothing we can't eat, but it is better to eat ordinary grilled meat. That's what the representatives of the dragon said to the Oni maids. The Kuros, including Kuro and Yuki, also have bad appetites because it is too salty for them. As for the spiderlings, they are eating the inner part of the meat. The outside part is the saltiest after all. On the other hand, the dwarves are in high tension. Good for beer, perfect partner, why didn't we ask for this sooner? Bring new barrels, let's try to check which beer is its best match. Ew. It looks like we'll have to continue to purchase a certain amount of salted meat for the dwarves in the future. By the way, this meat, it is not served to the children because it has high salt content. Thus, the children are looking at us with envy. It certainly looks delicious, but it is too salty. I'm sorry for the Oni maids who did their best to make it taste better. They are attracted to it because it has bones? Got it. Then tomorrow I'll make spare ribs with bones. Other than the salted meat, all our other ingredients are okay since we've properly stocked. The next day, in order to cook spare ribs, I started preparing from noon. Night. This is good too. It goes well with alcohol. The dwarves were more pleased than the children. They are making all kinds of alcohol. I think it will be harder to serve meat dishes that don't match any alcohol. I got interested in adventurers' food since Gulf consulted me in addition to Yaoko's restaurant plan. The demon King Sama's plan has spread, and it made the adventurers uneasy. They are thinking they'll lose their job. If you're talking about adventurers, you'll imagine people who fight monsters and demon beasts in danger zones to search for something. However, most of their careers will be spent on jobs as company bouncers or escorts. If the short-range teleportation gate of the Demon King is installed, their escort job from the royal capital up to Shashado City and vice versa will be lost. Certainly, no one would hire escorts just to pass through teleportation gates. Once the teleportation gates are installed, it will be the Demon King's responsibility to protect the teleportation gates and the villages and cities on the way. The merchants and travelers will be safer, and they won't even spend much. However, there will surely be people who will oppose it. To people like those, they'll be recommended to work as escorts at the east side of Shashado City. The plan of short-range teleportation gates of the Demon King has only become possible because all of those territories are under the direct control of the Demon King. If a noble's territory got involved, things would become troublesome. Since the east part of the kingdom after Shashado City is basically nobles' territories, it is not possible to install short-range teleportation gates there. I explained that to Gulf. Can I say this to others? The Demon King permitted me. It's okay. Who are those others? The guild masters of the Adventurers Guild of Shashado City and Village 5. Those two again. The two of them consulted me and asked me about it. I see. The two of them became worried after hearing rumors, but why did they ask you? Because they know that I'm acquainted with Randen-sama. So, you want to get information for them. Rather than for them, I want to know it myself. Is that so? I thought that the Adventurers Guild should have already been informed. Why aren't they doing anything? Or did something delay them? The Adventurers Guild is an independent force, and it doesn't try to get involved with politics in the kingdom. That's why no one from the kingdom informed them anything. Really? That's how it is. Those two guild masters don't even know who from the kingdom they can talk to. Can't they talk to Randen? He's too high. So they are left with you. Looks like it. You can tell them what you know. I'll tell the Demon King to talk to the Adventurers Guild. Thank you very much. After that conversation, I heard more about the life of adventurers, which made me curious about their food. That made me purchase salted meat on a whim. Reflect me. It is like this. It is impossible for two presidents, guild masters of the Adventurers Guild of small and medium-sized companies, to ask the president of the large company, Randen, about the outline of a large-scale project. They can only ask Gulf, who's the fishing buddy of the large company president. Chapter 607. Kuro and Yuki Zenzai. In Village 5, there was a food cart specializing in selling zenzai. The assistant manager of Kuro and Yuki was requested by the guards and talked to me. Then, I asked the mountain elves to make a food cart. The staff of the said food cart were recruited from Kuro and Yuki. Therefore, you can say that the food cart specializing in zenzai is a branch of Kuro and Yuki. The name of the food cart is Kuro and Yuki Zenzai. Don't question anything about naming sense. It's a food cart. Its purpose is to respond to the request of the guards that are looking for warm, sweet taste under the cold night patrol. So basically, it is only open late at night. The location of the food cart will be near the facilities where the guards are. I made it in the form of a food cart so that it can go around those facilities where the guards are around Village 5. If we build a store or rent a place, it will be only close to one and will be very far away from the rest. The menu is limited to zenzai, but machi can be sold too. If you run out of energy, these foods can charge you up, but they soon start to get tired of it. In the middle of the night, one after another, residents started wandering around in search of the food cart. They even filed an official complaint to Yauko, which she delivered to me. They became similar to undead who are wandering around in search of flesh, I mean sweetness, which became a security problem. The food cart, that's supposed to ease up the guards at night duty on the cold winter night, became the cause of disturbance that made the said guards busy. I'm sorry. Let's stop this food cart business. When I tried to stop it, Yauko told me to wait a little more. I'm not asking you to not stop the food cart business. I'm only asking that maybe we can think of measures to make the residents not wander around. Right? Why are they wandering around? They don't know where the food cart is. Then the solution is simple. We just need to clearly inform them where the food cart is. How do we inform? I think flyers would be the best, but there are many people who can't read. How can I tell a large number of people where to go without making them read? There's no choice but to announce it using the voice of someone during the day. Let's hire people then. However, once the food cart ran out of stock, we should leave an out-of-stock sign at the place that was announced during the day. Okay. In addition, if I really hire someone to announce it all over, there's a possibility of the number of customers increasing. I better tell the staff of Kuro and Yuki Zenzai to increase their prepared stock. Is that all I need to do? The problem seems to have been solved. Good. The sales of Kuro and Yuki Zenzai were also good, so the staff were paid a little more. However, I told them that this food cart will only run this winter, but the staff know the whole thing better. They said not only the guards, but there are also people who work in the middle of the night. And those people don't only want sweets, but also a proper meal. I see. A food cart for proper meals. The staff said that it would help everyone if they not only stick to selling sweets. Ma, I'll think about making another food cart then. When I went to the workshop to look for the mountain elves, 3 machines greeted me. That one is a cutting machine. It is a machine to finely chop wood. The other one is a stirring machine. I wonder what they are designed to mix. I'm not sure about the last one. It's moving in a strange manner, but it is something familiar. Where did I see those movements? Village 1, paper-making movement. That means it's a machine that makes paper dessous. One of the mountain elves told me. They studied how Village 1 makes paper and wondered if it could be done mechanically. And since they thought of it, they made it. Umu. I thought that the industrialization of paper-making is still in the far future. Will this damage the existing parchment industry? No, industrialization is not a bad thing. Work efficiency will shoot off the roof. The manpower and time needed to manufacture something will decrease a lot too, though the important thing is not to make too much of it. How many of these are you going to build? None, we only made this as a change of pace. I see. Then hide it before Yauko finds it. We want to follow your order, but Yauko-sama is behind you. Village chief, I'm sad that you want to hide this from me. Edo. I can only order Yauko. Don't overdo things. I only don't want them to overdo things. The production of these machines is not so advanced because their hands are full with the slider-type coin calculators. It seems like the mountain elves need some break, but I can only ask them. I have no choice but to order them to make new food carts for Village 5. Please, order us without hesitation. Rather than making the same thing over and over again, making something different is definitely fine. I know how you feel. After helping with the work of the mountain elves, I return to the living room where the Demon King's group is. They are the Demon King, Beazle, Glatz, Randon, and Hu. Tysel and Malbit joined too, and it became something like a meeting. The agenda seems to be the short-range teleportation gate. And it looks like it has come to light that there's not enough groundwork for the matter with the Adventurers Guild, and they are also consulting both the Dalfon Company and Goron Company for the merchant side. I get that, but why is Malbit insisting on protecting the interest of Big Tree Village? Also, why is Tysel insisting on protecting the interest of merchants? No, I have no question. If I stick my neck out there, I might get invited to participate. The only thing I can do is to stay silent. HNN? When I was about to leave, Mio, who should have returned to Shashado City after her vacation, arrived. Long time no see, why are you here? I was called Dessous. I have to participate in the meeting over there. Mio, who's holding a rolled parchment, said that. Given its size, it is probably a map. It is indeed a map of the villages and towns along the way. Village Chief, are you not going to participate? Lu-sama and Yauko-sama should participate too, Dessous-ni. I will refrain from, or rather, what's with that meeting? Is it about the plan revision? Looks like it. I was called here because I was told that the final revision has been decided. I see. Ma, to be honest, it will be for the good of everyone if the short-range teleportation gates are installed, but that's something the Demon King's kingdom should decide. It is not something I can actively participate in. I'm only a collaborator at best. I have to be careful to not get involved too deep. I think it is already too late for you to say that. I'll report to you later. I walked out of the living room after talking with Mio. Why do you have to report it to me? After dinner. It was the Demon King himself who came to report to me. Mountain elves, we want to try some other image too rather than playing the same jigsaw puzzle. Chapter 608. South, North, and East Dungeon Visit. Choosing a day with good weather, I rode the Universal ship. The destination is the South Dungeon. I'm going to visit the Lamia's residence. During the fall martial arts tournament, the Lamias asked me to come to their dungeon. They want me to see their newly born children. At first, They prepared dozens of reward medals in order to formally request my presence, but I refused to take those reward medals since that's unnecessary. It is because not only the Lamias, but even the Titans tried to do that to summon me too. Thus, after my visit to the South Dungeon, I'll go to the North Dungeon next. After that, we'll head to the East Dungeon where the Groks are living. I only have a few companions. It is winter, so I don't want to cause trouble to the other parties. Because of that, my companions are only Tyr, Reincarnation, and Oruru from the angel race. Tyr is my wife representative. Originally, Lu is supposed to represent all my wives, but Lu is too busy making short-range teleportation gates, so she can't participate this time. It can't be helped. Reincarnation and Oruru are my guards. Gran Maria and the others wanted to come too, but they have to take care of their little daughters. I had them stay. In addition to the angels, the high elf Rhea and the mountain elf Ya are with us too. Rhea is Tyr's assistant, while Ya came with us since she has a request to the Lamias and Titans. The mountain elves are in trouble because of the lack of manpower, so I guess it's related to that. The mountain elves are having a rough time. Jack of Village 1, Gordon of Village 2, Glueworld of Village 3, Belle of Village 4, and Yuri of Village 5 are also with us. They usually don't come with me in things like this, but I managed to convince them to accompany me by saying this is a formal exchange for each village. They are all wearing formal clothes. Finally, there are also selected members of the Kuros and Spiderlings, which is normal since they are always with me whenever I do things like this. 10 Kuros and 20 Spiderlings with serious expressions are with us. I never intended to let the Spiderlings go out since it is winter, but they requested it themselves, so I agreed. The Spiderlings that are barely affected by winter, red armor and white armor, are naturally boarding the universal ship. I know, Zabutin told you, right? Though I'm not sure if she also told you to follow me. Those are all the members of my party. Unfortunately, Hakurin and Rasudi are pregnant, so we can't take them. I asked Flora and the Oni Maid Anne to take care of my mansion, while I asked the Beastkin Senna to take care of the livestock. The dwarf Donovan, yeah, he won't stop brewing alcohol. It doesn't matter even if I don't instruct him anything. The Beastkin Gulf and the Lizardman Daga wanted to go with us too, but I asked them to go help Yauko in Village 5. Yauko seemed to want me to come too, but please spare me from taking down ruffians. If Gulf and Daga can't control them, it means it is already impossible for me. Alfred, Ursa, and Tysel also wanted to come with us, but that would make more and more people follow, so I had to refrain from bringing them. I'll take you to the coastal dungeon, so please forgive me this time. The 3 Beast Boys they'll go to Village 5 too to help Gulf and Daga. That's great. The top of the village, while I'm away, is Alfred. This was decided with the recommendations of the villagers other than me and Alfred. Alfred, don't be nervous. You should be proud. Nothing's going to happen, so take it easy. In case something indeed happened, rely on those people around you. Don't rely on Lu. Yeah, only Lu. No, I'm not dissatisfied with Doors, Jurar, or Ancestor-san. I'm telling the truth. Departed, arrived. The entrance of the South Dungeon is in front of me. The universal ship is fast. It's slower than a dragon, though. Oh, that's just a slip of the tongue. Sorry, universal ship. You can carry a lot of things. You're our savior. Of the luggage carried by the universal ship, the Lamia's part was taken down. They are basically crops from Big Tree Village and offerings from Village 5. The crops of Big Tree Village are the usual, but the offerings from Village 5 are diverse. Goldwork, silverwork, glassware, leather goods, woodwork, ironware, pottery, lacquerware, weapons, armor, magic tools, alcohol, livestock meat, chicken eggs, miso, soy sauce, etc. that are made in Village 5. There are also gems, linen, wool, feathers, gold, silver, iron ore, wood, salt, furniture, carpet, arts, and books that were obtained from trade. I don't know why they are being given to the Lamias, but Anne made an inventory in advance, so I gave it to Junia, the chief of the Lamias. She seemed to be happy. After that, I look at the Lamia children, which is my main purpose. The Lamias are similar to the lizardmen. They are an egg-laying race, so you can already interact a bit with the child as soon as an egg hatches. Yeah, small, but it's definitely a Lamia. However, since they came from eggs, what's the point of the plump breast of the Lamias? After the egg hatches, they will be breastfed for a short period of time. I see. I was just a little curious about your ecology. No, I don't intend to taste it. A. Naming a child, me? Ah, there's only one. Since it is a lamia, lamiko, no. If I really said that, there's no difference when I named the arachne Arako. 8. I named it I did my best. The child is still an egg. In short, there's no feature. The only information I have is that its gender is female. Ma, I'm glad that the lamias look happy. The next chief has been decided. Ado, you don't have to do that because of me. I think the chief should be someone that has the ability to be a chief. That child is still in an egg. A banquet was held to welcome us. They seem to have prepared in advance when I told them that I would go. It is pointless to decline, so I enjoyed it obediently. A speech before the party? Okay, I've prepared beforehand too. Cheers. Ah, the good has become delicious. You've done well. Ah, don't cry. It doesn't suit this festive atmosphere. What I'm trying to say is, let's eat and drink. After the party, I chatted with Junia and stayed overnight. Ah, of course, in a different room from Junia. Our chat was almost like a report of what's happening around the South Dungeon. Definitely no sexy time. Tyr is by my side too. Noon of the next day, we will depart. It's not because we overslept, but it is all according to plan. We have to make time to greet those who were not able to participate in yesterday's feast, and to check the offering of the lamias. We won't return directly to Big Tree Village, so they'll have to carry their offering to the village next spring. That's the end of my itinerary, but what about yous looking for help? It seems like it ended without problems. Then let's go. Ah, there's a see-off performance. Got it. I will watch everything they prepared given their efforts in this cold winter. The Universal ship departed from the South Dungeon and headed to the North Dungeon. However, instead of going straight, it moved in a large counterclockwise curve. It's for the sake of timing. There's also the reason of not passing through the sky of Big Tree Village. It is not disrespectful at all, but it seems like we made that move in order to make sure that we won't go home once we passed through Big Tree Village and caused a delay. I was taught of that by Malbit and Ruintia. The Titans said that they don't mind, but we have to at least give them face. We arrived at the North Dungeon. We did the same thing as we did in the South Dungeon. I'm not cutting corners in order to say that the way they did things was different. Their race is different, so it is impossible for them to do the same, but I know they tried hard. There's only one unexpected thing compared to what happened yesterday. I'm glad Tyr and Rhea are here. Name a Titan child. I don't mind, but he already has a name, right? You want me to change his name? No, I won't rename you. I understand. 8. I did my best to name the child. Chapter 609. Muttering of a civil servant girl. Village chief is going to visit each dungeon while I'm going to house it. I don't want to. I was surprised when I muttered that. I shouldn't. Village chief himself decided that I'll house it. One must never be dissatisfied with village chief's decision. I'm not complaining. I'm just struggling to remove the feeling of wanting to go. It wasn't village chief's decision that I should house it, but Frau Sama? That changed everything. Where's Frau Sama? My apologies, but I must complain. Yeah, I'll tell her right straight on her face. So, where is she? Behind me. No, I have no complaints. Oh ho 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 kaya. Recently, Frau Sama has become aggressive. Whenever she feels like there's going to be a question for a certain decision, she'll attack. As a person with noble blood, I think problems should be resolved with elegance, like talking about it first. Submit your complaint letter later. Now, did you finish your assigned task? Even if I submit a complaint letter, you're just going to throw it in the fireplace without reading it, right? I know it's just a waste of paper, so I'll write it on a board. I'll choose a wooden board that burns thoroughly. Last time, I wrote it on a hard-to-burn wooden board, and it stayed in the fireplace for around 3 days. It was embarrassing that several people had read my dissatisfaction. Now, my work's done. Even if it isn't finished, no one's going to complain if we're drinking tea. So, what's my next job? My next job was to attend a meeting. I'm going to attend as the recorder. The participants of the meeting at the meeting room of the mansion are Lu-sama, Flora-sama, Anne-sama, Sena-sama, and Frau-sama. Hakurin-sama and Rasudi-sama usually attend this meeting, but they're not here because they are pregnant. Gran Maria-sama, Kudal-sama, and Koron-sama are not here either since they are Alfred-sama's guards. Yauko-sama is not here because she's responding to the troubles in Village 5. Although it can't be helped, seeing the vacant seats is such a pity. And why is Gyuron-sama not sitting yet? Are you here to represent Hakuren-sama? I won't complain since Lu-sama and the others are fine with it. Here's your tea. Frau-sama, we're all busy, so let's start. As you can see, just looking at the participants, you'll immediately realize that this is not a formal meeting. If this is a formal meeting, there will be a few men like Donovan-sama and Daga-sama. And a little more women too. Again, this is an informal meeting. Its public name is Tea Party. The contents of this tea party are diverse, but it is basically a pre-confirmation meeting before consulting village chief. Just in case you misunderstand, we are not discussing how to manipulate village chief's judgment. This is more of a consultation. The main purpose is to know the contents in advance, collect information, and summarize relevant materials. We have to do this so when village chief asks anything, we can answer immediately. That's of utmost importance. This is a consultation where we consolidate everything into one. It would be troublesome if village chief consulted us and we gave vague answers. Every participant is used to this. Thus, we proceeded with the decision quickly. I did my best to record it too. I still need to show this to those who weren't able to participate. After the preliminary confirmation of different topics, next will be the report of things where village chief is not involved. Not really. It is reporting of incidents that can't be heard by village chief. There's no bad content. Please understand that maidens have secrets that can't be heard by men. I won't record it. The last part is the real tea party, chat time desu. There are few offerings of Village 5 that I want. Is it okay for me to secure them? Frau's in charge of it, right? I have a proposal about the education of the children. There's a new type of alcohol. I saw Donovan-sama holding it. Do you think you will be able to bear a child? I'm worried about E3-san, she sometimes looks in a distance. Alfred-sama and Ursa-sama are confirmed. How about Taisel-sama? I can join since this is just a casual chat. It's a little fun to sue. One of the Oni maids came and reported to Ann-sama. It seems like village chief has safely left the south dungeon and is now heading towards the north dungeon to sue. I don't think there will be any problem, but we can never be too sure. Village chief seems to be moving smoothly. The meeting room has become quiet because it is a report about village chief. Then, it's my time to talk. Speaking of which, I have to consult you about Pirika-san. Pirika-san is a human. I'm a demoness, so I tend to forget about it, but thinking about the lifespan of a human, Pirika-san is already at the age where it's normal for her to already bear several children. I heard a little while ago that she can't get married. It's not like she doesn't want to get married. She said that if she's going to get married, she'll only accept Gulf-sama as her husband. She wants to be Gulf's second wife. Yes. However, Beastkins doesn't like polygamy, so it might be hard for Pirika-san's wish to come true. If his wife permitted it, there shouldn't be any problem. I think getting his wife's permission is the hardest part. From the stories I read, she'll be accepted if she properly greeted the wife. I apologize to Pirika-san, but this is exciting. Love is the nourishment of a woman. Me, I'm targeting village chief. No that I know I have no guts, I'm a maiden after all. One day, I'm sure. Chapter 610. Village 3's Trouble. The North Dungeon visit proceeds in the same way as the South Dungeon. The only difference is that we passed more crops from Big Tree Village in the North Dungeon. I said that I want the visits to be the same as possible, but it will be troublesome if we don't consider the race difference with respect to food. The Titans definitely eat more compared to the Lamias. Because of that, we adjusted certain things. The problem that we thought would happen never occurred. We were entertained with a welcome banquet and stayed for one night. And the same happened until departure. Even the mountain elf asking for something happened the same way too. That made me laugh a little. Now, the next thing to do is to go to the East Dungeon, but before that, I spoke with Glueworld first. Actually, before we left, the offering products of each village has been given to me. The representatives of each village will be accompanying me after all. Village 1's paper and bamboo products. Village 2's silk and pork. Village 3's chicken eggs. Village 4's spices. Village 5's crafts. When we were loading some of their offerings before departure, a problem was discovered. Village 3 has no specialty product. Everything the Village 3 has can also be found in Big Tree Village. Because of that, I had Big Tree Village refrain from taking the offering of Village 3. Village 3 is embarrassed to send that offering to Big Tree Village. I'm also sorry for the Lamias and Titans, since they won't be able to taste the eggs from Big Tree Village. The centaurs, Glueworld included, were greatly depressed. Ma, the centaurs' sex ration at the beginning of their migration, was extremely unbalanced, and their hands are tied too. Adjusting to their new lives and raising children were their priorities after all. When Baron Fuca's group arrived, the ratio of men and women improved, but that time, they struggled to fill the gap between those who came earlier and the newcomers. Village 3's specialty product was neglected. I think being a centaur village is good enough. They've been working hard as liaison officers too. What I'm trying to say is, there's no need to hurry, but Glueworld has been lost in thought since then. Yeah. A specialty product of Village 3. The ideal situation is that only Village 3 can make it, but we don't have to stick to that idea too much. Since I left the curry spice making to Village 4, I should have thought of something I'll leave to Village 3. What is then? When Glueworld and I were in trouble, Yuri came. As Village 5's status compared to other villages is too low, I think Glueworld-san's trouble is too luxurious. Yuri-sama. It's Yuri-san, I'm a vice chief and so are you. You should just call me that way. That is, Yuri is teasing Glueworld probably in order for her to stop overthinking. We should just think that your chicken egg was equal to Big Tree Village's chicken egg rather than being inferior. Isn't that right, Village Chief? Right? I don't think that Village 3's chicken eggs are inferior to Big Tree Village's chicken eggs. Yeah, that's right. Glueworld smiled a little. I left Glueworld to Yuri. However, chicken eggs. Will that really be Village 3's specialty? But each village already has a poultry farm. Since it is a specialty, should we increase the scale of Village 3's poultry farm? No, we already have enough chicken eggs. No, there's even surplus. The amount produced can't be all consumed. Even if we sold them outside, there would be a problem with the freshness of the chicken eggs. Village 5 can consume it, but Village 5 are also raising chickens. But there are new stores like Kuro and Yuki that make the consumption of poultry products higher. Can chicken eggs be really Village 3's specialty? Let's not think about it. Village Chief, it's not always a good idea to resolve something on the spot. You better have to look at the place first and foremost. The one who told me that was Tyr. Tyr then called Glueworld and told her that we're going to visit Village 3. Glueworld apologized for the inconvenience. No, I'm sorry that I couldn't think of anything right away. Yeah, let's stop thinking about Village 3's specialty for the time being. Let's continue when we visit there. Anyway, after returning to Big Tree Village, we will visit each village next. The Universal ship takes off and heads to the East Dungeon. This will be the ship's first visit to the place, but the approximate location was already confirmed prior to our visit to the South and North Dungeon, so we will not get lost. We're moving counterclockwise again. However, that doesn't mean that we know the exact location of the entrance of the East Dungeon. The entrance of the East Dungeon was at the bottom of a large ground crevice, so only a crack on the ground can be seen at a distance. Ma, I heard that it's in the middle part of the crevice, so we will not get lost. The problem is entering the place. We may have to go down the crevice cliff, so we'll need a rope. Ah, we found the crevice, so the Universal ship will land. All right, what? Fly. The same time I shouted, the Universal ship escaped to the sky. And a giant bloody viper comes out of the crevice to chase us. It's quite big. What's more, it's not alone. I was surprised. I took out the aft in its spear form. The bloody vipers quickly hid in the crevice. It doesn't look like they escaped. Perhaps they are hibernating. Ria says so while holding her bow. Ah, right. They didn't run away, they only drove us away. So, what should we do now? I can attack wherever they are hiding with my aft in spear form, but that might lead to the end of the East Dungeon. When we subdued the North Dungeon, Hakurin and Rasuti played an active part. They are currently pregnant. Let's go back to Big Tree Village and ask for Doors or Jurar for help. No, that's not different from me throwing a spear. It would be the same with Raymarin and Gyurond. Hells won't leave Hakurin, and Mark is a good candidate since he looks like a person with common sense, but will he come? Village Chief, this might mean that the East Dungeon is close. What are we going to do next? Wait until spring. Hearing Ria's questions, I can only tilt my neck. So far, we have never heard reports about bloody vipers in the East Dungeon. In other words, I think they just happen to hibernate in that place. When the spring comes, they will leave. I see, but there seems to be a lot of them. There's a possibility that they built a nest there. If that's the case, let's ask Hakurin-sama's help. She'll give birth this spring after all. Ah, we can't do anything, so let's leave. However, how about the Groks living in the East Dungeon? As long as they don't leave the dungeon, the Groks will be fine to sue. Ria asserts so. The Groks can disguise as rocks to hide. Okay, unfortunately the East Dungeon visit will be put on hold until spring. Hi Elf, when you said you left the dungeon before, you're only lying, right? Groks, rude. We have a highly advanced technique that can make us move without being noticed. No such discussion happened in the main story. Chapter 611. Worridan. My dungeon visits are supposed to last for about 5 to 10 days. We don't know what will happen in the East Dungeon, so we put longer days in our plan. And the result, we decided to return after 3 days and 2 nights. Alfred, who's in charge while I'm away, seemed to be a little dissatisfied. Sorry, red armor and white armor psyched up more than usual too, but things ended before they knew it. Hahaha, okay. Kuro and Yuki are calm, though they're a little sweeter compared to usual. And the Orthros Oru is barking at me. Did you forget who I am? Ah, it seems like it remembered me now. Its tail wags as it comes closer to me. I wanted to pat it, but it still looked resistant. Ma, let me pat you. Good. When I reached out to it, Oru ran to Gurand. I chased it, caught it, and patted it. Gurand, I apologize if I surprised you. I'm grateful to both Reincarnation and Oruru who came with me as my escorts. Your presence eased up my mind. Please take a rest. Reward medals for your service is unnecessary. No, but at normal times, we are not of use to you. Right, Desu. Receiving reward medal for something like this is too much. I don't think that's true. Okay, though I want the two of them to take it, I won't force them. I gave up the idea of rewarding them and left them to Tyr. They also suggested to leave it to Tyr after all. Golf is being taught by Gal and Sil of something. It is rare for their group to make a move, and they're not a trio. Are, there's a reason for that. I wonder what the two of you, Gal and Sil, are teaching golf? I tried to get closer to listen, but I decided to refrain since they have strangely serious faces. Or rather, they're giving off a don't approach us atmosphere. There are also high elves and oni maids watching over the three of them. Why? Ma, if it has anything to do with me, they'll talk to me later. Yeah, I won't approach them. In my bedroom are the sleeping cat Ragiel and Jewel cat Jewel. It's probably because my room is the most comfortable place in the mansion. Ah, you don't have to get up. I don't mind if you continue sleeping. I just came to change my clothes. HNN, Wine Slime is here too. You look fine even though it's winter. Wait a minute. I open the hidden cupboard in the room and check the content. Before leaving, I'm sure my alcohol barrel is still 80% full and now it's less than 30%. It's you. It's good that you admit without making excuses. However, you can't steal. What if it is not alcohol? You know whether the content of a barrel is alcohol or not. Why are you using the dwarves line? Ma, let's say you can discern the content of a barrel, however, that doesn't mean that you can steal it. Next time you'll do something like this, I'll tell Anne. The remorseful wine slime left the room. Ragiel is looking at me with tantalizing eyes. Yeah, he'll certainly react this way. I know why. In the inner part of the hidden cupboard, there's a hidden door. There is a delicious alcohol that I got from the dwarves hidden there. As long as it is safe, I won't care about what happened earlier. I tried to explain it to Ragiel, but his expression didn't change. Could it be? I open the hidden door in the inner part of the hidden cupboard. There's an alcohol barrel, but it's light. I told Anne. I understand what the wine slime did. However, I thought it was our job to manage the alcohol volume intake of Village Chief. However, it looks like you don't trust us. I'm sorry. However, hiding alcohol is a man's romance. I told her about it at the spur of the moment without thinking about the situation first. Regrets. Lou seems to be busy. Flora too. Ma, I'll tell them my adventure during dinner then. By the way, why are the women restless? Secret. You're not doing something bad, are you? I'll trust you then. If you can tell me, please do so. Now call Ursa, Alfred, and Tysel before dinner. I made a promise with them. I'll talk to them about the coastal dungeon. Currently, there are only 3 children who will join the exploration, but is there anyone else who wants to go? Excuse me, but I want to be clear. E3 doesn't want to join? Isn't she Ursa's friend? I think it's better to invite her than to leave her alone here. Though I think E3 is fine staying in the village, even if Ursa's not here. I can't make her do something dangerous. Ma, let's talk to her. We're going to challenge a dungeon. Do you want to go, or do you want to give your slot to someone else? Don't look away. HNN, what is it, Anne? Is dinner ready? How about village chief give up on going and leave your slot to someone else? It is a dungeon that Ancestor-san made. I should be fine since he's going to accompany me. The Demon King has also arranged veteran adventurers. And of course, I won't be going in with the first team. If it is dangerous, we'll withdraw immediately. Until it was time for dinner, I worked hard to present Anne my itinerary in the coastal dungeon. I did that in order to convince her. Chapter 612. Maid who's watching over / Maid who got involved. I am someone anonymous. The only thing I can say is that I'm a professional maid de sous. Yes, my workplace is Big Tree Village. Why, you don't have to know me, I want to stay safe. Cough. Yeah, in Big Tree Village, there was a case that has been a topic for a while. It is the marriage story of Gulf-sama and Village 5's Pirika-sama. It is against manners to talk about stories like that unless it is already acknowledged by Village Chief, or at least by Lu-sama or Tear-sama Desu. Village Chief advocates freedom of love. However, if a person in power gets involved, it makes everything different. This time, Pirika-sama consulted Yauko-sama, the acting village chief of Village 5, or rather, Pirika-sama's fellow disciples reached out to Yauko-sama. Yauko-sama forwarded it to Lu-sama. I will not say anything about Yauko-sama's judgment of forwarding it to Lu-sama and not to Village Chief. Yeah, I think Yauko-sama already predicted that even if she forwards it to Village Chief would just say to leave them alone. Gulf-sama already had a wife and children after all. That time, the women of Big Tree Village started to move and a consultation was held. A woman, no matter her age, will get excited with love stories. We'll watch over how Gulf-sama and Pirika-sama's love story unfold right before our very eyes. Yeah, everything's ready. We even prepared the stage. We did everything we could possibly do. However, it's not like I'm trying to force them together. Not just me, everyone's thinking the same. I swear in Village Chief's name, whatever will happen will be for the two of them to decide. And even if I'm watching them, I'm properly doing my job. I'm sorry, I don't think I can love anyone else other than my wife. It looks like the two of them are not meant to be Desu. It is regrettable, but there's nothing we can do about it. And it looks like Pirika-sama is already expecting that answer. There are tears in her eyes, but she's smiling. This night's dinner, let's cook Pirika-sama's favorite dishes. By the way, Village Chief, why did you fall over? You were hit by Gulf-sama's unbending will? I see. Can you get up? You can't. It looks like the damage is great. Are you okay? I reached out to help Village Chief stand up, but before I could reach him, Anne-sama and Ramuriya-sama were already helping him to stand up. Yes, I'll polish the windows. Anne-sama and Ramuriya-sama send Village Chief to his room. All right. I have a suggestion for this night's menu. Yes, then, okay. It looks like Anne-sama's thinking about Pirika-sama to Desuni. When I'm done polishing the windows, I'll go help in the kitchen. The kitchen is a battlefield like usual. There is also a sudden change of menu. Ah, I'm not discouraged one bit. I can move just fine. My friend in the kitchen immediately gave me something to do. I feel like it's heavier than expected, but it's not like I can't do it. I'll do my best. I'll do my best, but can I ask just one question? Where are Anne-sama and Ramuriya-sama? It is rare for the two of them to not show up in the kitchen this time, Desu. They said that they'll just send Village Chief to his room and leave, but a certain amount of time has already passed. Damn it! I should have helped them carry Village Chief rather than polishing windows. The Oruru is eating. When it first came to this village, it eats whatever we give it, but recently, it no longer does that. It only eats what Guran-sama has given now. Quite loyal. I am proud because I'm the one who made what it's eating. Guran-sama is only the one who gave the food I made to it. No, don't mind me. A maid shouldn't say something superfluous. After eating, Oru goes to where Guran-sama is. Sprinting Desu, you can see that it's pretty spoiled. Gyuron-sama is very strict when it comes to children's education, but she's sweet with Oru education desu. Once, Gyuron tried to tease Oru by hiding while Oru was eating when Oru realized that she's missing. It ran around all over the mansion weeping, looking for Gyuron-sama. After that happened, I feel like Gyuron-sama has become sweeter with Oru. By the way, I'm just curious with one thing, how effective is the nose of an orthros? I'm sure Gyuron-sama is just playing around, so there's no way she's hiding seriously, so if it looked for her using its nose, it should be able to find her. No way could Oru do it on purpose, in order to be pampered by Gyuron-sama. Oru never thought about it. Sorry for doubting you. Its nose is not that good yet because it's still a puppy, no? It didn't even realize that it could find her if it just used its nose. Ah, yes, I will not stop you from walking in front of Gyuron-sama. But can you walk before her? Aren't you usually following her behind? I see, you are acting as her guide. I don't think Gyuron-sama needs a guild in the first place, and what if trouble comes from behind? I'm not sure if you'll be able to react. I'm sorry, my mouth seems to have slipped. I'm a maid, so I shouldn't say superfluous things, reflect me. When Gyuron-sama patted the sulking Oru, it returned to its original state. Yes, I will not say anything. Only that your relationship is good. However, is it all right for you to act that way even if Gyuron-sama is over there? If it is the usual, once Gyuron-sama pampers Oru, Gyuron-sama would be grumpy, but it looks like something happened. You got into a fight yesterday. That's a surprise. You always look like a lovey-dovey couple. That's the reason you fight? I don't get it. Ah, Gyuron-sama left the food that Gyuron-sama made. Right, yesterday, Gyuron-sama was cooking something. You left it behind. You thought it was made by us or by the devils. Guilty desuni. However, it seems like Gyuron-sama is waiting for the right timing to apologize. I see, then I'll take you to the kitchen. Gyuron-sama, cooking is also a kind of pleasure, cough. It would be better if you know how hard it is to cook, and the despair of your food being left behind. Fufufu. Anyway, please leave Gyuron-sama's cooking to me. It will be served tonight. It's not a good thing to let a couple fight after all. Night, the food that Gyuron-sama made was delicious, much better compared to what Gyuron-sama cooks. Gyuron-sama ate the food Gyuron-sama cooked and sulked. Please don't let it pull you down. Wait a minute, why am I the one cheering her up? It should be Gyuron-sama. It's impossible because you haven't made up yet. This is your chance. Yeah, don't be a jerk like before, and don't use Oru as a shield. Chapter 613. To train. My name is Hiraku. I'm the village chief of Big Tree Village. Recently, I have a lot of things in my mind, so I would like to train my mind. Train, but how? Should I sit under a waterfall? Sounds great, let's head to the river. Yeah, there's the waterfall. It looks powerful. The flowing water is also mixed with fairly large ice. I wonder what would happen if it fell into the water. Looking at it, the ice slammed against rocks and other objects below the waterfall, and a loud banging sound resounded. It's winter after all. Let's withdraw since it's dangerous. It's cold too. Ah, come on, my Kuro guards, don't rush into the waterfall. Withdraw, I said withdraw. If you really go there, I'll go with you. Don't wait for me in the waterfall. You're already playing with me. Don't forget you came here with me as my guards. Because of my healthy body, I won't be sneezing anytime soon. But cold things are cold. I thought of my training again. The river during winter is cold, so I don't want to go there anymore. If that is the case, I came to the hot spring. Of course, I did not come here for the hot spring. It's for training. There's no waterfall in the hot spring area, so I have no choice but to make one. But that is something I can't do alone. Ah, the Kuros are already warming up in the hot spring. You guys, unlike me, are worried of catching a cold. Stay warm. It seems like the ghost knights will replace you as my guards in this place. The ghost knights say to leave it to them then, dance. I'm now a little uneasy. It's a good thing that the Lion's Pride is also in the hot spring area, and I also receive a report from Yaru saying that she can't test her weapon since monsters and demon beasts are not approaching this place. Even if my guards are the ghost knights, I should be okay. I cut the bamboo I brought in order to make a waterway. The water source is already at a high altitude, so this task should be difficult. I chose a cliff-like place and made it in no time. I can't call this waterfall since there's too little water. If I take a large amount of water, the water level of some of the hot springs will drop, so it can't be helped. Ma, what now? What's important is being struck by a waterfall, so I shouldn't be bothered by little things like too little water. To be honest, I don't even know what kind of training it is to be struck by a waterfall. The problem now is that the hot water is being sprinkled from a place of about 3 meters high, and it is drawing a parabola. It looks more of a shower. This can't be called training by being struck by a waterfall, is it? Right, if I induce the water to flow directly towards the ground. Yeah, that's it. I'll make this place a waterfall, let's do it. This is just a hot shower. I know, I already noticed it when I was making it. I was just pretending not to notice. This is nothing but a failure, however, I refuse to acknowledge it. This is not good. I actually have the courage to refuse. I'm now prepared to say no. There are times where you should not give in. I learned something new. Even if it is only a hot shower, it should still be effective for training, right? Let's get struck under it a little more. When I was feeling good, I felt something that touched my shoulder. Ghost nights you want to try too? All right, it's your turn. At a later date. The matter that you brought to me, am I imagining things or this thing can't be refused? I asked the civil servant girls. No, it is not your imagination. If it can be refused, we will send them to Tear-sama or Yauko-sama instead of village chief. Is that so? Yes, Lu-sama instructed us to not bother you as much as possible. Then, this here, you just gave me this. It is so important that we can't judge it ourselves, and given the situation, it is also impossible to refuse. I see. My goodness. Let's train under a hot shower again today. Chapter 614. Coastal Dungeon Capture Squad. The day to go to the coastal dungeon has come. I'm the captain of the capture squad. The members are Lu, Tyr, Gulf, Daga, and 10 lizardmen, Rhea and 5 high elves, 5 mountain elves, 2 Oni maids, 5 lamias, 3 titans, Rajinleif, and Ancestor-san. Ursa, Alfred, Tysel, Gol, Sil, and Bron will join the fun too. I also invited E3, the Phoenix Chick Aegis, the Tiger Saugetsu, and the Orthros Oru, but E3 is holding a siege in the Kotatsu, so she won't be able to come with us. Aegis won't be able to come with us too since he will be training with the eagle. Saugetsu asked the Ainikos if it can participate, and it was rejected. They don't want it to go somewhere dangerous. Oru doesn't want to leave Gurand's side, so it won't participate. I'll just ask Gurand. She held back because there's a possibility of her accidentally destroying the dungeon. Okay, I won't force you. Right, how could I not mention those other members? 30 Kuros, and spiderlings, about 100. It is currently winter, so I told them to not force themselves, but they are highly motivated. At first, I didn't intend to take them, but I was persuaded by Anne and Ramurias, saying I should bring masters of exploring and capturing unexplored dungeons. The masters of exploring and capturing dungeons that everyone acknowledges are none other than the Kuros and spiderlings. If you are talking about capturing a dungeon, you are talking about the Kuros and spiderlings. They even have a track record. There shouldn't be a problem if they are with us. However, if I want to take the Kuros and the spiderlings with us, I have to ask the Demon King and Beazle first. No one will profit if they make a fuss in the Demon King's kingdom's territory. Fortunately, the Demon King and Beazle arrived at the mansion back then, and I easily got their approval. The Demon King even said he can't reject my request, since we will find a lot of short-range teleportation gates in the dungeon. Wait, what? Ma, so you already planned it that way. I won't do anything reckless, safety first. Each member of the capture squad is armed. We moved near the coastal dungeon via Ancestor-san's teleportation magic. We arrived at a beautiful sandy area near the sea. A beach. Ah, this was part of that cleanup program. The cave was found when the coast is being cleaned. The cave is said to be in a rocky place a little away from here. I feel a little lost, but there's something I should think about first. The reason why I immediately found the nearby sandy beach and not the dungeon entrance is because we are supposed to meet others here. 2 other groups to be exact. The group of Seekins who discovered the cave with a dungeon on this coast. The other one is the adventurers who the Demon King hired. They will be the discoverer of the short-range teleportation gates. At first, I was supposed to have that role, but I refused, so he has no choice but to hire adventurers. Why didn't he propose to have the adventurers discover them in the first place? However, I can't find any of the groups. It looks like they still haven't arrived. Looks like we need to wait. The Kuros and the spiderlings got excited upon seeing the sea. Is this your first time seeing the sea? You can get close to it, but don't go into the water. No, I'm not doubting your swimming capabilities. I know you can swim well in the river and in the pool. However, we're supposed to explore a dungeon. It won't be good if you get tired. And if you get wet in the sea, your fur will get sticky. It is hard to secure fresh water in a place like this, so washing you will be troublesome. Also, I think you can tell by the smell, so don't drink seawater. It's salt water. Okay, good reply. You can go now. And Ursa immediately got into the sea and drank seawater. Come back, you too, Alfred and Tysel. The climate in this place is not so cold, but it is still the sea in winter. It is not suitable for swimming, but it doesn't mean you can't go enjoy it. However, running straight into the sea? Is this youth? No, I shouldn't be impressed. I asked the Oni maids to prepare fire so that Ursa and the others could get warm. It looks like Lou and Tyr are already scolding them. Then, I'll make some hot soup. The parties we have to meet still haven't shown up yet. Fortunately, I brought a big pot. The pot is big enough for an adult to fit in, and it is used in cooking large quantities of food during festivals and banquets. This is a coast, so I'm expecting crabs. Yes, I know. If I make food using this pot, it will be too much, so I'm going to use a smaller pot. I said smaller pot, but it is something that can fit in a child. If I have to make food for the dungeon capture squad, using this will be enough. When I was preparing to cook, the high elves told me to build a hut. It's not a bad idea to prevent sand from getting into the food. I also want a place where we can change clothes and a toilet too. Got it. I leave the cooking to the Oni maids and go out to procure materials for the hut. I asked Gulf, Daga, and the lizard men to be on guard, while I had the lamias and titans to accompany me. Monsters and demon beasts around here have been exterminated at the time of cleaning the coast, so the danger is low. I only took the lamias and titans with me to help me carry wood. I won't call the Kuros and the spiderlings, since they are happily enjoying the view of the sea. There are 5 Kuros and 10 spiderlings around me. They have the face of someone saying, "We're doing our job properly." Ma, I'm not going to a city, so it doesn't matter. Reginleif will come with us too. Go ahead. Ancestor-san is, maybe your memory will come back if you walk around. Okay. As for the Beast Boys, go and watch over Ursa and the others. I'm sorry and good luck. We went into the nearby forest and procured wood using the aft. I will procure the amount the high elves requested. No, even more. It looks like I've been absorbed in cutting trees. My tension might have been raised because of the dungeon exploration. I have to cool my head a little. And I'm sorry for the lamias and titans that will carry much more than expected. It would be a waste to leave them after all. As soon as we returned to the beach with the wood, we saw a battlefield. The first thing I noticed was giant crabs. There are giant crabs whose shell's width is around 5 meters. I'll say it again, crabs, because there are 5 of them. Those 5 crabs are in the shallow water facing against the Kuros, who are carrying spiderlings on their backs. The high elves and the mountain elves are in the water too, just behind those crabs. Looking at the sea, seekins such as mermaids and sahajan are floating. Not just 1 or 2, there are around 30 of them. They don't look like they are swimming. It seems like they fainted. The high elves and the mountain elves are trying their best to keep the seekins away from the crabs. The Kuros are taking the crabs' attention by provoking them while the high elves and mountain elves are rescuing the seekins. Where's Lou and Tyr? I can't find them. Those 2 can fly, so I don't think they drowned. In short, they were not here from the beginning. Gaul and the others are trying to keep Ursa and the others from jumping out. I don't know what's happening, but looking at the situation, it looks like the crabs have attacked. And they were intercepted by those who remained on the beach. I don't know what happened to the seekins, but they seem to be alive. Did someone use lightning magic? While I was analyzing the situation, I focused on the super lucky encounter. I never expected to see crabs that big. How do I cook them? Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 615. Crab, so far, I've eaten crabs purchased from Shashado City through the Goron Company. I'm not dissatisfied with how they taste. They are delicious. In the past, there were only a few people in the village that eat crabs, but recently, most of the villagers are already taking a liking to it. Though I like crabs, I'm dissatisfied with something. It's the kinds of crabs being purchased. Crabs are packed in a large barrel and transported. Yeah, the kind of crabs is not uniform. I don't know the names of those crabs, but I can see their obvious differences. However, I can't say anything since they are crabs after all. Therefore, even if I ask them that I only want to eat a certain type of crab, it won't work. But that doesn't mean I didn't try. However, different kinds of crabs were still brought in. I still ate them all. They're delicious. It's a shame that my crab craving was not totally understood. By the way, there are giant crabs before my eyes. That shape, I'm sure of it. Snow crabs, they are completely incomparable in terms of size, but I'm sure they are snow crabs. Snow crabs are also called Matsuba crabs or Echizen crabs depending on the prefecture. And of course, they are edible. In the past, I used to see snow crabs at supermarkets every winter, but I could never buy one given their price. They are completely incomparable in terms of size, but they are snow crabs. And I think bigger is better. Yeah, there shouldn't be any problem with them. I naturally put my hands together in front of my chest and say, Itadakimasu. Village Chief Ano, isn't it better to do that after defeating them? The lamia beside me told me so, and that took me back to reality. That's right, there's a possibility of them running away. I immediately give instructions. Kuros and spiderlings, I allow you to go into the sea. The Kuros and spiderlings immediately attacked the crabs at once after they heard me. The reason the Kuros and spiderlings are not attacking the crabs so far is because they can't go into the sea. I'm glad they are following my order, but they don't have to do that when they are attacked. I won't forget to add that next time. The Kuros and the spiderlings immediately killed the 5 crabs. I wasn't able to stop them, which resulted in 5 supposedly delicious crabs becoming grilled crabs. Though I didn't blame the Kuros who used magic. Their safety is the priority. It can't be helped. I was thinking that maybe they're not burnt but cooked, which saved me time and effort, but that's false hope. The firepower was too strong. When the fire was extinguished, all that was left were charcoals. There's not a single part that can be eaten. Yeah, it's okay. However, it seems like it is impossible for me to hide it. Sweat is steadily flowing out from my eyes. The children are even looking at me. The Kuros suddenly became depressed. I shouldn't cry. Yeah, I'll do my best to hold it. Village Chief, Village Chief. One of the Oni maids calls me out. It seems like the Seekins have awakened. Then let's go and listen to, not them, the sea. Crabs, more than 20 giant snow crabs. The tears on my cheeks are no longer tears of sadness. Heaven, thank you very much. Ano, it is better to not eat crabs of that size. They are poisonous. That's what a Seekin said when he woke up. I collapsed on my knees. In order to boil crabs this big, I dug a big hole in a rock, poured water, and put thermal insulation stones. The healthy body that God granted me may invalidate even poison, but I think it is wrong to eat something that is already known as poisonous. Also, that means I'll be the only one who can eat it. It's a shame. If it is a smaller one that you can hold with one hand, you can eat it since it is not poisonous. Shall we catch you some? We can catch some immediately. Those are the wonderful words of the Seekin. Same kind as this. Yeah. We forgot that we came to capture the coastal dungeon and enjoyed eating crabs. Yeah, sorry. I really forgot about the dungeon. When Ancestor-san came back, I suddenly remembered. Chapter 616. Seaside Cottage. On the advice of the Seekins, the hut we built was on a rocky ground. If we built it on the sandy beach like what we originally planned, there's a possibility of being submerged in the tide for about 6 months. A river flows near the hut, and the cave where the coastal dungeon is a little upstream of that river. This way, the hut can be used as both a base and a resting place. I've been listening to the explanations of the Seekins about the cave, but the high elves and mountain elves didn't even bother to listen. Making the floor a level higher than the ground, as critter measures. Backrats can easily invade it though. Critters in rocky places can even move upside down. They have such a strong gripping power, especially backrats. But why build in an inverse cup foundation? Critters in rocky areas can't move backwards, so it is necessary for them to face the direction they are moving. In other words, if they try to invade your place built on an inverse cup, the critters in this rocky place can only walk with their heads down. And that will make they roll down. No, they won't. However, if they are moving forward with their heads down, their gripping strength will be lesser, and will even come off due to its own weight. You'll see it as soon as they move at the edge of the inverse cup. Should we make it slippery? Yes. There's a special squeezed seaweed juice. Once the critters of this rocky area touch the edge of the inverse cup, they can only fall down. I see, it is inevitable since they can't move backwards. However, if the inverse cup is too shallow, some critters from the rocky area might be able to escape, so please keep that in mind. We received advice on how to build a seaside cottage from the Seekins who are familiar with rocky critters. It's good that they have passion for research, but I would prefer it if they listened with me. If it's just me, I might forget something. Also, the spiderlings won't be affected by the inverse cup, anti-backrat plan, and they even said that they don't even need to use thread to leave. Amazing. It is not known what caused the Seekins to all faint. They said that they seem to have felt an overpowering bloodlust from the shore, but I heard that there's no strong monster or demon beast here. Gulf and Daga's group that looked around also said that they did not encounter any strong monster of demon beast. If that is the case, then the one who used lightning magic, please come forward. I promise I won't get angry. No one came forward. I never thought that no one would come forward, which means there's probably no one who used lightning magic. Though I don't think that the Kuros will do it. I'm not happy if I've been lied to, be honest. HNN, the spiderlings raised their legs. What? You didn't use lightning magic, but it is your fault that the Seekins fainted? You scared them. That's impossible. There's no way anyone will faint upon seeing your cuteness. Also, if that is true, the giant crabs should have passed out too, right? The giant crabs fainted too, but they woke up soon. I see. Since you said it yourselves, I guess it is really your fault. Don't scare them next time. It's a racial characteristic, so there's nothing you can do about it. Even so, just don't forget to make a non-frightening posture. Got it? It might not be possible now, but it might be possible in the future. Okay, dissolve. If that's true, then, the people who immediately fainted after coming to the village were. For now, let's apologize to the Seekins. The hut was completed. We now have a place with roof. The walls are removable after considering that it would be hot during summer. It's a stilt house and looks like a seaside cottage. It is fully equipped with a kitchen, toilet, and shower for comfort. It's a shame there's no bath. How about we use the hole we dug for boiling those giant crabs? That hole will be a standby place for Seekins that can't go to land. That means I have to dig a canal to the sea later. Let's think about the problem first. What matters now is to dig a new hole for a bath. Let's do it. By the way, what's with a standby place for Seekins that can't go on land? I'm not going to start a business here. Sure, there's kitchen and everything, but leave the maintenance of this cottage to us. The Seekins said so with serious faces, but that's useless. There's no available chef. That's not a problem. There's a Seekin that can cook. You studied in Shashado City? You even helped in Marla's beach stall. You've even been to Village 5 to study ramen in a barrel filled with seawater. You're amazing, but please don't be so reckless. So, I see. You are confident with your cooking skills, so you want to show off somewhere soon. However, it is difficult for Seekins to leave the sea for a long time, so you would be grateful if there will be a seaside store. Right. Since you have a chef of your own, everything changed. There won't be so much hassle since you only need to buy ingredients. If you ask the Goron company, they can sell you ingredients regularly. The next problem is the customers. Isn't this place too far from the city? Your target customers are the Seekins, but are you sure? As for me, I don't see any problem, but don't be upset. Since you are going to open a business, you need permission from the Demon King. I already informed him that I might build a base, but I didn't tell him anything about opening a business. It might not be necessary, but report, contact, and consultation are important. When I said that, Ancestor-san brought the Demon King. Your spirit is commendable, but do you have the skill to support that spirit? I might not be skillful enough to open my own store yet, but I want to please everyone with my cooking. I see, then please me. The demon said so as if he's a gourmet. We brought ingredients, so there shouldn't be a problem. Lunch was crab dishes, and the little early dinner were curry and ramen. This curry, though its taste is several levels lower compared to curry that can be eaten in the village in Marla for some reason, I feel like this is the true curry. Eating seafood curry by the sea feels kind of special. However, since we are by the sea, seafood was used a little more than necessary. like too much crabs and prawns. No, I didn't say anything. This ramen also tastes several levels lower compared to the ramen served in the village. It's delicious. Eating seafood ramen by the sea feels kind of special, though my comment about the ingredients is similar. I'm not saying using too much seafood is bad. There's no rule saying you shouldn't do it. No, I didn't say anything. Excellent, I'll give you permission to do business. Since the Demon King gave his permission, it was decided that he'll start a business here. That's good luck. No, what do you mean, manager? Don't force me on it. You don't have anything to pay for the cottage? No need, I'll just give it to you. Ha ha ha, I don't need some shares. Though you should pay for the ingredients I'll give you. You can pay for that with seafood. The not giant crabs you caught earlier would be great. The special squeezed seaweed juice for the Baccarat inverse cup trap would be okay too. The high elves and mountain elves were interested in it. Ah, not too much though. You can also pay with fishes that you can catch depending on the season, but don't overfish. Also, though I don't think it will happen, if the Demon King ever evicts you, just follow his order obediently. This is the Demon King's territory. I'll help you build a cottage somewhere else. It was decided that the Seekin will start operating a business in the cottage, but this is currently our base for the dungeon exploration. I know how you feel, but please be patient for now. We still need to transport ingredients. However, what happened to Lu and Tyr? And what about the adventurers that the Demon King hired? If they are late, they are late. However, they should have at least informed us. Lu and Tyr said they're going to do something before the giant crabs, and Seekins came and flew somewhere. What is their business? When I was thinking about it, I heard a Kuro barking outside. Someone seems to have come, however, I can't seem to find anyone. HNN? Ah, there it is, Tyr's golem. I didn't notice it because it's short. The golem is carrying an adventurer-like man. He's not injured, but it looks like he fainted. Who's this? Kokusu of Mayagard's axe. It looks like an adventurer that the Beast Boys knew. Chapter 617. Adventurers Suffering. My name is Renton, a member of the adventurers team, Mayagard's axe, which is famous in the Demon King's kingdom. My role in our team is tank. With my heavy armor and customized shield, my main task is to protect the other party members from the enemy. However, since I'm heavily armored and even have a heavy customized shield, my movement speed is slow. I'm also not suitable for long-distance travel. Because of that, there are times where I can't participate in a quest. Of course, I have my complaints. However, it can't be helped. For example, a tank like me is definitely not suitable for medicinal herb gathering. Even in an escort mission, I've been the reason for the slow travel time. It would be good if I could be put on the carriage during our escort missions. However, how can I even think of taking the space of the goods we are supposed to escort? If I were the merchant, I wouldn't do it either. If you're going to ask what kind of quest I'm good at, it should be base defense. There are few quests like that, and even if there's one available, no members other than me will take it. The rest will be doing quests they are good at. I'm also good at being a sacrifice that will make sure that others will be able to escape. Yeah, there's no way there will be a quest like that, and that's good. I would like to refrain from taking such a request even if I'm good at it. Safety first, that's what I think. One day, the members of Mayagard's axe were gathered by our leader. All 14 of us, including the leader. This is not unusual. When he takes a quest, he'll explain it to all members in order to decide who'll go. I listened to the content of the quest, while wishing that it's a quest that I can participate. The content of the request is to spend a few days in a certain place, receive an item, and return with it. That's it. It's so simple that it's questionable. However, the reward for this quest is high. The legitimacy of the quest has already been checked twice, but why did he receive that quest? Also, what kind of item are we going to pick up? Everyone's doubtful, so we all started at Kokusu, who's beside our leader. Kokusu shrugged his shoulders and spoke. This is a nomination quest. I see. In other words, we were appointed by the other party, so we can't refuse. Then, it can't be helped, but who is the other party? Why can't he be refused? That information alone already gave away the difficulty of this quest. We're still staring at Kokusu since we wanted to hear who the other party is. The quest giver is none other than the Royal Capital's Adventurers Guild's guild master. Sky-high dangerousness. I tried to escape with all my might, but I was captured by our leader. I'm sorry, but everyone must participate. Let's face this misfortune together. When the leader declared so, all other members except Kokusu booed. We rushed from the royal capital to Shashado City. It was because our departure was delayed a number of times. It was due to members of our party trying to escape. There was a cycle of running away, catching, and persuading. I think it's okay to leave members who are opposed to go with all their mights, but the quest needs a certain number of people. Are we going to pick up a lot of things? We tried to increase our chances of survival, but it seems like the Beast Boys that we can relied on refused because they seem to have received nomination, Quest 2. It looks like nobles are involved, so they can't move without permission. Those Beast Boys are nobles after all. Our other adventurer friends who heard that we received a nomination request from the guild master escaped before we knew it. They're heartless. Thus, we decided not to look for them. Our only hope is the Adventurers Guild in Shashado City. Though the notoriety of the guild master of the Royal Capital's Adventurers Guild might have spread already to Shashado City, there might be people who we can trick would wish to join our adventure. That's a true adventurer. Though we can't find them in the royal capital, we believe that we can find true adventurers in Shashado City. I only wish it will be more than one. I'm already laughing for the worst. There's no true adventurer in Shashado City. Damn it, the curry is delicious. With a little hope, we tried to hit the Adventurers Guild in Village 5, but we also failed to find one. However, it's not like there's no true adventurer there, but they are all busy exterminating monsters and demon beasts around Village 5, so they did not even listen to our story. Ramen is also quite good. It seems like it should be eaten with chopsticks rather than a fork. Let's learn how to use chopsticks. While I was escaping reality, we started moving for the quest. Is it here? The leader asks Kokusu. We arrived at a beautiful beach. Was there a beach in this place? We've been adventuring in Shashado City for half a year, and we also walked around this area, but I can't remember this place. That's even the reason why we brought some equipment. This place has been maintained, so it's better compared before. The other members agreed with Kokusu's opinion. The feeling of trouble becomes stronger. According to the information we gathered in Shashado City and Village 5, there seems to be a newly discovered dungeon near here. I wonder if this quest is related to that. I can't calm down in this place, so let's go to the forest. We were supposed to wait for a few days on the beach according to the quest, but the beach is too open, and there's few places to hide, so we will never be able to relax there. I also agree with moving to the forest. We set up a base in the forest. For now, let's eat. We managed to replenish seasonings in Shashado City. Delicious is justice. Currently, we decided to take turns watching the beach. I don't know who will bring the items, but we were not instructed to welcome whoever it is. We should at least be this cautious. The night came, then morning. Kokusu, who was watching over the beach, collapsed. When I was thinking why, the trembling body of Kokusu suddenly jumped up and ran with all his might to us. Why? No, I get it. Among the monsters and demon beasts that adventurers like us are dealing with, there are those who can dazzle, make someone sleep, or even faint. We have magic tools to counter it, so the person who gets dazzled or sleeps will get back to normal after fainting. Did it work? The disadvantage is the high price, and it's a one-time disposable item. I also heard that it hurts a lot when activated. The teary-eyed Kokusu turned to us and told us to run using hand signals. If the situation is bad, I don't think there's a need for you to cry. We immediately understood why. The magic tool activated. He's probably hurting all over. However, he didn't even complain. We did not dare collect our luggage placed in the base and ran away, I think while running. Then I saw a big beast, a wolf. Not just a wolf, I know what it is. A disaster. And there's something on its back. Maybe it was the one that stunned him. It should be Stun Bash. There are very few monsters or demon beasts that have that ability, but none of those are something we can deal with without preparing special equipment. And the wolf is carrying something like that on its back. This force can already destroy a city. This is bad, really bad. Thinking of the nearby places, it should be Shashado City and Village 5. For the sake of the people living there, we should kill them here, if possible, but it's impossible. They won't wait for the members of Mayagard's axe to be fully equipped, and even if they did, I can see it clearly. Their overwhelming power. Can you understand what I'm currently feeling? No matter what choice I choose, it will result to death. But I don't want to die. There are a lot of things I want to do. I want to get married. It's my little dream. I'll get married and build a family with lots of children. I don't have a partner yet. However, I'm sure she's there somewhere. That's why I don't want to die. There's one thing I forgot to say. The wolf with a formidable adversary on its back, it's not just them. I didn't count, but there should be at least 10 pairs like them. Ha 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 ha. It looks like the end of the world has come, but I will survive. Goodbye, my favorite shield. Goodbye, my favorite armor. I don't have a sword. Which city is more powerful, Shashado or Village 5? It's Village 5. Not speaking of the adventurers, the guards there are all well trained. My teammates seem to have concluded the same thing. All of us are heading to Village 5. All right, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. But despair doesn't want to leave us alone. Kokusu looks behind and screams. We can't leave Kokusu behind. He's not acting like the normal Kokusu. He should have at least told us what he saw. However, he just looks forward and runs. I think he's right in doing so, though. However, I can't just let fear swallow me, so I checked at our back too. 2 women flying. Given the way they fly, they are flying for us. Ah, I know them. I know those faces. The blood-sucking Princess Lulushi and Angel of Annihilation tier. They are world famous. Their disaster level surpasses those wolves. Those 2 are people no one can offend. I used to know them only with their names, but for some reason, I found the paintings of the 2 of them in Shashado City and Village 5. Why are they chasing us too? Given the direction they came from, they should be related with those wolves. No, perhaps one of them is ordering those wolves. God is so cruel. Me and my running teammates look at each other and nod. Then, our leader shouted. Scatter and escape. POV chain. The flying Lu and Tyr. Are, those should be the adventurers that the Demon King hired, right? Why are they running away? I don't know, Desu. How about trying to call them? Lu-san, please. Okay. Oi, adventurers over there. They were replied with screams. Lu-san's voice might have scared them. Looks like it. I don't know what happened, but they look like they're in trouble. Wanna check them out? I don't mind, but it looks like they don't have the plan to cooperate, right? I'm sure they don't. That means we have no choice but to catch them. Right, Ara, they scattered. Just when I was about to cast a wide area effect magic. You didn't chant, so I don't think they sensed it, but doesn't that mean that those adventurers are pretty skilled? I like them already. Wanna check out who'll be able to catch more. Phew, I won't lose. Thus, Mayagard's axe's suffering has just started. What happened? Oi, adventurers over there. They were replied with screams. The adventurers didn't understand her. Chapter 618. Capture begins. Morning. In the corner of the hut, Lu and Tyr are sitting straight while covering their faces using their hands. They are embarrassed. They forgot about the kids and chased the adventurers all night after all. One of them escaped. I thought we caught everyone. Or so I thought. It looks like the thing they are embarrassed about is letting one of the adventurers escape. That person managed to warn the guards of Village 5, asked for his comrade's rescue, and then ran into a tavern to court unmarried women. He was captured by the guards with Yauko as the lead and was carried back here by Beazle. The remaining 13 adventurers, who were captured by Lu and Tyr, welcomed him with embrace. Such a good bond for an adventurer's team. These adventurers were supposed to discover the short-range teleportation gates according to the Demon King's plan, and they are called Mayagard's Axe. It seems like they are adventurers that got acquainted with the Beast Boys in the royal capital. Because of that, the 13, now 14, won't leave the Beast Boys' side. I understand that you are acquainted with each other, so you are at ease with them, but how could adults like you hold children's clothes? Let's just eat breakfast. After breakfast, I gathered the dungeon capture members and discussed how we would capture it. As for the Seekins, we will be accompanied by 2 mermaids as guides to the entrance. It looks like they won't enter the dungeon. The rest of the Seekins will be guarding the hut and prepare for the opening. Good luck. The adventurers also won't enter the dungeon. Instead of waiting here, it looks like they're going to collect their luggage that they left in the forest. I don't really care, but why are you begging those 3 to go with you? Since the Beast Boys voluntarily cooperate with them, I leave them be. It can't be helped. The 2 Oni maids, 5 Lamias, and 3 Titans won't enter the dungeon too and will just wait in the hut. The Oni maids will make food for everyone, and the lamias will be responsible for transporting the food into the dungeon. As for the titans, if something strange happens, they will be called if necessary. And so, we entered the coastal dungeon with the following members: me, Lu, Tyr, Gulf, Daga, 10 lizardmen, Rhea and 5 high elves, Reginleif and Ancestor San. There's also Ursa, Alfred, and Tysel. And 30 Kuros and 100 spiderlings. Before leaving, I thought our firepower was enough, but now, I feel uneasy. Should I bring more from the village? Lu and Tyr told me that the members are more than enough, so I didn't do so. However, if things become dangerous, we have to withdraw immediately. Don't forget that. The coastal dungeon is a cave upstream of the river, but since it is the only water source of the river, you just need to follow it. Lights were needed near the entrance of the cave, but as we went in further, the walls began to glow and the lights were no longer needed. Here. Something blocked our way. A huge iron door that looks like a temple door. There are also gargoyles on the left and right side of the door. I see. I'm sure making gargoyle was my habit, but I can't remember anything. While Ancestor San was thinking, Lu appealed to me and pointed the characters written on the pedestal where the gargoyle statue is writing. Rumani Brand Transilver. That doesn't sound like Ancestor San's name, does it? One of his many names? Ha! This dungeon is something that Ancestor San made after all. Ah, you were asked by someone to install the gargoyle statues for security purposes. In any case, we are now certain that Ancestor San is involved. If Ancestor San recalls the dungeon, it will be easy for us to capture this, but that would be regrettable. However, why are you certain that this is an unexplored dungeon? The gargoyle statues were not destroyed. Normally, when someone touches the door, they'll start moving. Lu said so and touched the door. The statue of the tough-looking gargoyle begins to move. Warning, no one's allowed to break in. Get your hands off the gate. When Lu let go, the gargoyle returned to normal. The statue of the gargoyle has not been destroyed, so this is definitely unexplored. That's right, but it's strange. Strain. It is normal that it won't let anyone in, but normally there should be a ridded or a secret switch somewhere. Right. For confirmation, I asked Ancestor San to touch the door. The gargoyle statue moved. Even Ancestor San is not spared. It looks like it is impossible to investigate how to open the door without destroying that gargoyle statue. Looks like it. I asked Ancestor San if it is okay to destroy the gargoyle statue. I don't know since I don't remember. However, I don't really care if it will be destroyed. He is probably looking at it as an immature product of the past, so he wants to destroy it too. I think it is a waste, but safety first. I destroyed the gargoyle statue using the aft. Are, why is everyone looking at me? Aito, during its not moving state, it has a barrier so destroying it is impossible. Never mind. I'll check the door. Please, while Lu was checking the door, I asked the seekins that guided us. By the way, the river is flowing by the door. If you could swim upstream that river, can you go beyond the door? That should be the case, but that's not the case. There's a barrier there, so they can't swim upstream. To prove it, the seekin threw a stone on the upstream river. The stone seems to have hit something like a wall on the way. That's the barrier. Since the river is flowing, I think it's a one-way barrier that will only not activate if you're coming from the other side. I see, so that's how it is. Thank you, however, a barrier. Should I break the barrier using the aft too? When I was thinking of doing it, Lu managed to open the door. Breaking the barrier using the aft is the last resort. I thanked the seekins that guided us and moved forward. Even after passing through the door, the scenery did not change. It's still a cave, a wide cave parallel to the flowing river. After walking for a while, I heard the sound of a waterfall. There's a large pond and a waterfall. Are, a dead end? That doesn't seem to be the case. There's a door somewhere. It's behind the waterfall, an easy stash. Around that door are tons of graffiti. Don't open, dangerous. Don't approach. Don't open this door, even if it is your last resort. Those scare me. Is it really dangerous? Classic threats. Lu did not mind and put her hands on the door. It was easily open. There's a big devil statue placed in the room beyond that door. Village chief, don't let your guard down. That statue is different from the gargoyles before. Ancestor San urges me to be careful. I don't know how it is different, but the big devil statue's eyes shine and talks. Beyond this point are trials. You can only take it in a group of 3. Then, a staircase of light appeared. Amik. The 13 adventurers that were captured by Lu and Tyr welcomed him. The man who seemed to be the leader hugged the newly brought man. "Hey, are you taking the role of tank as the fastest runner?" "Ado." Several more surround him. "We heard that you were courting a woman. You've got one hell of a leeway. Do you know how scared we are here? I heard that you drunk and didn't even dare join the rescue team." "Shut up. You would have done the same if you were the one who managed to escape. Do you even understand how I feel? Do you know how I felt when I suddenly got arrested by the guards? And when I met a high-ranking person, I was suddenly sent back to the forest without a single explanation. Do you understand how I feel? I don't know how you feel, but when I heard you were courting someone, I know it's a lie." "Yeah, definitely a lie." An adventurer's team with close bond. Chapter 619. Trial begins. A staircase of light appeared before us. Lu and Tyr analyzed it. This staircase is made of magic. There seems to be no trap. It seems like the spiderlings and Kuro's counts as one too. It seems to be strict with number desune. Is it a trick to disperse forces? If that is the case, even if it says that a group of 3 can climb, there's a possibility that the stairs will disappear after the 3 climbed up. That's right. It would be nice if the staircase will appear again in time, but if its goal is to make sure that the 3 that climbed won't be able to return, it means this is a trap. Tricky desune. We have no choice. We need to try it at least. And so, a group of 3 was chosen to move forward. I was removed from the first group candidates. I understand why. We've been working together until now, but we've promised that I'll be the last to enter the dungeon. I can't go with the first team. Of course, the children can't go too, since it has come to this. Would it be safe to send Lu, Tyr, and Ancestor-san? When I was thinking so, the Kuros barked to appeal. The spiderlings on their backs are volunteering too. Seeing them, Gulf, Daga, and the mountain elves volunteered too. It's good to be aggressive, but we're in a dangerous place. No, I'm not saying no. It was decided with draw lots. Spiderling, spiderling, spiderling. Well, yeah, they got the most number, so this is not surprising. Are you okay with it? You're so confident. Okay, got it. Please. After climbing up, the first thing you need to check is if you can come back. If you can't, stay put and wait. But don't forget to be flexible. Don't be like yesterday where you can't protect others because I ordered you to not go into the sea. Safety is your first priority. Even if you are trapped, I will definitely go and help you, so don't overdo it. The spiderlings climbed the stairs. When they managed to climb to a certain height, they were shrouded by light and disappeared. Or maybe I can't just see them because of the light, or perhaps they were teleported somewhere. I suddenly became uneasy. This situation is now beyond what Lu and Tyr predicted, but the staircase of light is still there. I suppressed my feeling of wanting to check the spiderlings out and patiently waited for them. After waiting for a while, the spiderlings did not return, so the next group will climb. The next group will be a Kuro, a spiderling, and a spiderling. Like the previous one, they were absorbed by the light and can't be seen anymore. However, unlike before, I heard the Kuros bark above. I told it before climbing that once it managed to climb safely, bark to inform us. I was relieved when I heard the bark. However, given what happened, I think the order we sent the 2 groups is wrong. Reflect me. Unlike the first 2 groups, other groups climbed one after another without stopping. Climbing in a group of 3, is it restrictive? And none comes back, so our number is getting smaller and smaller. It's almost the children's turn. The children's group, Ursa, Alfred, and Tysel, was not decided by lottery. I even wanted to group each of them with 2 adults, but it seems like it will be easier to protect them if they're in a single group. The kids started moving before me. I heard screams. Given the direction of the scream, it is not from above, in short, from where we've come from. Did the lamias, who are supposed to bring us food, encountered trouble? Or, the level of vigilance of those who are still waiting in line increases. However, 3 wet high elves appeared before us. They were a group that climbed up pretty early. When I asked them what happened, this is what they said. The place we arrived at is just right above this place. It's a big room, and those who have gone before us are there waiting. Once you climbed up, the stairs will disappear, so you can't use them to get back. In the room, there is a river that leads to the waterfall that's hiding the entrance of this place. I see. Even if it is a big room, it is already becoming crowded as other groups go up, so Lusama decided that we should proceed. I have given the leading groups of Lu, Tyr, Rhea, Gulf, and Daga the right to command. They know the situation ahead better, so I won't get mad. It seems like the group of 3 that climbed the stairs will be permanently grouped, and you won't be able to go anywhere without each other. There were trials all over the place, and we failed in one which made us fall into the river and fall into the waterfall. After that, we get back here. In other words, it is possible to come back here after failing. I'm quite relieved. So, what are those trials? They are the right path trial, where you'll need to cross a narrow bridge, the integrity trial, where you'll have to avoid flying mud balls, and hexagon trial, where you'll enter small rooms after small rooms with several doors dessous. I think there should still be more trials, but we failed the hexagon trial. Hexagon trials room are hexagonal, and there are doors on all sides. The content of the trial is to open the door and look for the right way dessous. You can act individually there, but there's no floor in one of the room I opened, so I fell into the river. The moment one falls, the others will also fall into the river. It seems like whatever happens, the 3 must be united dessous. We could swim in the river, but we can't go upstream. We are being prevented by some sort of barrier. After falling from the waterfall, we were able to go against the current. Perhaps if you fail the trial, you'll be dropped from the waterfall and return to the entrance. I see. Then, should I prepare a fire here so that those who'll fall can warm up? Air is flowing here, so there's no need to worry about consuming all the oxygen. Following the 3 high elves, some Kuros and Spiderlings also fell from the waterfall and returned. Ah, don't be sad. I'm glad you're safe. When I was gathering information from those who fell from the waterfall, my turn has come. My group mates are none other than Rejinleif and Ancestor-san. This is not a result of draw lots, but a result of discussion. Behind my group, aside from those who fell and came back, is a mixed group of a Kuro, a Spiderling, and a Mountain Elf. They will be protectors of the rear and in an unlikely event, call for help. However, since there are a lot who fell from the waterfall, let's have them take that role. Are, what about the children? They should already be in the next area. Are they waiting up there? I feel like they won't wait. Let's go after them. Chapter 620. Breaking through the trials. I climbed the staircase with Rejinleif and Ancestor-san. We arrived in a big room like the high elves said. And the children are not here as expected. Instead, there were the 3 Spiderlings, the first group that climbed the stairs. The others went ahead while they were waiting here for me like I ordered them to do. Good. I'll give you rewards later. Steamed potatoes? Good, eat as much as you like later. Ha. Don't, we have to go after the children. What about you? You're going to follow me to guard me from behind? Got it. Please watch my back. The next place to go to is easy to see. Just walk along the river. When we went a little further, a narrow bridge was built on the river. So this is the right path trial. It's a narrow bridge about 15 cm wide. Pretty easy. When I was crossing the bridge, I heard loud sounds of someone falling on water behind me. When I look back, I can no longer find Rejinleif and Ancestor-san. They both fell into the river. Moreover, they are drowning. Ah, darn, it will be dangerous for me to jump into the river. If I'm embraced by 2 drowning people, I'll drown too. I hesitated, but the thin bridge at my feet disappeared, so I fell into the river as well. Just like I heard, whatever happens to one, the others will follow. It can't be helped. Should I make a float using my clothes? When I was thinking of that, something like a floating ring flowed from upstream. Coincidence? No, I have not heard from those who have fallen from the waterfall anything about a floating ring. Did the dungeon send them when it found out that there were people drowning? It's kind. I swim and secure the float. I delivered the floating ring to the drowning Rejinleif and Ancestor-san. And the 3 of us were washed away by the river downstream just like that. The Spiderlings behind us threw treads to help me earlier, but the threads hit something and didn't reach me. Thanks, don't worry about us. Go ahead. The Spiderlings jumped into the river and chased me. I'm happy, but there's a waterfall ahead. Yeah, it was pretty scary to fall from a waterfall. While asking me if I want him to dry my clothes using magic, I asked Ancestor-san why he fell. There was a strong magical force that made me unable to fly. Ancestor-san agreed to what Rejinleif said. I see, you can't fly. No, why do you even need to fly if you can walk normally? I'm sorry. Forgive me. Rejinleif and Ancestor-san obediently apologized. Both of them seemed to be bad with thin bridges. Anyway, don't look at your feet. Stand up straight. Your line of sight should also be straight. Given that width, you should be able to easily cross it like that. Do your best. I headed to re-challenge the trial again with the hesitant Rejinleif and Ancestor-san. Behind us was the first group of spiderlings. From now on, you don't have to follow us if we fall into the river. Don't do anything dangerous. We challenged the right path trial again. Yeah, we did our best. Even though I taught them to stand up straight, both of them are crooked. It's okay. Let's meet at the waterfall again. We managed to overcome the right path trial and arrived at the integrity trial. There's a door at the end of the trial where 50 cm square tiles are laid out. Perhaps we should go to that door. However, there are statues of devils lined up by the wall holding mud balls. There's a message left behind by those who went ahead. It seems like if you step on specific tiles, you'll be thrown with mud balls. You won't be disqualified if you've been thrown at, but if you were hit by mud balls, you'll be disqualified. The mechanism of this trial is that the tiles on the floor will disappear and you'll fall into the river if you're disqualified. I did my best there. We only fell 4 times. You're the vampire's true ancestor, but why is your instinct so bad? This angel lady said that the tiles with footprints are safe, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Both of you stop fighting. A small room with doors on all sides, the hexagon trial. I heard that we can do this trial individually, but will the doors disappear when one of us manages to complete it? This seems to be forcing the participants to act individually. However, it's not so difficult if you have a proper sense of direction, because you can see the small rooms from a small hill before challenging it. We only fell twice. I already checked and said that there's no floor in the 3rd room on the right. You activated a strange trap. You probably thought it was a wonderful experience to be chased by a golem. Both of you stop fighting. The next trial, we found the groups that challenged the dungeon ahead of us. High elves, mountain elves, lizard men, Kuros, spiderlings. I can't find Lou's group or the children. Looks like they moved on. Those who are here are not resting. It seems like they are already doing the trial. What kind of trial is it? Silence trial. There is a pond next to the river. One person from the group must catch 1 fish. Ho-hoo. If it is about fishing, just leave it to me. Even without this trial, I find time to fish as a hobby. Am I good at it? Ma, let's not talk about details. Fishing gear and bait are available. There is no time limit, so you can just fish until you catch one. Okay, let's do our best. Rejinleif caught a 20 centimeters fish after 5 seconds. The fish she caught was released. If not, other people won't be able to proceed. Hurry up. No, be patient. I'll be fishing a little bit more. Rejinleif and Ancestor-san forced me to move forward. I'll be back. There are trials waiting for us after that. However, I, Rejinleif, and Ancestor-san challenged them boldly. We fight. We made up. If there are 3 united people, any of the most challenging trials can be manageable. By the way, we passed by Lou and Tyr's groups who were being washed away by the river a while ago. Now, we are seeing Ursa, Alfred, and Tysel being washed away. I'm not worried about anyone drowning because they have floating rings. The waterfall is higher than expected, so be careful. After seeing Gulf's group being washed away, we cleared 2 more trials. There's a big sign that filled up my hope that we are about to reach our goal. Final trial. Phew fo fo. Took us long enough. However, we still managed to reach this point. I, Rejinleif, and Ancestor-san went in slowly. It's a bright place. Outside, it looks like we have gone out to the beach. Is this place far away from where we came in? I don't remember seeing this place before, and a group is waiting for us. Who are they? I'm not familiar with this beach, but I'm familiar with the person leading the group who's waiting for us. The representative of the Seekin whom I've met earlier when there was a conflict with the Seekins and Shashado City. The old merman. He looked at us and opened his mouth. Hello, challengers. You've done well to come this far. This is the final trial. Do you think you can overcome it? And seafood dishes were presented in front of us. Octopus tentacles. Yeah, delicious. The coastal dungeon seems to be a dungeon that is managed by the Seekins. Ah, it was the Seekins that gave floating rings to those who fell in the river. Thanks. But then, aren't you the ones that discovered the entrance of the dungeon in the first place? And you're also the ones who guide us to the entrance, right? Is this a trap to lure us in? No, we only know that it was the entrance to this dungeon. Even us don't know what's waiting inside. We only know the river part and this place. Is that so? The chief of the Seekins informed us that this dungeon is something they inherited. It is still strange that you don't know. However, no one has challenged this dungeon for thousands of years, and only the last trial was known to them. Thus, it became their method of resolving disputes. I see. I mean, what is this dungeon in the first place? We also have no idea. We are just managing it according to our ancestors' will. That means, those who have passed the final trial can move on. Over there, the place that the old merman points at is a door of light that appeared. I thought it looked like a teleportation gate, and it was really a teleportation gate. What is waiting ahead of us? Lou and the others will try again, so should I wait for them here? No, it's not like I can't rely on Rejinleif and Ancestor-san. It's only reassuring to have more people. By the way, the ones who arrived right after us were the first group of spiderlings. You guys are amazing. In the silence trial, the Kuro's only group was working together with one holding the fishing pole, one checking if something had bitten, and one in charge of the bait. They are struggling to put bait on the hook. The river in the cave is not a natural river, but an artificially created river, so its shape is unnatural. It is bent from the goal beach, so that it can flow through the dungeon until the first beach. Chapter 621. Winter Sea Barbecue. Not only on the beach where the final trial is, even in the whole dungeon, Ancestor-san can't use his teleportation magic. If he can use it, I would have asked him to go back to the beach to get some food. I have to give the spiderlings steamed potatoes. We also need to eat. The lamias are the ones responsible for transporting our food in the dungeon, but they can only go until the waterfall, so we won't be able to get food. Everyone else challenging the dungeon won't be able to get food too. The sun is still high, so it is still too early for dinner, but it will fall soon enough since it is winter. We need to get ready. In front of us are the Seekins. I guess we have no choice but to ask them for food. No, wait a minute. How did they get here? I asked a young merman. If you use the sea, you can freely come and leave this place. I see. Do you know where the beach we were previously at? It is near the river where the entrance of the dungeon is. Oh, so you know. Then, can we use a raft or something to go there and carry something back? You certainly can, but look over there. When I looked in the direction being pointed by the young merman, I saw 3 lamias riding a boat that was being pulled by the Seekins. We were told to wait here, so I contacted the other side. Did we bother you? No, I'm grateful. You're very helpful. The Seekins that are pulling the boat are the Seekins from the first beach, right? Is that okay? Didn't the Seekin chief say that only the chief will be informed about the dungeon, and only after inheriting it? Even though he said that, there's no way the chief can manage the dungeon alone. I'm not the chief, but look, I'm here. Right. Frankly speaking, the inheritance is not top secret, so others will definitely be informed. However, those who have heard it must help managing the dungeon like me. In other words, the Seekins that are pulling that boat. From here on, they'll also manage the dungeon. I'm happy about that, since that will make the cleanup work easier. Mama, let's have the Seekins do what their race have to do. I won't say anything else. Aside from one. The one who said he wants to start a business there, leave him be. He's working hard for his dream. The lamias brought cooking utensils and ingredients, not readily cooked food. The maid said that village chief would prefer this since you're not doing anything else. I do, thanks. These cooking utensils and ingredients. It looks like I can even cook some hard-to-cook dishes using these, but since we are at a beach, let's barbecue. Seekins, can you bring some seafood? We have meat and vegetables here. Of course, you can participate. There are iron plates and noodles, so you want to make yakisoba? Last night, there were only curry and ramen, which felt unsatisfactory. Speaking of seafood, yakisoba indeed needs a few. There are lots of seafood, so let's make seafood yakisoba. Yeah, delicious is justice. Ah, let's not forget to steam potatoes for the spiderlings. Let's grill some corn too. Of course, I won't forget my favorite barbecue. Wouldn't it be easier if we just stick them on a skewer? For now, let's count the number of participants. Oh, a group of 3 Kuros came. Good. However, it is still too early to let your guard down. There is a final trial. Seekins, do your thing. You're going to use barbecue. I don't really care, but since you said it's okay, is it really okay? It has been passed down from generation to generation, right? Ah, yeah, delicious is justice. But it will no longer be a trial. Okay, let's enjoy the barbecue on the beach until we have a certain number of people. It's a pity that it is winter. The day ended. It's not dark because of Rejinleif and Ancestor San's magic. Light magic. I Rejinleif, Ancestor San. Spiderlings, 17. Kuros, 16. Gulf, High Elf, Mountain Elf. We are the only ones who cleared the dungeon. The Seekins and those who were not able to clear the dungeon applaud us. Those who were not able to clear the dungeon were transported to this place via a small boat from the first beach with the help of the Seekins. The Kuros and Spiderlings that were not able to clear the dungeon are gloomy. Mama, you just had bad luck. Lou's group, Tier's group, and Ria's group are disappointed. You can clear it next time. Daga's group is, they weren't able to complete the Big Rock trial. That was a difficult trial. And Ursa, Alfred, and Tysel. They have faces that will continue the trial tomorrow. However, whether we have time or not depends on the place at the other end of the teleportation gate. Even if you can't continue to do trials, don't get angry. The teleportation gate was in the shallows. It is currently low tide, so it is currently on the sandy beach. Looks like we can use it now without getting wet. Also, it seems that even those who have not cleared the dungeon can use the teleportation gate so Lou, Tyr, and Ria can accompany us. Ursa and the others are reluctant to go since they weren't able to clear the dungeon. It's good that you are honest, but consider the situation first. Wait for us at the first beach. I'm sorry, Daga, but please escort Ursa and the others. By the way, I'll only bring the Kuros and Spiderlings who cleared the dungeon. The rest will stay at the first beach until we come back. Then, let's go. When I was about to pass through the gate. I can't take the lead. Okay, chapter 622. White History. After passing through the teleportation gate, we arrived at a big underground cave. Light stones are placed on walls, floors, and ceilings, so it is not dark. On the contrary, it's too bright. Only then I was able to know how big the cave is. The height is about 50 meters. The width from the left to right it should be 800 meters in the narrowest place. I don't know how long this cave is though, because in this big underground cave, there is a luxurious Western-style mansion. I was surprised. It is bigger than my mansion in the village. Standing in front of the gate of the wall surrounding the mansion, I can't see the end. However, I think this mansion is slightly strange since there are few windows. Also, looking at it closely, you'll notice that they are steadily constructing to enlarge it. Still, the luxurious atmosphere that it gives off is not affected. I guess it's because gold and silver wares are everywhere. That sounds so vulgar, but in this place, it doesn't look like that. It even made this place look better. Do you remember anything, Ancestor San? No, you don't need to apologize. Ancestor San was trying hard to remember even when we were challenging the dungeon. Even if he said that he had erased his memory with magic, it doesn't mean that everything was wiped out. He only sealed unnecessary memories and not remembered them so he can recall them if there's an intense interference. I want to know too, but you don't have to overdo it. Lou is worried too. By the way, nothing's happening even though we already waited for a while in the front gate, so we had no choice but to bust in. Fortunately, the gate is not locked. We're not going to disturb whoever is in there, we just want to say hello. We arrived in front of the door of the mansion while looking at the wide garden. Lou holds the knocker and hits it 3 times. Nothing's happening. Is no one at home, or is no one living here? I heard from the Seekins that they started inheriting the dungeon management for about 3,000 years ago. Could the people inside already be dead? I guess I'm correct in not bringing the children. Lou calls out. Excuse us, we are people who cleared the trials of the dungeon. Nothing is happening, so Lou opened the door. It's not locked either. The Kuros and Spiderlings went ahead. From the bark signals of the Kuro, they didn't find any problem. Inside the mansion, a big hall right after entering. Soft and fluffy carpet is laid down on the floor. There are also magic lights, but what's the point when the Kuros already searched around before they turned on? Given how the lights turned on, it looks like we are being invited somewhere. However, why are you walking to another place, Lou? I feel like it's a trap. Right, now that you've said that, this coastal dungeon is pretty suspicious. Though I understand if someone's doing it since we invaded their mansion without permission. Let's follow the course. With my persuasion, we moved in the path indicated by the magic light. Perhaps because this place is constantly being widened, there are not many straight passages. We also had to turn either right or left until I lost my sense of direction. Is the lack of windows a plan to inconvenience the intruder's sense of direction? Was Lou right? Is this a trap all along? Now, if the magic light goes out, I don't have the confidence of returning back to the entrance. When I became a little uneasy, a spiderling told me that it had been leaving its web since the entrance. As expected. Ah, the Kuros can go back too, using their sense of smell. Good. It looks like my anxiety is unfounded. We arrived in front of a luxurious big door. By the way, the magic light did not go out throughout our travel. Is there anyone here? I hope so. I also hope no one's there. Please, spare me from finding your corpses. After Lou knocked 3 times, we waited for a reply. The door opens a little, and the Kuros and the spiderlings immediately invade. After waiting for a moment, a Kuro returned with a troubled expression. What happened there? Inside the room, to be honest, it's so complicated to describe. It looks more of a warehouse. Although it's a fairly large room, it is narrow since books are all over the place. Since the first thing you'll see upon entering our bookshelves is the owner of this room, a book collector. But if that is the case, this place should have been managed more. Is he the type of person who will throw a book away after reading it once? When I went to the room, according to the guidance of the Kuro who returned, we were brought to a study place with a woman writing something on a desk. A beautiful woman in her 30s. What I found weird is that she is roughly dressed. She's wearing a simple sleepwear, and her long hair is wrapped roughly with a towel. Completely unexpected. She is probably obsessed with writing or completely ignoring the barking Kuros surrounding her. Ancestor-san, do you know her? No, not at all. No, is it? I'd like to speak with her for the time being. What should we do? Even if Lou spoke, she didn't bother to react. I thought of shaking her shoulder, but I wasn't able to touch her. She has some sort of barrier around her. We also tried making our voice louder using Ancestor-san's magic, but nothing happened. Ma, it's obviously useless since the Kuros has been barking at her earlier. This is troublesome. When I was thinking, another door at the side of the room opened. HNN? When I was wary of who it was, a petite woman came in. In a maid uniform. She didn't notice us. She's muttering something while walking into the room. When she finally noticed us, she froze. 8. The maid hurriedly went to the woman in the study who was writing something and threw the contents of the cup she brought on the head of the woman. Hot hoot hooet. It seems like there was hot tea in the cup and the woman fell from the chair. The tea stains the towel wrapped around the head of the woman, so she found it hard to take the heat off her. She finally untied the towel, got up, and grabbed the maid's collar. How many times have I told you to stop doing that? If you do it again, I'll kill you. I'm sorry, however, look, we have guests. Guests. The woman finally noticed us. And the clothes she's wearing too. The woman left the room with a friendly laugh. The maid asked us to wait a little longer and chased the woman who went out of the room. To think that there would be people who will overcome the trials and reach this place. You have my praise. Now, the beautiful woman is wearing a black dress and is completely acting different compared to earlier. The beauty in her 30s even became a beauty in her early 20s. I guess it is true that women turn into monsters at home. Ah, it looks like she overlooked her hair. She is not completely transformed. The maid was doing her best to brush her hair from behind. Now, I wanted to know what she wanted to say, but it looked like it was my turn to speak. Then, I won't hesitate. We came from Big Tree Village. I am the village chief, Hiraku. The people around are residents of the village. Strictly speaking, Ancestor-san is not, but we shouldn't worry about details. We heard that there is an unexplored dungeon, so we decided to challenge it. Because of that, we have no idea who you are. Can you tell us why this dungeon exists, or can you tell us about you? I see. The gate was last used, Edo, around 3,000 years ago. The woman confirms the information to the maid behind her, but the maid shook her head. I only started serving you for the last 2,000 years. This talk scale is out of scale. Right, I'll just introduce myself. My name is Versa, one of the 37 commanders of the Legatus Legionis of evil god Rachel-sama. The devil Versa Myra Transilver, the wife of Rumani over there. Rumani over here? Who? The line of sight of the woman called Versa is directed at Ancestor-san. Speaking of which, the characters at the pedestal of a gargoyle at the entrance. It says Rumani Brand Transilver, one of the many names of Ancestor-san. She's your wife. We were all surprised and stared at Ancestor-san, but he only shook his head. I don't remember. Remember. Versa's high-speed dropkick hit Ancestor-san's face directly. The maid's guard was excellent since she managed to ensure that the hem of her dress won't be rolled up too much. Chapter 623. Black History. I am surprised that Ancestor-san has a wife. Though I'm surprised, I don't remember. Even though he already received a powerful dropkick, he did not remember anything at all. I'm unsure of the state of their relationship, so I did not say anything. However, how can you forget about your wife? Only someone terrible can do that. Within me, Ancestor-san's stock fell. But wait, will Ancestor-san dare to forget about his wife? What if this is all Versa's delusion? I also don't think that you'll remember with only that. However, thinking of me as a liar is already out of the line. Harem, give paper and pen to everyone but Rumani. Harem seems to be the name of the maid. The maid gave us paper and pen, good quality paper, feather pen. She also handed each of us ink pots. Do we need to write something? Maid-san, I don't think you need to give the kuros and the spiderlings. You can write. Ma, you can even fish. Okay, do your best. When the maid reported to Versa that papers and pens are already distributed, she started talking. At this moment, I'll permit you to record what I'm about to say. So, Versa wants us to write whatever she's going to say. It's not really compulsory. Only those who are interested should do it. I won't force the Inferno wolves. As for the demon spiders, they seem to be able to write using webs. Phew, aren't they adorable? I agree that the spiderlings are adorable, and they are better people than anyone would think. After she coughs it off, Versa decides to pose with one hand covering half of her face. The king of destruction, who dwells in my right eye, wants to rampage. This is unusual, but the time is not right. Should I make changes in the black contract? This time, the goddess of nihility dwelling on my left arm is reacting. You spoiled girl. However, I can't let you out. Stay asleep. With this, I'll travel to the place of death. I know. I wonder what awaits me. As expected of my only wing. What is happening? When I looked around, I saw the suffering Ancestor-san. SSSTTTO PPPPPP. Stop ITTTTTTT. MYHEADDD. Looking at what's happening, are those collections of Ancestor-san's lines? I see. Ancestor-san, so there was a time where you were like that, huh? And it looks like you are already starting to regain your memory. Given Ancestor-san's reaction, the possibility is high. Ancestor-san is already convulsing on the floor, but Versa has no plan to stop. It seems like she'll continue until he recovers his memories of her. She has no mercy. By the way, Lou, why are you lying on the floor convulsing too? It looks like she was hit by a stray bullet. She has that surprising side. By the way, everyone else other than me, Lou, and Reginleif are recording Versa's lines silently. I guess they won't waste the chance getting Ancestor-san's weakness. But don't abuse it. As for why Reginleif is not recording, it's because she is holding her belly while laughing out loud. She looks so happy. I found a surprising side of her. She's hyperventilating. Excuse me, maid-san, help us out. That fiery red hair, bewitching. Will you let me monopolize that beauty? What I need is not the blessings of the world. What I want is to be blessed by the sky with you. This is what Rumani said when he asked me to marry him. Versa stops and smiles fully. It seems to be over. Ancestor-san and Lou are lying down on the floor, not moving a bit. It seems like they have taken some great damage. Reginleif's life was in danger, so I had her out of the room. I think she laughed enough for the rest of her life. I remember Versa. Ancestor-san is alive again. It seems like his memory returned, as Versa had expected. You humiliated me. Let's start the second part, shall we? I forgot about you, I'm sorry. That is your punishment for forgetting your wife. Given that conversation, Versa seems to be the wife of Ancestor-san. Within me, Ancestor-san's stock fell sharply. How could he erase the memory of his own wife? It looks like he noticed my gaze. Ancestor-san said to everyone, "Let me explain why I decided to forget about her. Let's listen." However, there are a lot of obstacles given our situation, and it will be difficult to explain it to everyone. Therefore, let me explain it to Village Chief first. Once he understood what I wanted to say, I'll let him convince the others. You only want to explain to me. Ma, it doesn't matter. When I tried to approach Ancestor-san so that I could hear him clearly, he stopped with a hand signal. Don't approach me more than this. There's a reason for this, village chief, yes. How about trying to pull out a book from that bookshelf? Any book is okay. I want you to open it and read a few lines inside and make sure no one else can see it. Be careful, you must never tell it to anyone. Since Ancestor-san's voice is full of seriousness, I also followed his instructions seriously. All I need to do is to get one ordinary book, right? And read a few lines. Let's see which one looks the best. This one looks good, so I open it properly and read. HNN. I put the book down, pick up another book, and read it. I think he already guessed it from my expression. Ancestor-san spoke to Versa. What's the book that village chief is reading? Of course, my masterpiece. I understand now. Village chief, do you get it now? No, it doesn't matter even if you only vaguely get it. I'm sorry, but can you tell the women to get out of the room? Everything that will come from my mouth now are poisons that might affect them. Since Ancestor-san said so, I had them evacuate the room temporarily. Ah, don't forget the fallen Lu. Gulf. Ancestor-san said that it would be better if he doesn't know, so he went out too. I feel like I don't want to hear it either. In this room, only I, Ancestor-san, the Kuros, the Spiderlings, Versa, and the maid had remained. After Ancestor-san confirmed that the door was completely closed, he shouted, Village chief, this room, no, all the books in this mansion were written by Versa. Their contents are all similar to what you have read earlier. Similar is not the right word. There should be a more detailed classification. Shut up, they are all man-to-man entanglement books. Everything, that's amazing, but I know that there are such books and I don't hold them in contempt. I acknowledge that she enjoys writing them. They are good literature. Moreover, I won't stop her from writing one. I also acknowledge her talent in writing and even her passion that I can only bow my head to. Are you saying that these books are not the reason you decided to forget about your wife? I even forgive her for making me appear in those books. I don't understand the joy of those kinds of books, or which one is good, so I just let her write as much as she wants. Ah, you write your husband as a character in books like this. I would hate it. Ancestor-san is already tolerant that she allowed you to do that. However, I can't bear that she actually prepared a man and told me to get entangled with him. Do you understand, village chief? She kidnapped a handsome prince before and brought him to me and asked me to be a head heir and let him attack me. Yes, she actually asked me to do that. Is it a sin to forget that? I think it is the responsibility of the husband to correct the hobby of his wife. There's a limit. After that, I refused and sent the prince back to his kingdom, and when I came back, there were 7 more books with the theme, Escape for Love, between me and the prince, and after that, she kidnapped another prince to get entangled with me and said it should be okay since it's a different type. Can you blame me for trying to forget those? I'm not saying I perfectly understand you, but the verdict. Ancestor-san, not guilty. Ancestor-san's stock recovered. Okay. Ancestor-san did not make his wife cry. Village chief, don't let this sadness propagate. All of the books in this place should be banned. Please tell all the villagers to not read or take them out. Forbid them from getting any interest on them. I promise. And I thought of something again. I was right to not bring the children here. Chapter 624. Coastal Dungeons' Reason for Existence. Whatever hobby you have, you are free to exercise it. No one will force you to stop. However, that's until you cause trouble to others. But I've already reflected on my past actions. I'm not kidnapping anyone anymore. That's a matter of course. Even I got embarrassed at how you say it, as if you accumulated good deeds. By the way, why did Ancestor-san marry Versa? Leaving her extreme hobby aside, she's a splendid woman and an excellent wife material. She also accepted my hobby. Your hobby? Rumani loves the gods. The reason he approached me in the first place is because he wanted to hear about the evil god Rachel-sama. That's why you got married. At the early days of our marriage, Versa was a normal literature girl. Or that's what I thought until Ancestor-san, who had very distant eyes, looked tired, so he took a suitable chair in the room and sat down. Seeing that, Versa prepared a chair for me and called the maid who's waiting outside the room. Give Rumani, Haraku, and IT. Are the inferno wolves and demon spiders going to drink? The Kuros and the Spiderlings said they'll refrain. Okay, but if you want some, just let us know. Yeah, she's a good person. I and Ancestor-san sit around a table with Versa. The maid brought a tea set for the three of us and poured some tea. We shouldn't neglect those waiting in the other room. I'll send Cory and Harkin there. The maid said so as she arranged cakes in front of us. This is the first time. The first time I'm served cake from a place not related to me. Are, why does it taste familiar? When I looked at the maid, she explained. This cake came from a certain super popular store in Village 5. I asked them for a big favor and was allowed to take them out. I used magic to ensure freshness. Compared to eating it at the store, the taste might have fallen a little, but please forgive me for that. Ada, do you not like sweets? No, that's not it. I was thinking if I should say it, but Ancestor-san told the maid for me. He is not only the village chief of Big Tree Village, but also the village chief of Village 5. He's also the manager of Kuro and Yuki, the store that serves this cake. He's also the one who invented this dish. Ah, is that so? I didn't know, I apologize, please forgive me. No, you don't have to feel bad. I'll inform the assistant manager about you. The assistant manager? You mean Kainesta-sama, who's also the coach of Village 5's Iron Bull Army. That's right, you are quite informed. I'm a loyal patron of Kuro and Yuki. Then, thank you for your patronage. You can go there. Come to think of it, where is this place supposed to be? Versa answered my question. It is almost directly below the dungeon you cleared. It is below it as much as the height of a mountain. A mountain, about 500 meters. This place is super low. Did Maid-san go through that teleportation gate to go to Village 5? No, that teleportation gate is strictly for dungeon use. There is another teleportation gate for going out, and that's what I'm using. Maid-san said so. I see, so you go out. How about Versa? No way could you have sold your books in Village 5. Of course not. It was Ancestor-san who denied that claim. Versa won't leave this place. Why is she sealed? No, she's a hikikomori. Going out, what does that mean? Is that all right? By the way, the kidnapping cases were done by her subordinates and not by herself. In addition, she will never sell her books. She loves her works as if they are her children. In a sense, that's her saving grace. What's not her saving grace then? To those who seek, I won't hesitate to show them. Ada, did you build this dungeon so that no one could get close to Versa? No, that dungeon has a different purpose. Or rather, it's related to Versa's role. Role, Fufufu, this devil governs knowledge. Versa stands up and poses. To put it simply, she names all the races of monsters and demon beasts that are born in this world. That means it was Versa who gave the Inferno wolves their race's name. That's right. Versa nodded full of pride. Of course, I don't name anything by dogmatism or prejudice. I also consider everyone's point of view, so be relieved with my naming. Be relieved, really. Ma, it's good that you don't name anything as you like. However, how do you tell the outside world the race's names? You go out, right? Using books. Maid-san showed me a big book. This is the master book, and there are hundreds of copies. If you add something to this master book, it will also be added in the copybooks. Ah, so it's like the paper magic tool that I used to contact Mio in Shashado City before. I somewhat understand the principle. That big book, I feel like I've seen it somewhere. No, it's not that book, but a smaller one. It must be the book that Helzenarch had. Hearing Ancestor-san, I remembered. That's right, the thick book that Helz had when she came to the village. In the book, she told us that Kuro is an Inferno Wolf Emperor and Yuki is an Inferno Wolf Empress. Is that a copybook? Those who don't have a copybook like that will come to Versa in search of knowledge about monsters and demon beasts, but at some point, the number that are visiting her had exceeded the limit. Rumani created the dungeon for me. Its purpose is to make those who are seeking knowledge undergo trials, and only those who will overcome them will gain what they seek. I see. Was that dungeon created solely by Ancestor-san? I didn't make it using my own ideas and power. Those who seek knowledge are often weak, so I struggled to adjust the safety aspect and difficulty. That helped me this time. Thanks to that trial dungeon, the people who seek knowledge have become fewer, but those who seek Versa's book have not changed. It is forbidden to take out her books, but I think some of them have been leaked because she allowed them to write while reading. Ma, it's a story of 3,000 years ago. When Rumani ran away from home, he placed a gargoyle statue at the entrance of the dungeon. Because of that, no one dares to challenge the dungeon anymore, so I felt lonely. That gargoyle statue was unscathed. Did you not try to destroy it? That is Rumani's work. I couldn't bear to break it. I see. Ada. Sorry for destroying it. Gucci, Versa, you mean the devil of my grandfather's generation? Doors. The father of the father of the father of my father might know her. Some of the civil servant girls, you mean the legendary writer who is worshipped as a goddess by some people. Do you have any information about her new work? You met her. I envy you. Chapter 625. Return. With the Kuros and Spiderlings, I went to the room where Lou and the others were waiting. Yeah, this room is full of books too. I managed to find the way and saw everyone was relaxing. Lou seems to have been revived. Good. Rejinleif is still like that. It seems like she was too stimulated by laughing too much, so let's just leave her be. There are two unfamiliar maids in the room. They are probably Cory and Harkin. It is because they are still apprentices that their maid uniforms are a little simpler. Ah, I already got tea from the room before so you don't have to. Thanks anyway. It has been quite a while since we passed through the teleportation gate, and it's already night. I think we should return soon. Since Ancestor-san is not with us, it is impossible to return using teleportation magic. As for why Ancestor-san is not with us, I just left there because I didn't want to disturb the conversation of a couple that haven't seen each other for a long time. The problem is, I hope that the Seekins are still waiting for us at the beach. If they are not, we have to enter the dungeon again and get washed away by the river. We can't return using the dungeon since it is only one way after all. I don't want to get wet, but it can't be helped. I wanted to tell everyone to start moving, but I have to do something first. I gathered the papers where the weaknesses of Ancestor-san are written. Sorry. I know that you worked hard in writing, especially the Kuros and the Spiderlings. You're amazing, by the way. Ah, I won't burn them. I'll just keep them somewhere. These are not just Ancestor-san's weaknesses, Lou too. By the way, will these work to Flora? It won't. Was she never like that, or is she still like that? Never, huh? I want them to be relieved since I don't think it is right to abuse someone's weakness. Next, all the books in this mansion are prohibited to be taken out. If you took and hid one, leave them behind. It looks like no one tried. That's great, and one last thing. If you read the contents of these books, don't disclose them to anyone. Just make excuses like you haven't read or you've never seen them. Ha ha ha. I'm not limiting your hobbies, all I'm asking is not to cause trouble to others. Ah, Gulf, don't you dare get close to me in front of the maids. I don't want to be a material. Ancestor-san is enough. A. There are books that don't have man-to-man entanglement. Really? Care to say more info? Not man-to-man, not woman-to-woman either. A fairy tale about inorganic matter with personalities? I have a bad feeling about it, so no. I'm already preparing to get wet, but many Seekins were waiting for us on the beach. I wish to express joy in your safe return. It resembles a lizardman, but this guy that bowed to me must be a sea lizardman. I was asked by our elder to wait for you. I appreciate that, but what would you do if we didn't come back? It looks like there's already a shifting schedule until we come back. I see. Adado, thanks. The old merman, I mean, where's your elder? Eating at the sea cottage. He likes grilled corn, but he's already at that age. Are his teeth okay? The skin of the corn can easily get sandwiched between the teeth. The ship's over there. The sea lizardman pointed at a big ship. It looks like it was borrowed from Shashado City. It will only be a short boat trip, but thank you. All right, let's go. Ado, is there a problem? Not really. I only want to ask you, what do you think of the Spiderlings? Ado, I guess they're pretty cute. Right, since they have not fainted. I guess the racial characteristic of the Spiderlings that they talked about is affected by their state of mind. Versa and her maids were not scared of them either. Yeah, that must be it. You fainted on the beach when you saw the Spiderlings guarding Ursa's group. Okay, we arrived at the first beach, where Ursa and the others were waiting. Ursa and the others are still awake. Were you thinking about capturing the dungeon? I know you're enthusiastic, but you have to sleep well at night. Daga, thanks for guarding the children. Of course, I thank the Kuros and Spiderlings too. The Beast Boys and the adventurers are combing the forest. However, Village 5 is closer than this beach, so it seems like they will rest for the night there. I don't mind if they do. Next morning. Ancestor-san still hasn't returned to I guess it is time for the children to capture the dungeon. Since we know that the Seekins are managing the place, there's no need to hold them back. If we do so, the children might get angry. However, I won't let you go through the teleportation gate at the Goal Beach. I should get ready at the Goal Beach since I'm the one who'll give the final trial. Are we going to have a barbecue there again? If it's the same, everyone will be disappointed. I asked the Seekins to support me in persuading the children, but it was useless. Yesterday, there was not enough time so they were not able to prepare that much, but now, they have prepared a lot of seafood. There are even big prawns and abalone. The last trial, I'll be in charge. We stayed there for 3 days, but Ancestor-san never returned. A maid came instead. Their discussion is likely to continue, so he asked you to return to the village without him. Got it. The adventurers that have continued to stay in Village 5 must also be pulled out at once. Let's start walking to Village 5 then. You already prepared carriages. Good. We arrived at Village 5. The Beast Boys are still with the adventurers. Until Ancestor-san returned, I decided that the adventurers should continue to stay in Village 5. Are they still fine with the same reward? In order for them to not use their own money for accommodation, I invited them to stay at Yaoko's mansion, but they refused. You don't have to hold back. The Beast Boys will return to the village with us, but plan to go to Village 5 regularly to contact the adventurers. I'll assign you as the liaison officers. I stopped by the branch of Goron Company and talked to them about the delivery to the seaside cottage. Thus, our dungeon capture adventure has ended. If Ancestor-san won't return, we will be in a situation where we can't tell if we succeeded or failed. It's a pity that we received minimal results. The coastal dungeon was fun though. Those who weren't able to clear it until we left said that they wanted to challenge it again. Let's go back next summer. I think it's good to have a barbecue there during summer. But if it is summer, Ursa and the others will be at school. I hope that the short-range teleportation gate's path will soon operate. It was the end of winter when Ancestor-san returned. Why is Versa with you? Aren't you a hikikomori? Does Versa want to see the outside world for some reason? You don't care about that. Once you're done speaking with me, are you going to move together? I think it would be better to not stimulate her too much. That's not it. Versa is going to stay in this village. And no, I'm not against it. I welcome you, but I strongly suggest you to control your hobby. Yeah, strongly suggest. Also, you are too close. Don't let your guard down around her. Chapter 626. Events happened in the village, while waiting for Ancestor-san's return. Meal, Rail, Yule, and Gale, the 4 Ainikos are sticking to the tiger Saugetsu. But not always. The Ainikos also leave Saugetsu during meals and toilet time. About 1 meter. Everyone can obviously see that the Ainikos are very fond of Saugetsu. There are people who are okay with it, but there are also those who are dissatisfied. Like the Demon King. Can you not complain to me while holding a cup of alcohol? You still have 4 kittens, Ariel, Haniel, Zerul, and Samuel. Look, the 4 of them are fawning at you. I'm envious. Why aren't they going to me? What's so good about the Demon King? Do you know? There was a time when those cats were competing for the top of my head as their favorite place. In addition to the Demon King, Rachel is also dissatisfied with the Ainikos. Aren't you their father? It might be because of how her daughters behave. When he complained to the Ainikos riding the back of Saugetsu, they responded with magic attacks. Now the sulking Rachel is lying on my lap. Okay, so that's how you treat your father. I'll go to them now. Let's not, they'll be sad. In addition to the Demon King and Rachel, there's probably one more. Perhaps it is Saugetsu himself. When the Ainikos are a little away, it looks at me. From its eyes, I can see it calling for help. Is it my imagination? I want to make sure, but when I try to get close to Saugetsu, the Ainikos will immediately return and guard it against me. How troublesome. However, if it is really asking for help, I have to help. But why is it asking for help in the first place? When I was troubled, someone whispered to me, "It's Ria." At first glance, all you can see is the smile-inducing scene of 4 cats riding a tiger. But if you anthropomorphize them and consider their mental health, won't they become 4 adult women slaving a 10-year-old boy? Rescue! I pulled the Ainikos away from him and passed them to the Demon King. Then, I fled to the forest with Saugetsu. The seriously angry Ainikos were scary. Although he drunk, I never thought that the Demon King would be defeated in a matter of minutes. Ma, it looks like the Demon King did not resist. It was only a few minutes of escape, but I think that friendship blossomed between me and Saugetsu. With Anne's suggestion, the Ainikos are now banned from entering Saugetsu's room. Because he needs a place to rest. Truly, I know that too well, and the Ainikos listened to what Anne said. The person who feeds you can't be offended. That's my advice to the Ainikos. You should also stop waiting in front of the door and putting pressure on Saugetsu. That's counterproductive. Also, when you defeated the Demon King, you defeated Rachel too, right? Your mother, Jewel, is pretty angry. You're already running away? Ma, it looks like they are looking for places to hide. Ha ha ha, you only remember me at times like this. The Fairy Queen is relaxing in the guest receiving room. She's tired because she played with the children. The children don't run out of energy. Yeah, that's right. The children, who were playing until the Fairy Queen is down, are now taking a nap in their respective rooms. Given the situation, I thought the Fairy Queen would fall asleep, but she got up with enthusiasm. Sweets. Yes, yes, I'll prepare some for you. What do you want? Pancake. You really love it. Put plenty of ice cream and fruits, 3 layers, and put strawberry sauce on top. Don't you want to try the new kiwi sauce? That's for the second serving. The first one should be classic. Got it, the Fairy Queen is not a human. She's a fairy. Thus, I don't need to consider any nutritional balance or excessive sugar intake. However, it will be bad if the children imitate the Fairy Queen. Ma, recently, thanks to the guidance of Anne and the others, the Fairy Queen has also become conscious in front of the children, which is very helpful. Since I'm thankful of her, I'll make your favorite kind of pancake. When the Fairy Queen was eating her first serving, doors came. Pancake, huh? That's not bad. Yes, yes, I'll also prepare Door's share. Are you alone? Aren't you playing mahjong with Jurar and E3? I'm on break. It seems like the ones playing now are Jurar, E3, Ruinsha, and Mark. As for why, it looks like I better not ask. I don't mind you playing, but you're not betting mountains or gold mines like you used to, right? If it affects the children, I will ban mahjong. E3 is also a child, but she's calm when she's playing mahjong. That's impressive given that she came to a strange place. I will not stop her. By the way, what are they betting now? Candy? Ah, it is similar to giving each other candies then. However, they are not betting 1 piece or 2 pieces per match but bottles. What about those things behind E3? Is she a genius? That might be the case, but given that she got that much candy, it will be troublesome to bring them out. She already has a lifetime's supply amount. I'll exchange them for something else when she's about to leave. Yeah, here's Door's pancake and the Fairy Queen's second serving. Chapter 627. Events happened in the village, while waiting for Ancestor San's return too. The jewel cat Jewel is on my lap, very unusual, and she's taking a pose where I can pat her. Perhaps this is compensation for the actions of the Ainikos. You don't have to worry about it. After I said that, I patted her since she's here for that after all. I only pat her back. And of course, I pat her along her fur. I won't stroke her on the opposite side. Ah, you want me to use a little more force. Like this? Okay. And it looks like it has exceeded the limit of her patience. She left silently. It looks like she was pressured by Kuro and Yuki, who were watching nearby. As expected. As soon as Jewel went away, Kuro and Yuki put their chins on my lap. And when I pat them, I scolded them to not think unnecessary things. It was lunchtime, so I went to the kitchen. There, I saw Suyern and Kwon cooking with the Oni maids. This should be a rare occurrence, but I've already got used to it. They have stayed here for quite some time after all. They are already familiar with everyone, and you can even say that they are already living in this mansion. Ma, I don't really mind since there are surplus rooms. However, what should I do about the petitions to have Suyern and Kwon return? Even Jurar has gone home a few times. I wonder if they can really be completely ignored. The two of them are working properly in the village, and the petitions are not addressed to me. Thus, I won't say anything. I'll think about it when I receive petitions addressed to me like what happened with Jurar. After checking the cooking progress in the kitchen, I went out to call Mark, Hells, and Demame. Hells is wandering in front of Hakuren's room. This is also a familiar scene. It's not forbidden to enter her room, but it seems like she doesn't want to bother Hakuren, who's close to giving birth. I'm glad that you care for her, but why do you have to hide every time Hakuren tries to get out of the room? You look like a suspicious person. And Mark, you can watch hells from the shadows but don't cling on the ceiling beams. The spiderlings are troubled. You are father and daughter, why can you just stay beside her normally? You are going to be beaten up, I don't think that will happen. By the way, it's already lunch. Go to the dining room. HNN? What's wrong, hells? You want to bring Hakuren her lunch. I'm happy with how you feel but don't take away my job. The next one is Demame, perhaps he's in the dungeon. I changed to outside clothes. When I was about to get out, I met someone at the entrance of my mansion. He just entered with Dorame. They are carrying baskets, so they might have helped in harvesting bean sprouts. That's great. Bean sprout has recently been in high demand on the ramen street of Village 5. As for the reason, I taught them about a ramen that uses bean sprout. The plan of cultivating bean sprout in Village 5 is already being seriously considered. However, bean sprouts are legumes that should be planted in dark places. If I use the aft, I can plant bean sprout in any field. Well, it takes a lot of time and effort to prepare a dark place of a certain size for bean sprouts after all. But if they manage to, it will be easy to cultivate bean sprouts. Let's think about it later. I received the baskets from Dorame and Domain and told them to go to the dining room. I'm going to take these bean sprouts to the storage room in Village 5, but I'll bring Hakuren her lunch before I go. Or so I said, but Dorame and Demame acted with me. Dining room. Doors, Raymarin, Hyakaru. Jurar, Gyurand, Gyuraru. Mark, Soyern Hells, Dorame, Rasudi, Kwon, and Demame. They are divided into 4 groups, and they are seated around a 4-seat table or a kotatsu. I'll join Door's group in their kotatsu. Lunch is a meal set of fried meat and vegetables, omelette, rice, miso soup, and pickles. The meal started and ended without anyone obviously liking or disliking anything. Yeah, Hyakaru should eat more. You'll be an Onishin soon. Do you want to go to Hakuren with me after eating? You have a duty of gathering tableware. No, if you want, you can go with Doors or Raymarin later. When I was having such a post-eating conversation, one of the devil midwives came. It seems like Hakuren's labor has started. 2 hours later, Hakuren gave birth to a child easily. It's a boy, and he's shining. When Hyakaru was born, he's not giving off light like that. Is this okay? Both Doors and Raymarin are calm. Is this normal? Is that so? Got it. And Hakuren gave birth to another child. She has a twin this time. Some of the midwives had already expected that she's bearing a twin, but they did not tell me because they're unsure. The second one is a girl, and she's covered with darkness. This is okay, right? I mean, it should be normal, isn't it? It seems so. Good. For now, let's thank the midwives who helped her give birth. When I picked up my son, I felt like I'm dazzled by the light, and when I picked up my daughter, I couldn't see her much because she's shrouded with darkness. This is hard. When Hakuren was giving birth earlier, Raymarin was even called for help. I was a little nervous at that time. It seems like it was necessary to suppress my son's light and my daughter's darkness using Raymarin's magic. Anyway, both mother and children are healthy. Great. However, there's one problem. I only thought that I'll be having a son, so I only thought of a boy's name. What should I name my daughter? I want to ask Hakuren about it, but she's too tired and is now sleeping. Can I think of it alone? That would be reckless of me. I have no naming sense. Doors, don't just suggest gleefully. I can't decide on the spot. But I'll keep your referrals in mind. I'll decide once Hakuren wakes up. Chapter 628. Twins' names. I was thinking of naming my son with Hakuren Hirajiru. The first son is Hyakaru, so the second son is Hinajiru. It stinks of Japanese style. However, Hakuren not only gave birth to a son, but also to a daughter. I never thought I'd have a twin. I have to think about my daughter's name. Since his brother is Hinajiru, the sister should be Hinoheimko. Hinoheimko, Mashio Hinoheimko. In my previous world, isn't Hinoheimko already a full name? Hinoheimko. Also, I have to apologize to all Hinoheimko of the previous world, but isn't that a racer horse's name? Triple Crown winner, Hinoheimko. Annual representative, Hinoheimko. Challenging the big name, race foreign big race, Hinoheimko. This won't do. I can only think of it as a racer horse's name. I was going to suggest it to Hakuren, but let's reconsider. No, since they are twins, it would be better to reconsider Hinajiru. If that's the case, I might not be able to stick to the character Hi. If I can't, then don't. Names: son Hikaru, daughter Himiko. When Hakurin woke up, it was decided quickly. Doors, Raymarin and Jurar suggested names and are disappointed, but I don't care. Hikaru and Himiko. Yeah, good names. By the way, it has already been half a day since they were born, but they are still either shining or shrouded in darkness. Is it okay? When the attribute of their magical power is strong when they are born, this kind of thing happens. Although this is rare, it seems like their health won't be negatively affected. Ma, the immediate problem is that my eyes hurt when I look directly at Hikaru. To be honest, I can only see Hikaru's face using dark sunglasses. As for Himiko, I can only see her for a moment when Raymarin removes the darkness veiling her with magic. Both of them look like Hakurin. Maybe. When Hikaru and Himiko are lined up at a distance where their shoulders are touching, their light and darkness neutralize each other. Good, Hakurin's delivery ended safely and the dragons had a big banquet. The other residents of the village are also celebrating, but don't forget that Rasudi is about to give birth. She's about a month away from giving birth. Yeah, you can continue the banquet before that. Kwon, your father is here. Aren't you going to meet him? Even if you don't see him much, you shouldn't disregard. You are Raymarin's younger brother, right? Should I call Raymarin? No, you don't have to go to the corner of the room to hide. I understand. You can stay there. So there are also modest dragons. I let them have a banquet, but I also took note of several things. First of all, Rasudi. Even if this is already her second pregnancy, it doesn't mean she's not anxious. Our daughter, Rananen, is currently with her mother, Grafaloon, so I'm sure she's relieved. No, that's what she's anxious about. Rasudi dotes on Rananen after all, and there's a banquet in front of her. It looks merry, but you are pregnant, so don't drink. Do your best to hold back. I'll do my best to remove the source of your anxiousness. The next thing that needs to be looked after is Hells. Hells has been in this village even before Hakurin gave birth after feeling that Hikaru is her destined husband. But she's not even getting close to Hikaru. I heard that she's so shy that she can't even look at his face. Mark looks depressed, so I have to watch out if he thought of doing something unusual. If you are embarrassed to talk about it to someone, you should at least try talking to your mother, Sulgirn. Although younger, Gyuraru has already experienced what you are experiencing, so you can try talking to her. Look, she's getting along well with Hikaru, though I think it is still too early for you to call Hakurin mother-in-law. I advocate freedom of love. If Hikaru doesn't like it, I'll go against it. No, I'm not joking. However, let's just celebrate Hikaru's birth now. And after that, try to work hard once Hikaru becomes aware of love. I will allow you to continue to live in this village. Finally, the other children. Even though I'm treating my children equally, Hikaru and Himiko are newly born after all, so I need to specially take care of them. Other children are sensitive to things like this. Ma, since they have many brothers and sisters, they shouldn't mind if there are 2 more. However, I should be more careful of the impact on the children who are around the age of 10. Alfred had a look that I've never seen before. It looks like he's finding it hard to express something. It looks like he's suffering. I've never seen such an expression. I became worried, so I asked the nearby Ursa if she knew anything. She said he was jealous of the light and darkness veil of Hikaru and Himiko. When Flora heard that, she gave him a bracelet that manipulates light and darkness. Alfred was delighted. However, that bracelet will run out of energy after a series of usage. To replenish light and darkness, you have to put the bracelet under the sun and leave it in the dark. It will be a test of patience. I see. Ada. Everything seems to be all right. Chapter 629. Rumors at the end of winter. At the foot of Village 5, 2 men. Senpai, are you sure we'll find it in a deserted place like this? Of course. We're already close. I heard that from you a number of times. We're almost there. Hey, can you smell it? Before, they used to go to places where there are a lot of people, but the residents that smell their products can't help but go to them, so there's always a commotion. It even involves the guards. Right, if you smell this in the middle of the night, you won't be able to resist. There it is. That's the food cart, right? That's it, Desu. However, you haven't forgotten what I said, have you? Of course, there's no way I'll tell this to anyone, Desu Yoni. One more thing. The manager. I'll call him General. Good, let's go. I'll do the order for you, so you only need to remain silent. I understand, but can't I order myself? It's difficult if you're not used to it. Look at how I'll order first and learn it. By your will. General, how are you? It's a cold night, so I'm going to warm up with ramen. 2 bowls of soy sauce ramen, please, both with char siu. We'll use chopsticks too. As for alcohol, I originally wanted some Village 5 alcohol alternative, but beer is best for ramen after all. 2 glasses of beer, please. A man and woman couple. How is it? Delicious, right? This is my secret store. It's delicious, all right. However, why don't you open a store during daytime even though it tastes like this? Given how delicious it is, you can even go to the ramen street. Do you want me to get involved in the faction conflict? Faction conflict? There's a faction battle on Ramen Street. To put it simply, there are 3 big factions, namely soy sauce, pork bone, and miso. There are also small union factions like soy sauce pork bone, soy sauce miso, and miso pork bone below or at the same level as them. They are in conflict over which one is supreme. Salt is a small force and on a different league. I didn't know. Who's the present strongest? Until a while ago, pork bone soy sauce, not soy sauce pork bone, was the strongest. Soy sauce pork bone and pork bone soy sauce are different forces, so be careful. A while ago. Yes, pork bone soy sauce was the most popular, until vegetable-based ramen was introduced. You've tried it once, right? Vegetable, that store that gives big serving. That's right, it is delicious and addictive, but there are a lot of people that can't eat that much. Leftovers became a problem. Because of that, license was introduced, but only limited to vegetable ramen. License? You mean you need to get a license to serve vegetable ramen? It's not like that. The license is not for the store but for the customer. Only those who can finish one serving in one go can get one. That smile, could it be? I have a license, moreover an advanced 3rd level. Advanced 3rd level. License has rank. From the bottom, beginner, intermediate, advanced 1st level, advanced 2nd level, and advanced 3rd level. I tried my best because there are ramens I can't eat if my rank is low. Did you really do your best? Yeah. However, I'm still far from the ramen queen, which has a rank of advanced 7th level. Just eat it moderately. Though ramen itself is not expensive, the side dishes will kill you. That only means I have to earn more. Though you are working, you have to consider about us too. Won't it be nice to have a family where you can eat as much ramen as you like? Are you telling me that we're going to have ramen every day? Only when you like it. 2 women. Okusin, have you heard about it? Are you asking about the teleportation gate? There's that too, but the rumor that I want to discuss is about the underground shopping street Desu. I heard that full-scale operation will begin in spring, but in fact, several stores are already operating Desu. I heard about it Desu-ni. However, isn't that a pre-sale for nobles? The pre-sale is only during the 1st day. From the 2nd day onwards, they started normal operations in secret. Secret? Yeah, I also went there because I was curious, but I couldn't find the open store. Are you sure it's secret and not only a rumor? No, there's definitely business going on. The evidence is that the husband of the hardware store headed in the direction of the underground shopping street in the middle of the night, and the young master of the bakery was seen alone at the entrance of the underground shopping street in the evening. Hardware store, you mean Gabari-san? Yeah, isn't it weird for a hikikomori to go out all the time? Also, the young master of the bakery is always with his underlings, and then he goes there alone. Sounds like alcohol-related. Instead of thinking like that, why don't you just talk to the South Side Store Owners Association? Don't get mad. That place is under the direct control of the acting village chief. Only a bit, so I think it's unnecessary to talk to the Store Owners Association. You're right, but haven't you thought about the past practice? It's not just this time that there are. Amusing things are happening to Suni. Amusing, is it? Think about the time when the acting village chief was being pushy. She always does what will benefit the village in the end. To suspect something like this, it sounds like you don't know the acting village chief too well. That's what you concluded. That's what I concluded. General, what's wrong? There's a dwarf tavern on the underground shopping street. It is not officially in business, but just a gathering for alcohol lovers, so there's no need to publicize it. What's with this carriage? Service? Thank you. Researcher-type man and woman. Hey, ramen is popular in Village 5, right? That's the main reason why everyone's trying to make ramen and start a business. Though not that much, even dishes that can't be called ramen are served under the name of ramen. That's terrible. But what you are trying to say is, it is the ramen guard's duty to crack that down. Yeah, however, a problem has appeared. Problem? In case that it is obviously another kind of dish, it will be easy to crack down. However, if it has a vague similarity to ramen, all the owner has to say is, "This is my ramen." And there's nothing that can be done even if the guards argue. I see. That sounds rough. And even the ramen guards don't have the answer to the question, what is a ramen? Ramen, noodles that are soaked in a hot soup, that's the basic definition. However, there are a lot of dishes like that. There are many kinds of noodles, soup, and ingredients, so there's no definite definition of what ramen is. And of course, that has caused dispute even during a crackdown. Sounds rough, Desuni. How about having the manager of Noodle Shop Britoa, the ramen pioneer of Village 5, certifies ramen? Even with those kinds of things happening, Noodle Shop Britoa remains completely unaffected, so they won't bother. Just look at their line outside. It's getting longer and longer as day goes by. Noodle Shop Britoa is too popular that you can't eat there unless you line up early in the morning. Then, is there anything else that can be done? I've already thought of something, but I don't think it is a good idea to ruin the reputation of ramen a little, since it is the signature dish of Village 5, right? Because of that, I can only appeal to the acting village chief. You appeal to her? Yes, I did. What happened? The acting village chief consulted the village chief, and the answer that came out is this ramen. Are the noodles and soup different from ramen? They said that it is called tsukemen. This is different from the ramen we used to have, but it is still a kind of ramen. By the way, it's currently winter, so they are not serving it, but it seems like there's also cold ramen. Cold ramen? The definition of ramen becomes more and more complicated. But yeah, it's delicious. The balance between the noodles that were washed with cold water and the hot soup is good. However, won't that make the soup lukewarm? Eat it before it becomes lukewarm. Or so I want to say, but you can just tell the clerk she'll reheat the soup. That would be great. However, the soup will be thick, and I won't be able to drink it. You can just have her add the hot soup after you're done eating noodles. Soup slitting, huh? I see, they got it all covered. However, what's the acting village chief's plan to start serving tsukemen and cold ramen? I don't know too, but having a definite definition of ramen seems to be unnecessary. Right, if you define it poorly, new ramen like this will not come out. Right. Manager, I mean General, can I have another tsukemen noodle, please? 1 ball. Me too. Tsukemen hasn't been popularized yet, has it? Even so, this food cart has it. 2 adventurers. Adventurers from the royal capital have found several working teleportation gates. Amazing, right? I'm envious of them. I'm an adventurer too, so I wanted to be involved in discovering such relics. Right, but there are also strange rumors about that. Strange rumors? I heard that the discovered teleportation gates will be handed over to the Demon King. The Demon King then planned to connect the royal capital to Shashado City and Village 5 using those teleportation gates. I heard that too, but aren't those only rumors? Not really. In fact, there are rumors that negotiation of the land where those teleportation gates are to be installed has begun since autumn. Is that news reliable? No, I've only heard about it. But hearing that kind of rumor is strange, right? That's right. It is as if they already knew that the teleportation gates will be discovered. You mean they already discovered it? After that, they purposely called the adventurers from the royal capital to pick it up. Is that it? I really don't know. You know, I don't know either. In addition, why do they even have to do such a troublesome thing? Then, it is indeed a rumor. They are probably negotiating for the land for some other reason, but their purpose changed upon the discovery of the teleportation gates. Change of plan in short, yeah. I wonder if I can also discover HNN? General, what's with this pickle? Service. Good. Eating pickles after eating ramen is refreshing. I'll have another beer. Me too. 3 Beast Boys. Village, I mean General. We finally found the said golem. It has become a rumor among adventurers, so it was not hard to find. Catching it is another story though. Right. Vendor golem doesn't need combat ability, right? I certainly think that it is necessary to be somewhat capable of defending itself against petty thieves, but that was not on a level petty thieves. Its mobility is already strange. Why does it even need to be able to jump that high? Ramen, please. Is this char siu an extra? Thanks. By the way, Mother Ramurias, I mean Neeson, is it all right for you to work as a clerk here? I thought you stopped helping here. This boiled egg is delicious. This is both an information gathering hub and an experiment place for new flavors of ramen. A, you only plan to open this until today? We're lucky then, Are. General, the customers over there have a despairing expression. It looks like you haven't announced it until now. Ramen is noodles after all. Hey, give me your char siu. Yeah, sorry. I won't get from other people's plates. So please don't stare at me too much, Mother Ramurias, I mean Neeson. Look, someone's ordering over there. After we're done eating, we'll help village chief, I mean general. Today's your last day, and it looks like someone left to call some acquaintances might come. Are we going to help with the cleanup? It looks like it is impossible to clean up yet, because the remaining customers are ordering non-stop. There are still some noodles and soup too. Then let's get ready. Okay, but I think we still have time so we can have another drink. I think so too. Good, General, one more. End of Volume 13.